The woman said it was all a lie, and her boy couldn't. The dark-haired baby lay in the crib, motionless. The man grabbed her by the shoulders and called her Carla, and asked her to control herself. The woman responded by calling out to Keynes that this was their baby Enid. The man with the sad face stated that their baby had gone to heaven. He added that no matter how bad he felt, he would continue to live until he saw Enid again. The woman wanted to object until tears began to fall from her eyes. While the man was hugging his sobbing wife, loud crying could be heard in the room. Many years later, the woman touched her chest and her finger glowed as she began to chant. Using the spell, Massive Rocket Flash, she extended the glowing finger forward. A purple beam from her hand shot towards the huge stone golem, hitting it right in the forehead. The delighted girl told her mother that it was really cool because she hit the target from a distance of a whole kilometer. Carla turned back, telling Enid that she had set an example for him. The boy immediately replied that he understood. She told him to try aiming at the golem's chest to pierce the heart, and advised him to imagine that the stones around him were allies and to try to focus only on the golem. The guy closed his eyes and began to read the spell exactly the same as Carla had read a minute ago. His staff began to glow, and he suddenly opened his eyes, looking forward with concentration. Pointing his staff forward, he used the giant missile flash spell, and a beam emerged from his staff, heading towards its target. There was a big explosion, and everything was consumed by flames. Carla and her daughter stood behind him watching this while the hero gasped, seeing that he had overdone it. The girl, feeling what had happened, smiled awkwardly, saying that her brother was the best. After clearing his throat, the boy turned to his mother and clenched his fist, smiling, telling the woman that he had managed to destroy the golem. The woman looked menacingly, answering that he succeeded, but only he swept away the golem together with his allies. The guy tried to convince that they died was honor, looking at his mother with fear. She reminded him that she had told him to aim for his left chest. If he had shot him like that in a real battle, he would have destroyed everything around him along with his comrades. A crater had formed where the blow had been struck. She called out to Enid, saying that his magical power surpasses ordinary magicians several times. Although he is only 10 years old, she is sure that he can already be safely called a genius. She added that he should not dwell on this. She taught him that even though he had excellent magical abilities in practice, he was still at the same level as his peers. If everything was left as is, he would be called a foolish magician. The guy cringed, thinking that she had started scolding him again. The girl jumped up and down joyfully and thanked her mother for the lesson. She was already looking forward to the next one. The guy exhaled that attention was being taken away from him. Enid approached her sister and thanked Amilia in a whisper. She replied, smiling, that it was not worth thanking. She considered herself not like him because he had knowledge and skills. She envied him. The guy was embarrassed. She shyly pressed her fist to herself and added that she also considered him the most powerful magician she had ever met. He asked her again if it was true, and she immediately answered that it was. She, smiling, said that she dreamed of becoming just like him. The hero watched Amilia cast a spell, thinking what a cute little sister he had. About 410 years ago, a new continent was discovered. The continent was found by the A's Empire. The city of Amilia was founded on the new continent where he was born. The hero woke up as a child, reborn in another medieval fantasy world. In his past life, everyone hated Enid. It was bad. He worked a hard job and was completely mentally and physically depressed. In his past life, he always had dinner with his parents, but one day they died in an accident. The hero lived on the money they left and became a slacker. He lived without needing anyone. He lived an absolutely worthless life. The hero lived like a walking dead man. At one point, he began to wonder what happened to him, that one day he suddenly died at such a young age. When he opened his eyes the next time, he saw a young couple in front of him. They were shouting that it was a miracle because their son had come back to life. Carla and Keynes were looking at him through tears in their eyes. In his past life, he loved reading novels about reincarnation and other worlds, but he couldn't believe that the same thing happened to him. However, his new parents looked happy. At that moment, he had a feeling that he was needed by someone. While hugging him, his parents did not take their eyes off their son. The child ate. The elf fed him. Carla, taking her son from her hands, thanked Luina, and she replied that there was no reason. The girl who fed him was his nanny and servant, the dark elf Luina. The hero believed that his mother could be the most beautiful girl in the whole world, but she did not have a good figure. Luina announced that she was leaving. The hero, looking at her, thought that the difference between them was crushing. Carla looked away, telling her husband that today she would teach him magic and that it would be easy. She planned to teach him the spell Material Exchange. Keynes panicked, saying that it was impossible because he knew nothing about magic, and besides, he didn't have a wand. The girl said with displeasure that she didn't see any problems. She said that when she was 6 years old, she could cast spells on her own without any teachers. She looked at him condescendingly and sighed. The man replied that she was from Usia, the most magic-oriented civilization, and he was from Ranlesia, an ordinary nobleman, so he didn't think he could learn magic. The girl was angry at his words. Carla yelled at him to shut up and started. The baby looked at him thinking what the man was doing anyway. He was a lord after all. Although his parents are nobles, they are only lower-class aristocrats. They own Amilia, an old village with a population of 70. The man raised his palm in concentration. He moaned, standing in front of the teddy bear while his wife stood to the side watching silently. An hour later, all he had achieved was that the bear was only slightly shaking while the man himself was shaking all over. He said he couldn't. Carla frowned. The hero thought it only took 5 mana points. Keynes had no swordsmanship, no magic, no nobility, no ability to rule. He thought of him as a useless lord while his father scratched his head in embarrassment. Carla shouted at him not to give up and just continue, because if he is a man, then everything will work out. He extended his hand forward and smilingly told his wife that he loved her with all his heart, and in this, he was better than anyone. He asked her to believe him. Embarrassed, the girl called out to her husband. Enid grimaced as she laid him in his crib and thought, groaning, that now it would all happen again. The hero often slept in the lullaby in his parents' room. He heard his mother's declarations of love. He used to think that they would be embarrassed to do such things around their child. The hero has no choice but to listen to the sounds twice a week. He thought it was good that they were still young and beautiful, but he still didn't want to hear them. Looking at the bear on the side, he remembered that material exchange. He looked at it carefully. He repeated to himself more than once that this bear should move. The bear actually started to move. The boy was glad that he was much stronger than his father. He thought that maybe he had a talent for this. He noticed how soft his body was. The couple noticed a child standing to the side. The man said it looked like Enid had already fallen asleep. He decided that from now on, when his parents were busy with their own affairs, he would practice material exchange, because if he did this constantly, he would run out of mana. It usually takes about 2-3 days to spend it all, but 1 day is enough for him. This can lead to physical and mental damage. In addition to material exchange, there is material redirection. When no one hears the hero's cries, it is most convenient to move his species into the trash can with this skill. The hero thought that in his soul he is already an adult. This is how the protagonist's childhood passed. Carla leaned her forehead against the boy's forehead, saying that she was starting the measurement. Pulling away, she gasped in surprise. The woman, smiling happily, said that he had 496 mo. Carla could not believe it, because his magical power was incredible. As the hero thought. The principle of daily training in 24-48 hours of rest helps build muscle here. He did the same, only with magic. As he expected, this principle works with magic too. The hero practiced high-level magic from an early age. From his cradle, he practiced on a teddy bear. And now, at 10 years old, the hero has the greatest magical power among all of his generation. When the hero told his mother Carla about this principle, she told him that it was nonsense. He thought it was strange. The boy thought that magic power has a limit in general, so he thinks that there are diseases associated with magic. He thought that it was good that he was okay. Someone called the boy Enid from the side, and he turned around. The men told the boy that the carriage with food had broken down. The men asked Enid to lend them his golem. The boy scratched his head and said that he would help without any problems. He touched the ground with his hand, starting to cast a spell. The boy stretched out his palm and used golem creation. The golem is instantly created with wood, earth, ore, etc., and can be used as a tool. Amilia is a quiet and developing village with a population of about 200 people. What they need most now is farmers. As the population grows, more food is needed to support it. However, everything is surrounded by rocks. Therefore, the hero used his golem creation skill to help everyone. Although a very large golem is created, it can still work for a long time due to its magical power. The hero can also create his own hand to collect small stones. His mother, Carla, is very happy with his intelligence. He thought about how his golem building skills had developed from assembling various anime and manga character figurines, so his life as a slacker had also been somewhat useful. He smiled contentedly as he thought about it. The man said that he couldn't believe that the hero could make such a big golem. He would be able to work for a couple of hours for sure. Another woman told Enid that if he helped her too, she would be very grateful to him. The guy sighed. He angrily told the residents to stop calling him a boy because he was already an adult. The residents smiled, countering that he was still a child and had only recently been in diapers. The hero was pleased that people noticed him, especially after his life as a recluse in the previous world. He thought it was good that he got into this world. It made him very happy when he looked at the people around him. When this village becomes a city, it will finally start to appear on maps. He thought that this village was F rank, and if its rank was raised, it would definitely become bigger. The hero, with his knowledge of the modern world, decided to make this village the largest. The villagers called Enid to them. The hero was interested in how far he could go. This is his life after reincarnation after all. He decided to enjoy it to the fullest. He, sitting on a rock, smiles when he is called again. The Crane family is not far from the clinic. A beautiful angel in white who also knows how to use magic, Amilia. She called her brother saying that the medical indicators are ready. The guy took the documents and thanked his sister, and she smiled, replying that there was no reason to. She looked at her brother, embarrassed, until he tensed up a bit. He reached out and patted her head, saying that she had tried well. The hero was suddenly reborn in this world and can now lead such a life. He has a sister who is a year younger than him, Amilia. Embarrassed, she thanked him again. She is his half-sister. Amilia lost her parents in an accident, so his parents took her into their family. They wanted to hide the fact that she was adopted and keep it a secret. But despite the fact that the hero was a child at the time, he understood everything they said. Even though they are not blood relatives, he still considers her a sister and wants to take care of Amilia, although he thinks that this may be too much. The man standing next to them smiled when he saw the children hugging and chuckled, saying that they were closer than ever. The children called their father, and the man smiled at them. This is the hero's father, Lord Keynes, and he is the only doctor in Melia. When the hero is with his mother, he focuses on training and magic. The rest of the time, he tries to help his father in his clinic. Enid didn't put much trust in her father, but she did think he was a good doctor and respected him. A man with a leg covered in a black hematoma was lying on the bed. He was told that he had a fairly large gangrene on his right leg. The man explained that a couple of days ago he was bitten by a snake, and the man thought that it was not poisonous, so he did not come to the hospital earlier. Keynes sighed, tense, and said that if his leg was not amputated, he could die. The man screamed in horror, no. The man asked if they really wanted to cut it off. The hero knew that the level of medicine in this world was quite low. Healing magic and potions are much more in demand in this world. Doctors are not particularly valued in this world. But it is quite difficult to find mages who can use healing magic. Potions are also quite expensive. Therefore, people in this country often seek treatment from doctors because of their cheapness. The hero, looking at the patient, thought that he was lucky that gangrene appeared only on one leg. Clenching his fists on his knees and trembling, the patient said he trusted Dr. Keynes and that it was better than dying. He said he agreed, and the Lord replied that it was good. The Lord called Enid and Amilia, and the children responded. Amilia used the spell Deep Sleep, and Enid Bind. There was no anesthesia in this world yet. If they didn't put this man to sleep with a spell, he might die from pain shock. The man took the knife, saying that they were starting. Amilia was hanging up wet clothes. The man was saying that Enid's idea of wearing white coats was a good one. Since they started wearing them and washing them every day, they had a noticeable decrease in the number of deaths of patients after operations. The guy asked again with a smile if it was true. The guy proudly said that it is also very important to maintain the sterility of medical instruments by heat treatment. He remembered that he learned about it on TV. Recalling the man with gangrene, he said that he felt great after the operation, even though he walked on crutches. Keynes reflected on the importance of hygiene, saying that he was initially a little skeptical about it. Amilia said that statistics show the difference. Her brother taught her to analyze. The guy stroked her head and said that she was a good girl. The hero is trying to convey his modern knowledge of medicine to the world, and so far, it seems to be working. Now, the special thing about their village is that they make soap. It's one of those things that people were skeptical about at first. Someone shouted about a free giveaway while holding out a packet of soap. Amilia walked through the crowd offering everyone free soap so that they could try washing their hands with it. The man laughed, saying that he didn't think it would be useful, but the soap washes away all the dirt and makes the skin clean. Other girls said that they were surprised that the soap gave the body a pleasant smell and was much cheaper than buying perfume. Another girl said she enjoyed washing her body with it and wondered why she hadn't known about it before. All the shelves were empty and had sold out, signs. Someone said sales were growing every day. The hero told his father that if the rest of the world learned about the importance of hygiene and if they continued to sell soap, then Amelia's economy would grow exponentially. The Lord, smiling, said that he had not thought that soap would become so popular. He was glad that he had listened to his son. They had no production in Melia. The hero suggested to his father to produce soap, and his goal was not only to obtain funds. Health was the most important thing. In the history of their world, there were huge pandemics such as cholera and plague. This happened because of poor sanitation. Unlike other regions where water is very valuable, Melia has a huge amount of it, so using soap is their first step. The hero thought that by improving the level of sanitation, they would notice a huge decrease in the number of deaths and diseases. The hero told his father that all this was for the benefit of raising the level of health and activating industry. As a person who wants the village to grow, he thinks that he is doing everything right. Father, smiling, agreed with him. While the hero was watching from around the corner, his sister was peeping. The girl with loving eyes told her brother that his speech was incredible. A whole year flew by. The whole family gathered to congratulate the hero on his birthday. They came up to him with gifts congratulating him. He recognized one of the girls and called her Irina, surprised that she was also here. The hero turned 11. He remembered something and thanked Amilia. She also tried very hard to organize everything, didn't she? The girl looked with admiration. She threw herself into his arms while he stood there in a stupor, surprised and embarrassed. She said that of course she was glad to try for him. The guy thought that she was doing it on purpose. A little later, Mom leaned her forehead against her son's. She smiled as she told Enid that his magic power had increased to 600 mo. She added that it was amazing how such a teenager could raise 100 points in just 1 year. The boy thought that if he continued in the same spirit, he could reach the 999 mo world record. The brother and sister were happy. He already thought of himself as a wizard with the greatest magic in the world. He thought that he felt that his skills and knowledge were not so high. Amilia decided to ask about the fact that, speaking about the power of 600 magic points, isn't he stronger than their court magician Marlin? Mom became serious, telling Enid that maybe it was, but told him to listen up. She said that no matter how strong his magic was, if he didn't know any skills, he would never become a first-class mage. Amilia asked Mom from behind if she had heard that the Marlin had successfully rejuvenated and changed gender. He thanked Amilia for the distraction. The woman sighed, saying that she thought that this news would soon spread across the continent. The woman was perplexed as to how it was possible to change gender and turn from a 70-year-old man into a 10-year-old girl. The children were stupefied. The woman said that he wasn't even ashamed to admit that he was happy to wear girls' clothes. She also heard that he seriously wanted to change his name to Marilyn or Aaron. It didn't matter. The woman was really interested in what was going on in the head of the stupid old man. The hero repeated her words about the stupid old man. Amilia asked why so rudely. The woman decided that it was enough to talk about it and said that the Hawkwood family had sent the hero a gift. He was surprised, asking again if it was true that his mother's family had done it. These were magical glasses that could perform various functions and were controlled by voice. The hero looked at the new thing with admiration, shouting that it was an expensive magic instrument. She said that she thought that her mother's parents had not kept in touch with them for a long time. During his parents' time, the Is Empire and the Renesia Kingdom were at war. A wedding between the two warring nations was never recognized. But one day, his mother left her family and married his father. He had heard about this by chance from his maid Luina a long time ago. His maid was already 16 years old. She had once nursed his mother. His mother sighed and said that her family wanted to take Enid into the main family, but she thought they had an ulterior motive since she had been sending them regular letters informing them of Enid's progress. She added that her magic-obsessed father was very interested in him. Amilia said with admiration that it would be wonderful if her brother became a bridge between the two families. The woman, turning away, added that in the letter she had only mentioned his magical powers. The hero thought that she was proud of him and grinned, not expecting it. The guy put on his glasses and was asked how it was. Carla smiled, saying how it suited him. Amelia's mouth dropped open in surprise. He approached his sister, asking excitedly if everything was okay. The girl blushed and began to stutter before answering that it was not. She looked at him and said that she thought it suited him very well, that she liked it. He looked in the mirror and thought he looked the same as regular glasses. He said that he would now move on to their functions and decided to start with farsightedness. He read that this skill power is adjustable at the user's discretion and allows one to see spirits and ghosts. It can also be used as a magical weapon. Next, he saw the skill perspective, which allows you to see through walls and clothes. He looked at the three girls and thought that this meant that he could look at them too with the help of perspective. He chuckled to himself, adjusting his glasses and thinking that he liked this. Especially, he liked the perspective. He decided that since he was a man, it would be stupid not to use it. He decided to start with Luina using this skill, and it worked. He looked at his maid Luina and liked the contrast between her skin and the fabric. Then he looked at his sister, who was almost 10 years old. He wondered what she would be like when she grew up. Then he looked at his mother and saw nothing new. He froze, thinking that it was insignificant. The woman said that for some reason she felt uncomfortable and felt as if Enid had done something. She said that he just used perspective, didn't he? The boy took off his glasses thinking that he was caught. Luina asked the young gentleman with a stony face what he was doing. Amilia was embarrassed, covering herself. He told his sister that he hadn't had time to look through the fabric, so he said not to worry, especially since they still wash in the same basin. The girl, embarrassed, shouted that it didn't matter. She really didn't like it when her brother used perspective to see through fabric. It was embarrassing. The woman used magic on the glasses and handed them back to him, saying that everything was fine now. The guy looked at them questioningly. He screamed, saying that she had turned off the perspective. He fell to his knees, dejected by this. Amilia cried out in concern, calling her brother and telling him not to be sad. She smiled sheepishly, saying that if he really wanted it so much, he could look at her any time, although if he looked, she would be embarrassed. While she was smiling, he answered sharply, telling her to forget, because it wasn't worth it, that he hadn't seen it there yet. He, putting his hands behind his head, told her that he was not interested in girls from the family. Anne and Alina were the sweetest girls in the village, and he wanted to test the prospect on them. She trembled, calling her brother, and he turned around with a questioning gasp. She slapped him, screaming that he was an idiot. She cried while magic flowed from her palm, and the guy asked why she did that. She ran away crying, shouting to her brother. He adjusted his glasses, asking in surprise why she was so angry. He rubbed his reddened cheek. He sat down on the floor, saying that he didn't understand anything. Enid's morning starts early. He watches the creatures at work, fertilizing the fields, and says it is as amazing as always. The old man behind the hero called out to the young master Enid, telling him how he had helped him out. The guy, controlling the golems, turned to the man, telling him not to bother. The guy said it was great training for him in controlling the gargoyles. He moved his hand closer to the monster, saying it was time to refuel. Holding the gargoyle, the hero shouted that letters were being sent to Nuji village. A man approached him, telling the young master about another letter. The hero loaded them into the bag placed on the monster. The hero whispered a spell. The gargoyle immediately flew up to the surprised cry of the resident. The villager thanked the young master Enid. Postal services and sowing seeds in the field are in great demand in their village. The resident said that Amilia also often helps them out with writing letters. He said that this beautiful girl is so kind to them, the common people, as if she were an angel. The hero is small about the fact that he praises her so much that as a brother he is pleased to hear. Apart from the nobility and merchants, few people can read and write, so Amilia often writes letters on behalf of local residents and reads them out loud. Whether it was simple speech, archaic speech, or even oratory, the hero thought that it was all because their mother was simply obsessed with studying. The hero stretched, saying that he should work in the afternoon. He went forward. He looked through the lens, saying that he could indeed clearly see what was in the distance. He happily added that these magic glasses were really something special. The boy flew through the sky, saying that thanks to this clairvoyance function, he can rest a little while training in levitation, which he is not good at. He remembered his mother, who says that technique is very important. The boy saw something down below. There was his father and Dutton patrolling the forest. He said his father had taken on the role of the village policeman. But the hero believed that even with this, he still could not be relied upon. But the hero respected Dutton, even though he was a dwarf, because he was a real mountain of muscle. He even once knocked out a saber-toothed warrior with one blow. Meanwhile, the hero's father couldn't even grip the sword properly. The hero said that now he would try to change the channel on the glasses. The hero adjusted his glasses. He used sensitivity, which is the ability to see creatures such as spirits and ghosts. When a small spirit flew past him, the hero recognized her as Sylph. He thought spirits were cute. The hero thought that even though he could see them with these glasses, interaction with them was prohibited. The A's Empire has its own state religion, and the most widespread on the Usia continent, the Church of True Magic, considers spirits to be evil creatures. However, on the new continent, many fairies, humans, and humanoids use and worship spirits. When you enter us, follow our rules, which means recognize our native people and communicate with them. But the hero thought they were so beautiful and elegant, and not at all like the church describes them. The hero thought that one of the wind spirits was a little different from the others. The spirit looked at him. She stopped, watching carefully. She waved her arms vigorously, while the hero wondered in his mind if she was saying anything. When she sighed, he thought she had given up. He watched her fly away. The hero sighed, realizing that he would have problems anyway if he got attached to her. He said he would change the channel to farsightedness. Birds appeared ahead. He noticed the beak wings and wondered if they were heading towards Amilia, since they usually didn't appear in populated areas. But he noticed something even more important that was really bad. Another bird. Rook is a large magical creature that eats humans and humanoid creatures. Judging by their appearance, the hero realized that they were afraid of being eaten, and yet he would not forgive himself if he allowed them to die like this. He thought that these glasses were equipped with the self-tracking function, and it was time to try out the attack mode. The hero saw that the monster had almost caught up with the beakwings. The hero began to use the spell, covering his eyes. The hero decided that whoever had time would eat it. He screamed the spell of magic clear sight. The beam flew between the two beakwings and flew towards the monster behind. The monster was able to defend itself. The hero looked at this questioningly. He was very surprised by this. The hero thought that this couldn't be, because just as an ordinary rock created a magic shield, as a rule, rocks are no different from ordinary birds. The bird was angry and flew towards the hero. The hero realized that, at this rate, all of Amilia would be in danger. The hero decided to try again, deciding that this time everything would work out, and screamed to hit the monster. The magic glasses were barely holding up. The monster parried the hero's blow again, horrified. The monster was getting closer. The hero watched. When the monster approached, the hero realized with horror that the monster was 10 meters, no, even more than 30 meters. He said that this could not be. The hero remembered that the rook was considered an extinct species. Before him was a prehistoric spirit. The hero thought that the largest spirit reached 18.5 meters, not to mention the magic shield. He wondered if they really stayed on the new continent. It was a discovery. Someone called out to Enad. He looked down to where his father and Dutton were standing in the rain. The hero realized with horror that if the monster ate him, then his father and Dutton would be next. And then the monster will harm Amilia, where all his loved ones are. While the monster was flying towards him, the guy mentally asked his opponent if he really thought Enid would let him destroy all of this before his eyes. The hero screamed that he would destroy him here and now. He began to use mana release, threatening the rock. The bird's shield held up. The hero thought that he would defeat it even if he had to use all his mana. The bird didn't even strain itself, while the hero himself tried. The guy's glasses were cracking. The hero asked himself to try a little more, just a little. The bird's shield repelled his magic. The shield began to crack, and the bird became unarmed. The boy shouted at the bird to die already. The affected bird began to fall to the ground. The boy adjusted his broken glasses, wearily saying that they had served him well. The guy thanked them again and, closing his eyes, began to fall. He fell into the water. The boy was struggling in the water. The dwarf shouted to the master until his father realized that the hero had exhausted all his mana and could not move. The boy screamed, asking to save him. She began to sink to the bottom with despair on her face. He thought about how much pain he was in, how scared he was, that he didn't want to end up like this. In front of him was his father, calling out to him and reaching out his hand towards him. The boy, crying, rushed to the Lord, calling for his father while he calmed him down. They were both in the water when the man hugged his son and told him that everything was okay. The Lord called Enid, calling him his treasure, and said that he would save him alone, at any cost. Keynes called out to Dutton, holding the child in his arms, and told the dwarf to catch him. Dutton caught the child screaming at the master. The child, clinging to the gnome, called out to him. Dutton's shocked gaze quickly turned to the side. The gnome was shouting to Keynes, who was being carried away by the current. Enid watched this. Dutton denied everything, saying that it was too bad, because there was a waterfall further on, and if nothing was done, Enid's father would die. The boy screamed for his father. He thought about this horror. The man, while in the water, turned towards his screaming son and smiled while the boy watched him with tear-stained eyes. The hero did not understand why his father should suffer unless he saved him. The dwarf behind him fell to his knees, calling out to the young master and telling him to take a good look at his master one last time. As the crying child watched, the dwarf said that this is a true man's courage. The spirit behind was watching the people sitting on the ground. The spirit, groaning, tried to pull the man out, complaining that he was heavy. This is Sylph. He travels freely around the world with the wind. Today, she met a boy with glasses who can see spirits. He defeated a huge bird with his huge laser from glasses, and she became curious. She also just caught a man who saved a boy who fell off a waterfall. She said she lives by the principle of a good deed a day. Sylph was called from the side, and she shuddered in surprise. In front of her were two ancient beakwings, Iglis and Fowl. They asked for forgiveness for frightening her. The spirit told them that if they were seducers, art dealers, or church barkers, then she would immediately give them a no. The birds did not understand what she was talking about. The girl recognized those below who had recently been saved by that guy in glasses. Fall extended his hand forward, saying that they wanted her to hand over to them the man she had saved. The girl looked at them questioningly and asked if they would eat him. The birds were amazed and discouraged, repeating her question. The embarrassed beakwing said that it was their fault, and they wanted to take him to the village because they were very loyal, and in gratitude for saving him, they wanted to help. The spirit threw them a man, saying that in such a situation she gives the family estate. Eden opened his eyes. In front of them were his parents smiling at him. The boy started to cry. The family, fortunately, was reunited. Covering himself with a blanket, the boy talked about how happy he was that his father had managed to escape. Amilia, who was lying next to him, told her brother that while he was sleeping, the beakwings had brought his father and, thank God, everyone was safe. Sylph watched them from the window, saying that they really did well, and it seemed like the boy with glasses was okay, and now she could continue watching him. Amilia hugged her brother smiling, and the spirit wondered why they were sleeping together. If there were two beds, it was cramped. The hero was surprised that in gratitude, you can even get a magic tool, and it seems he saw it somewhere. It was the Ultra Beak set, which, when put on, gives you the strength of a Superman and the ability to soar in the sky. Amilia said he said he would like to visit the village again and regretted not being able to thank him in person. The hero said that they have connections with the Lords of the Skies, Beakwings, and for the villagers it is a big plus. Then they lay, silently hearing the sounds. The hero said that something was shaking today in earnest. The sister suggested that they were probably wrestling. She sat up and said that it was great that their mother allowed them to take a break today. Enid replied that he had a feeling that she had fallen in love with her father more than before. Her sister confirmed this. He said that they were probably doing it now. The sister called her brother. The sylph outside the window chuckled, thinking that they were naive. And Sylph continues to follow the boy with glasses and will stop when she gets tired of it. The hero used the magic spear attack, and a beam appeared from his palm. An explosion occurred. The guy noticed that there was no living place on the target. He said that it was not so easy to restore mana after all. The sylph behind him said that this way, he would sweep away both enemies and allies. The boy shuddered in fear. Sylph thought that the hero seemed to be working hard, but so far without any success. She was touched while the guy was perplexed. She also thought that he really got close to the beakwings. Besides, she realized that it looked like they were going to hunt a big bird. The beakwings said that they were counting on the young master today. The guy agreed, saying that it was time. Sylph thought that the big bird had brought trouble to the people and would pay for it. She flew after them, intending to join them. Iglus informed Mr. Enid that they were almost at the nest of the rocks and asked if he was ready, and the boy agreed. The guy happily said that this time Fowl and Iglus were with him, so they wouldn't give up on the Ruhu. The Buttbeaks liked his words and called him a reliable friend, saying that he was a guy who was above Sylph nodded contentedly at their words. They found large eggs in the nest. Sylph, seeing them, said that these were just huge eggs. They must be all those birds in the sky. The hero began to list his equipment. He had a helmet, a robe, and a badge. He also checked that his glasses were in place. Sylph was touched, saying that he took the form of birds to defeat them. She noticed that the three had managed to fly up while she was laughing. She, playing the role of commentator, began to tell everything. The girl said that their hero's glasses emit a bright light. The hero used the shining gaze. The sylph closed her eyes, screaming that it was bright. The birds were disoriented, and someone said it seemed to work. The hero shouted to Fall and Iglus to begin. The buckbeaks accepted the order. Someone shouted to Fowl that it was too late. One of the birds started to act up, and the feathers it released hurt other birds. Someone shouted that the rock attacked with feathers, and that it didn't care about its fellows, and that it was terrible. Iglus called out to Mr. Enid and Fowl, saying that he wouldn't let them down. He started using magic. Iglus used the Sylph shield. Many spirits appeared nearby using the shield. Sylph was surprised to see that he had summoned all of them to help. She decided to participate as well. She stood in front of the hero using a shield and defending him from one of the feathers. She caught the feather, smiling contentedly as she looked at the white pointed feather. The hero behind her was confused, thinking that he had heard the familiar voice again. The spirit was surprised. She screamed when she saw Mr. Buckbeak as he rushed straight through the feathers towards the enemy. He wounded one of the birds and beheaded it. Fowl dealt with the next one just as quickly. The girl spoke into the microphone like an orator, and in the blink of an eye, Fowl defeated his opponent. Iglus said that there was one more left and told the hero to finish him off. He accepted the order. Iglus began to cast a spell to the Lord of the Wind spirits, calling him great and asking him to give him strength. He summoned a great hurricane. Sylph, holding onto her dress from the gust of wind, screamed that it had been carried away. She noticed something off to the side. The hero held a huge boulder in his hands without any difficulty. She, seeing this, screamed that the boy in glasses was a strong man and he would show them a trick again. She watched while the guy flew over a hurricane, inside of which was a bird holding a stone. The guy used spatial time magic. He used the spell, Weather Strike. He threw the stone down. A huge boulder crushed the remaining bird. The sylph was pleased that the rock was destroyed, she joked. The hero heard this voice, which was now laughing. The hero, holding a bag in his hand, thanked the beakwings for these materials, and they replied that this was no problem. The magic bag is a magical item that reduces the size and weight of its contents. The hero said that he had recently joined a hunter's guild, where he only got 70% of the catch. The birds were surprised. He added that in the case of the prehistoric rook, they got 90% of the profit. From Amilia, 50% went to the state tax and other things to the Eyes Empire. Another 40% went as land tax to the Governor General. Eden said that although the village had come out on top, they still had to spend money to fix the glasses. Sylph thought that it seemed that the boy in glasses had earned himself a reputation as a rook catcher. Fowl regretted that he could not thank the hero personally and remembered that he said that he was interested in the magic of spirits. He asked him to take a feather. It will help him with his magic. The feather of the ancestor rock changes color during prayer and indicates which spirit is compatible with him and what his strength is. The hero looked at the feather, and the girl was interested in what he felt, whether he was cooler than the beakwings. The guy closed his eyes, starting to pray. The birds were surprised to see the beautiful golden color, which meant that the hero had very high compatibility with the spirit of air. The boy was surprised. The sylph behind him realized that she and the boy were very compatible. The bird said that in the case of people, 1 in 30 has this ability. The boy doubted it. The sylph smiled, thinking that he was good and wanted to do it without tricks next time. The spirit, closing her eyes, smiled. She flew away, saying that perhaps they would meet, again calling the hero a dear person to her. She thought that by that time his spiritual power would increase even more time. It was her girlish sixth sense. The guy shook his head again and thought that he had been seeing things all day. He looked at the nightstand full of various objects and said that there was a good catch today. He stretched, saying how tired he was. A sylph appeared from the window. A voice was heard from the side, saying that she really wanted this beautiful feather and promised to return it later. She asked if he agreed many times while the guy was turning his head, not understanding where the sound was coming from. She took the feather, saying that silence was a sign of consent, and that the feather was beautiful. She flew away with it, thinking that it was fun with the hero, and she thought that she had not yet become bored with him. Vineria Festival. a women's beauty contest. From the stage, they spoke to the audience, telling them to get ready. The man told them to meet their last participant in this category, one of the most beautiful and famous girls in the New World. Kara Crane appeared in front of everyone. The hero thought that his mother was a beauty. In the category over 18 years old adults, participated Lady of the House Crane, Kara, and Barker from the tavern, Melissa. In the category of girls aged 10 to 19 youth, participated the eldest daughter of the House Crane, Amilia, nun, Arena, exchange student from the House Ander, Sue. Veneria Festival, participants of the village of Melia, pure-blooded elves without age restrictions. Elves, the maid and nanny of the Crane House, Luina. Kara smiled shyly, saying that she was a married woman and almost 30. Someone shouted that it was not so, and if we are talking about such beauty, then age does not matter, and besides, you can't give her more than 20 years by her appearance. The hero thought that his mother was, after all, a quarter elf. At the request of Unibasana, the mayor of the city of Floria, they participate in the Vinaria Festival, where the first beauty of the New World is chosen. Kane shouted to his wife not to worry. He thought she would win easily because she was the most beautiful on the entire continent, even in the entire world. Kara, delighted, called out to Kane's. They looked at each other lovingly. Looking at them, the hero thought that now in the whole world there was no one except these two. Enid was thinking about the competition about to start, and he was wondering how Amilia was. He knocked on the door, asking her if she was ready. She looked out from behind the door, calling her brother. He was surprised to see that she had not changed yet. The girl was shouting that these clothes were too shameful. The guy was perplexed, saying that her exit was very soon. The girl said that there were a lot of people there and she didn't have enough courage. The guy stroked her head, calming her down and telling her that she had nothing to worry about. She fell silent, surprised. He, smiling, said that she would be able to win because she herself is the most beautiful on the entire continent, even in the entire world. At that moment, he thought that he simply said the same thing as his father to his mother, deciding to cheat. She was surprised by his words, that she was the most beautiful in the world, and decided that since her brother supported her, she would try. The guy was surprised how easy everything was with her. There was someone standing behind him. Enid was called and hugged. Arena asked the hero how she was to him. Sue, standing nearby, asked him to support her too. Amilia was shocked behind her. The guy said that it suited them both very well and called them cute. Amilia was shocked. She screamed, asking her brother to cheer her up even more. The guy was surprised, calling out to her. The girls all pounced on him, and he asked them to calm down. The competition began. The host suggested that everyone continue and introduce the next category, youth. Sabrina K. Akaban was invited to the stage Jin. The girl came out on stage, greeting everyone. The father turned back, telling Enid that he was late. Enid, all disheveled, admitted that he was a little late. The guys in the crowd were talking about how pretty the Count's niece was. The girl winked and asked to vote for her. The hero looked at the girl with interest until the announcer announced the next nominee, Amilia Crane. The hero's sister came out on stage asking permission to introduce herself. The girl was embarrassed. The same guys from the crowd began to exclaim about how beautiful she was. The hero nodded proudly, thinking that this was exactly so. They liked the girl's figure. The hero thought to himself that, no matter how you look at it, the dress is great. He tried to force himself to get ready. Amilia said that today she represents the village of Melia and began to tell that everything is wonderful in her village, from nature to people. Her favorite places and most favorite people are there. Smiling, the girl mentioned her precious parents and elder brother. The hero was very touched by her words. The girl started telling everyone about her wonderful brother, saying that he has a kind heart and always thinks about the village. He always teaches her magic with attention, and glasses suit him, although he is handsome without them. The guy felt awkward. Amilia added that in any case, her brother was so wonderful and she loved him. She noticed him in the crowd and began waving. Everyone turned in that direction, and the hero, turning away, thought about Amilia. She stuttered as she thanked everyone. Everyone was shocked, and after finishing her speech, they started talking about how cute she was and decided to vote for her. Sabrina was walking behind, hearing all this. The girl clenched her teeth in anger. A little later, the Lord and the hero were walking down the street, and Kane said that they still had time before the results were announced, so she offered to eat and the hero agreed. The hero heard sounds from the alley and turned around. He noticed the girl from the contest and another one. Sabrina told him that she asked her to throw away the ballots of the other contestants. Father said that the second girl was a Cambion, who was most likely brought from the Edge of Darkness. The Edge of Darkness is located in the south of the continent of Usia. These lands are covered in harsh deserts. The half-human, half-demon people who live there are born with a crystal in their foreheads that contains magical powers. Many Cambions are turned into servants. Sabrina told her servant to hurry up because the results would be announced soon. She stuttered that there were too many people there. Sabrina, taking out a whip, told her not to worry and to quickly do what she said. Suddenly, Keynes, covering Chuka with his body, received a blow instead of her. Sabrina screamed in surprise. "Who are they?" The Lord asked how a member of the Earl's family could act so inhumanely. He thought so. The girl screamed that it was none of their business. The pads fell out of her dress. Everyone froze. Jiro picked one up, asking if it was a push-up. The girl was embarrassed. Sabrina burst into tears and said that she had had enough and fired Chuk, telling the two to take her if necessary. The girl left, leaving them. The guys decided to return. Mr. Crane was called. They looked forward in shock. The journalist congratulated them on winning 3 nominations and asked for a few words from their loved ones. The hero did not understand what was happening. Vinaria Festival with a brilliant result, and the competition was over. This victory brought glory to their village. People asked the lady what her secret of beauty was. The girl said it was because they washed themselves every day with soap, which they made themselves. Thanks to this interview, soap sales skyrocketed. In Melia, and the number of inhabitants exceeded 200 people, and the village turned into a city before our eyes. Meanwhile, the hero turned 12 and reached 700 mana. He thought that both he and the village were growing as they should. They had a new beauty. The father announced that she would work in their mansion as a maid and introduced her as Mizari. The girl introduced herself as Mizari's servant from the Edge of Darkness and thanked them for helping her out. She said that her hobbies were spells, researching spells, and admiring fire. The hero thought that although she was a beauty, she was too gloomy. As Sabrina said, the hero's father hired the discarded Mizari. The hero asked if Cambion magic was forbidden. His mother immediately said that he needed to study more and explained that teaching their magic was forbidden because it diminished the power of the crystals. She added that witchcraft did not draw their mana, and it was not profitable in their country to fight superstitions. The hero realized that they could cope without spells. Kane said that in any case, cruel treatment of servants was absolutely unacceptable in this house. He told Mizari that she could be calm. The girl became embarrassed and thanked the gentleman for saving her, promising to do anything. She added that, of course, it's not just about cleaning, but about other things as well. Kara started coughing viciously, and Keynes became frightened. He excitedly told the servant that her work as a maid would be enough. The girl seemed not to want to listen to his words and continued. Kara began to cough even more. The girl continued to insist. The hero, looking worried, thought that Mizari was too persistent and begged her to stop, otherwise his mother would kill her. Sighing, the Lord called his wife and pulled her to him. They kissed. The children were embarrassed. The Lord said that he had no concubines and did not use such things. Cain said that he does not love any other woman except his wife and cannot love. Kara was touched. The hero thought about how beautiful this scene was, but like a child, he demanded an apology. Mizari remained silent. Later, the Lord's house. The hero looked at Mizari and thought that she seemed to be working seriously. The girl saw the Lord. She started jumping, saying that she couldn't reach it. The Lord didn't pay attention. The hero thought his father was a stupid man. The girl realized that it was all useless. The girl decided to take extreme measures. A little later, Kara told her son that his technique was still lame and that instructions were very important. Sylph appeared. She told the hero that he urgently needed to go home. There was trouble there. At first, the hero thought he was hearing things again, but it sounded very clear, and he had a premonition from somewhere. He began to fly away from his sister and mother. There was a crowd below. He was shocked to see what was ahead. Their house was on fire, and the beautiful rose had thorns. The sylph saw that the hero's house was on fire and was worried about him, so she decided to ask other sylphs to help. She offered them to save the people of that fire. Others asked what business they had with them. Sylph cried and begged, saying that this was the house of someone important to her. The sylphs decided that nothing could be done when one of their friends asked. Sylph was glad that the crybaby strategy worked. Na led the others forward. She decided to try too and wanted the hero to do the same. the hero was watching his house. The hero thought that his home was in a sea of fire and did not understand how he should act in such a situation. He asked himself to calm down. At this time, Dutton and Luina should be just outside the house, but inside were his father and Mizari. Carla was nearby, shouting her husband's name. The hero began to call out to his running mother, but his sister stopped him, telling him to go quickly after their mother. The hero answered negatively and said that they should leave it to her. He added that they needed to take care of the rest and that they couldn't allow the fire to spread. He told Amilia to better help the burn victims with healing magic and to be ready near the mansion. The hero would put out the fire. She wondered how he could put out such a big fire on his own. He said that at this rate it would spread to the neighboring houses, and if he didn't take care of it, Amilia would be impossible to restore. He had to take care of it and asked her to believe in him. She said she believed in him. He flew away, thinking that he would make it rain with his weather control skill, but it would take some time for it to work. He thought it was a race against time, so he found the skills most suitable. He summoned the skills Water Dragon and Golem Creation. A huge dragon appeared. The hero orders the dragon to move forward. The villagers were surprised to see a dragon heading towards them. Amilia was shocked. The hero asked his sister if everyone had gotten out of the house, and she replied that they had. The hero could not allow this city and his favorite places to be destroyed. He ordered the dragon to use water breathing. The residents and his sister praised him. The girl said that he was their hero who saved the city, and she believed in him. Enid said that she was overdoing it because he saved the city but destroyed their house. He was sad that he didn't put out the fire, but only caused destruction because he had poor control over his power, and besides, the source of the fire was their house. The residents said that, although it was his house, he destroyed it without a shadow of a doubt to put out the fire, and thanks to him everything went smoothly, and they will help with the repairs. The hero thought that he had destroyed the house by accident, but perhaps that was called a lucky mistake. He asked his sister how his father and the others were. His sister pointed to the side. There stood his mother over his father and Mizari. He didn't understand what it was. Someone said that they were carried on the fly on beds from the house straight into the garden. Sue said that she saw the air spirits move the bed and help those two. Sue from the Anner family, who respects spirits, seems to be, and the girl herself knows how to use them a little. Sue praised the spirits. The Beakwings also said that it was the Sylphs who helped his father when he fell from the waterfall. He decided that he needed to thank them for helping him twice. He thought that it would be impossible to thank them openly since they considered them evil. The sylph on the tree thought that the hero and the others were fine, and besides, she'd received an unusual magical item that she borrowed. She did not know what a crime scene theft was. After the incident, their family was given shelter in the deputy mayor's mansion. His father and Mizari had not woken up for 3 days because they had taken a strong sleeping pill. It was more difficult with his mother. His mother was clearly sick of everything. The hero thought that maybe it would be better for his father not to open his eyes for now, and did not understand if everything was okay with his mother. The sister was not surprised because there was a possibility that his father wanted to leave Mizari. Amilia said that she would only do that to her brother, and no matter what, all they could do now was investigate the cause of the fire. Enid asked her sister to calm down. He and Amilia divided the duties and began investigating when the two opened their eyes. They told Mizari that they had multiple indications that someone had been harvesting sleeping pill ingredients on the Cirilla Plain and had bought a large amount of firewood from the woodcutter, Zaka. The hero said that all this points to Mizari, and she confessed. She admitted that she was responsible for the fire. She said that she had put a sleeping pill in the Lord's coffee and put him to bed, then drank the rest of the coffee and lay down next to him. She wanted to join him in heaven. Era told her to prepare to answer for the assassination attempt on the Lord and the arson of his house. These are 2 serious crimes, and she faces a cruel execution. She added that this was her retribution according to the laws of Ais, and, in addition, as a warning to others, she would be put on public display on the outskirts of the city. Kara told her not to even think that she would end up that easy. Keynes called his wife, saying that he wanted to abolish the cruel laws in Melia. He wants to do this to ease the suffering of those sentenced to death. Mizari called the master, saying that, despite everything, he again shows pity for her. Kara replied that she knew very well his kindness and gentleness. She screamed that he was the highest level of justice, and if he was so lenient towards criminals, the city would become unsafe. The hero believed that she was right, and if the Lord was known for his soft-heartedness, he could lose power. As a result, Security would deteriorate and the number of crimes would increase. The hero was afraid that criminals from other cities would end up there. The hero looked at the girl thinking that, even though they say that you have to follow all the rules, he won't be able to get used to such cruel punishments. It dawned on the hero, and he called his father. The hero suggested that Mizari become a test subject. Smallpox. This disease has a high inertia, and the fatality rate is about 50%. Even if you are lucky enough to recover, there will be serious consequences such as scars or blindness. This infection is so terrible that it is also called the devil's disease. Someone called Enid. His father said that he continues to study medicine in order to destroy the disease that once took the lives of his parents. Keynes recalled how his father died in terrible agony, and his mother, although she recovered, was left with terrible scars all over her body, turning her life into a nightmare, and she could not live with it. He said that defeating smallpox is all he wants. When his father said this, his eyes were shining with determination. If smallpox in this world is the same as in the past, maybe they can develop a vaccine. Father asked him again about the experiments. The hero said that he was talking about his father's experiments to develop a vaccine, and Mizari would be the test subject. The hero told his mother that in fact, a deferment of punishment for especially dangerous criminals is possible for those who participate in medical experiments, and if they are successful, he will pardon them. He thinks that the townspeople won't be against it either. Father thought about it and asked Mizari what she thought. She immediately agreed. She thanked them for showing mercy to a sinner like her. Keynes thanked Kara for listening. She turned away, saying that if they could develop a vaccine, Keynes's name would thunder throughout the world. Since they still have no targets for developing a vaccine, Mizari's treatment became one of the points. The guilty party was assigned to a 10-year trial. As for the postponement of Mizari's punishment, the idea was to place her in prison until the decision was agreed upon with the vice president and the townspeople. However, the hero's father and the others, out of the kindness of their hearts and his mother for other reasons, decided not to do this. In return, his mother used the cursed nail spell. Mizari accepted the spell. Kara said that if Mizari did them again, that nail would gradually turn green, and when it was completely green, she would turn into a nasty toad, so she shouldn't do that ever again. Mizari said that this was her sign of devotion to her master. A little later, the hero was glad that their Duttonfoot thresher had survived. Their mansion has a basement where various experiments and research were conducted. It also contains most of the goat-cheating developments, most of which have not yet been made public. The hero thought that by making them public, there would be a sharp jump in development and population growth, which is also no joke. The hero told his father that the equipment for experiments had also survived, and they would soon be able to get down to business. Father was happy. The hero suggested that he try to save thousands of lives. The father thanked him. Later, the hero thought that although he had told his father this, he could not remember something important. Smallpox had long been eradicated on Earth, and the vaccine was being tested on certain animals. He couldn't remember what kind of animals they were because he had reincarnated 10 years ago. He wanted something to remind him. The guy bumped into something. The girl apologized, saying she was inattentive. The hero told Irina that he should apologize. The girl praised him. She hugged him. He thought about how she was only 3 years older than him, but she treated him like a younger brother. The guys behind were jealous. Sylph said that she reminded her of a cow. The hero remembered that it was cowpox. Cowpox is a skin disease of cows. It is contagious to humans, but nothing serious. In the village of Hain, the girl told him that there were no smallpox patients in their area. He was surprised. This village north of Amilia is known for its thriving dairy farming industry, with the locals' lives revolving around milk production. The girl said that even before they moved to the New World with Usia, they were always told that if you had cowpox, you wouldn't catch the regular one. She added that the previous ruler, who visited the village and was knowledgeable about medicine, said that this was just a belief. Enid thought that people infected with cowpox might develop immunity to a related strain of smallpox, just like on Earth. He decided to report it to his father first. Later, his father said it was important information. Keynes said that he would soon be going to Haina as well, and told his son to go to Mizari before preparing for the experiment and infecting her, asking him to tell her to stop tending the cows. With the help of the townspeople, a new mansion was built, which has stables for horses and cows. Mizari was entrusted with caring for them. And thanks to his father's many trips to Hain for field research, the hero became convinced that smallpox in this world is exactly the same as on Earth. Other owls, if they use the cowpox virus, will be able to take smallpox under their control. The Lord asked Mizari if she was sure she didn't mind, and she agreed. The hero thought that they were already at the finish line. Mizari would receive a vaccine developed from a cowpox blister. They increased the dose over several weeks. And today, she will get vaccinated. Thanks to the hero's father's vaccine, her body should produce enough antibodies. Mizari said that she was ready for this outstanding experiment, all for the sake of saving people around the world. The Lord was touched until she added that everything was for the sake of the Lord and she would gladly sacrifice everything. Keynes decided to get started. He injected Mizari with the vaccine. Enid said that since there was a risk of infection, he would examine her after isolation. But his father interrupted him. He said that he also needed to be isolated since he had also been vaccinated. The hero thought that he and his father had indeed been vaccinated with the same vaccine after the research, but it was too early to talk about any results. Kara was worried. Kara asked what he was thinking, and Militia supported her. Keynes said that he decided to vaccinate Mizari to make sure the research was successful. He said it was a terrible pox, and of course he should test it on himself, and they needed as many clinical subjects as possible. Keynes said he wanted to rid the world of this devilish disease as quickly as possible. The hero saw that his mother accepted his determination. His father wanted to stop people suffering, stop the virus by putting his life on the line. The hero also wanted to become a test subject, but this could be very inopportune because the results may not be successful at all. He saw how his father was fired up by this idea. So the hero announced that he too would be vaccinated against smallpox. 6 months later, the hero was congratulated on his 13th birthday and on reaching 800 mana points. They never infected anyone with smallpox, and the experiment ended in the best possible way. The townspeople recognized Mizari for her service and dropped all charges, but his mother's spell was still in effect. Kara remembered when Enid said he would inject himself with the virus too. The blood ran down her spine. The men asked for forgiveness. Kane said he was finally convinced that the experiment had been a success. He told his son that it was all thanks to his theory and help. They thanked Enid. Success in the trials does not mean victory over the virus, but the soap does seem to be spreading the message of hygiene. The vaccine his father developed, for which he put his life on the line, will one day save many lives. He thinks that maybe he is exaggerating his knowledge from his past life, but maybe he can serve people as the happiness of the nation. Next on his mind were mouthwash and antiseptic. The hero thought that it was impossible for something like this to happen. Everyone around him was crying, not recognizing his sacrifice. They had no idea back then. Amilia ran towards him. One holiday, they explored ruins that were rumored to be over 1,000 years old. Someone asked if they were, and they were a super ancient civilization of mages. The hero said that it would be great to find an ancient artifact from that era. The guy next to him said that the hero believed in fairy tales like a child. He added that if it came to that, this literature and magical artifacts could belong to an even more ancient era. It was the head of his own guild, the eldest son of the Hondo family, Saruto Hondo. Saruto considered it stupid that people had been to the moon, had sunk to the bottom of the ocean, and that there was a weapon capable of destroying the world in 7 times. These ruins were discovered by settlers of the New World. Internal investigations have already been conducted here, and no treasures have been found that could be relevant artifacts. The hero thought that it seemed like a normal study. For such a budget, he likes this kind of thing, so he expects something interesting. Amilia said she thinks guys who never forget their dreams are just wonderful. The guy behind said that he also believed he considered himself a romantic who dreamed. It was the second son of Lord Arthur, of the Eyes Empire, Governor-General of the Northeast of the New World, Conan du Zagre Toll, Arthur. Amilia said it was his part, and he thought it was wonderful. The guy was beside himself with the compliment. He happily hugged the hero, and the latter thought that Conan was just like from the movies. The hero noticed that this time Conan decided to use the research to get closer to Amilia. Conan told him not to be formal, since he might become his older brother in the future. Saruto tried to flatter Conan. Conan's family is older and higher in social status than the hero's family, so he and Amilia are careful with their choice of words. On the other hand, the upstart Hondo only surpassed Crane in rank, but the difference in attitude is visible to the naked eye. The hero thought that hierarchy was important for aristocrats and resigned himself to it. The hero believes that human qualities distinguish you from other weak people. Saruto shouted at the servant. It was Saruto's servant, a cambion named Kane. Saruto said that since Kane had the blood of a beast flowing through him, he could have been faster and spat at him, but he missed. The hero knew it was bad form to interfere with how masters treated their servants, but he couldn't. He hoped the invisible wall would work. But Saruto noticed. He asked the hero if he had disturbed him, and the hero realized that he had been caught. Hondo wanted to start an argument, but Arthur stopped him. Conan said that even though they call them servants, they are still people. He added that it was unpleasant to watch someone else's dignity being belittled. Saruto quickly listened to him. Kane thanked Enid. They started talking, and Amilia tried not to be jealous, reminding herself that Kane was a guy. Enid offered to give Mia his things too. Mia was Conan's servant. She refused help. Enid thought that these ruins were not particularly dangerous and were more like an adventure than exploration. They had 6 people and plus 1 golem. He wondered if everything would be okay. They noticed that there were no monsters at all. The hero said that it seemed like everyone had been destroyed during the investigations. Conan was upset because he wanted to demonstrate his abilities to Amilia. The hero noticed that there weren't even any guard monsters, so Conan had missed his chance. Finally, the monsters came out. The hero looked at these creatures. He called them insignificant when compared to those movements. He considered this a complete bore and that a golem would be enough. Arthur jumped forward and said that everything was fine. He decided to take care of the monsters himself. Conan asked the hero to help him with magic. The hero used the magic blade, considering it a waste of energy, and Amilia decided to use her protective magic. Amilia used the skill Mega Armor. Everyone was covered with protection. Arthur said that he felt Amelia's love, and with that he was invincible. He swung his sword. He started to hit the monsters. The hero thought that thanks to his magic, Conan was invincible. A monster appeared behind Arthur. The hero used an invisible wall. He shouted to Arthur to hit now while the enemy was stunned. Finally, Arthur dealt with everyone. Saruto praised Conan, and the hero noticed that he had been hiding all this time. Amilia asked her brother if he had just helped Conan, and he replied that it was only a little, since even he couldn't have dodged it from that distance. The girl said that she had finally made up her mind, but the hero did not understand her. Arthur said that they had finally arrived. They came to the king's throne. Arthur said that after so many fights to the death, they finally got to him a lot of emotions. The hero thought it was a small fish. Saruto suggested going back, and the hero noticed that he had wet his pants. Arthur replied that an investigation needed to be conducted first. Sev Conan said that the throne was very comfortable. Suguru fawned over him, saying that he looked like a king. Hondo called Kane, telling him to search every corner and lick the entire floor. The servant obeyed. The hero called Kane, gave him the item, and told him to use it, and then he wouldn't have to squat when he explored. Kane thanked him. Amilia jumped forward, telling her brother that she could help too. Then the hero told her to explore the left side. Amilia mentally reminded herself again that Kane was a guy and there could be no love between them. The hero walked forward, remembering that in games there is usually a secret staircase behind the throne. He tapped his staff on the floor and noticed that in one place the sound of the tapping on the floor was slightly different. He wondered if there really was a secret staircase, but it should have been discovered during the exploration. Saruto asked what he was muttering. Enid told Conan that it looked like the throne could be moved and asked him to help. Saruto was indignant that he asked Arthur for help. Everyone wanted to help. Sylph flew by. She finally found a hero and said that there was nothing she could do. She would have to help. A little earlier, Sylph said that she felt the presence of the hero on the right. The others said that on the left. They looked at each other angrily. They called each other names. They were amazed at the perfect copy. Sylph said that it was because she was a carbon copy doll, which the Sylph stole during the fire in the hero's house. She shouted that she only borrowed it. The carbon copy doll copies the appearance of the memory and the character of whoever presses the activation button. Sylph said that she just wanted to press the button that she stopped her right hand, but her left hand immediately pressed it. The original had her left hand tied up. The copy, whose right hand was tied up, replied that she just wanted to press it and was making excuses. Sylph suggested that they look for the hero instead, but they again disagreed on which way to go. Sylph shouted that the copies had better listen to the original. They began to fight and tear out hair. They were both angry. They simultaneously pronounced mutual liquidation, and only one flew away. The spirit said that the original had ruined their beautiful friendship. She noticed the hero. Seeing the guy in his company, she said that going left was the right decision. She even adopted her ability to stalk the hero. The hero said that the sound in this place is different. The spirit realized that they were looking for something and decided to help. She was scared of the golem and realized that the hero was somehow controlling it. She was worried that something would happen. The hero found runes there. He wondered if there was a secret staircase in the dungeon. He read that only the one who made the recording can enter. Spirits cannot make recordings. Only living beings can make recordings. He considered these conditions simple. Sylph shouted that this is discrimination against spirits. Amilia asked if it was a fake. Arthur asked what it said. The hero told about the stairs and gates that lead to the heavenly city. Saruto shouted that it was dangerous to go to such a suspicious place and suggested going back. Arthur asked him to calm down, because then he would not be able to enjoy the adventure. The hero thought that it would be better for them to go back and tell the adults about everything. The sylph shouted for the hero to quickly make the inscription and show his courage. Enid heard this voice again when he doubted and thought that it was the whisper of the gods. Many believers and holy knights of Amilia's main religion, the Church of True Magic, say they have heard the voice of the supreme god, Manasthesia. Because of his mother, the hero also became a believer. Still, the hero thought that he was ordinary and went to church mainly because of Arena. But still, he decided to follow the voice. He thought about the fact that he needed to write the true name to finish the inscription. True name is a church name given to a baby. It often sounds similar to the regular name. The hero's name is Nieto. He recalled that its meaning sounded different than in the past life. In the true language, it is translated as remaining in the darkness. Sylph told the hero that the floor is moving. They saw a staircase. Arthur said that was great and suggested that they go explore the dungeon. He went ahead and everything started moving. Conan was missing. Everyone was in a panic. A scuffle ensued and everyone fell down. Except for the golem, he couldn't get in. Arthur saw that the guys had arrived. Arthur laughed, saying that he had slipped and fallen down in his joy. The hero replied that the main thing was that he was okay. He saw something to the side. He said it was a transformative circle. Looking around, he realized that there seemed to be nothing else there. Arthur said that he had been in this place for some time and nothing had happened. Sylph told the hero to look at the ceiling, and he noticed the inscriptions. She said it happened when he entered the circle, and most likely it was a password. The guy realized that it was in the true language. The hero repeated the launch, and everything sparkled. The voice said that the total mana points were 815, and the threshold had been reached. The gate opening had been started. Amilia asked her brother what it was, and he reassured her. The voice said that in 60 seconds, the teleport to the heavenly city would be initiated. The heavenly city was located right above the heavens. The voice said that one of them had to die. Saruto started to panic and tried to run away, but he encountered an obstacle. He screamed that they couldn't get out. Arthur tried to smash the wall with a sword, but only broke it. Amilia started using the skill, Group Teleport. The girl started crying because nothing worked. The magic didn't work. The hero said that maybe there was a seal on the movement spells in this place. Enid called upon the spell, Seal Break, but it didn't work either. The voice said that there were 30 seconds left and asked him to calm down and wait. Saruto screamed that he didn't want to die in such a place, and that there was no other way out. He rushed to Enid. He told the hero to teleport everyone except himself. It should work. The hero thought that he really was the only one who left the inscription. He decided that such deeds should be paid for. Amilia rushed to him, asking him to stop because she would not leave without him. She said that she could not lose him and asked him not to teleport her at least and to leave together. She begged. He thought that he loved her, even for the mere thought of it. He apologized to her, and he teleported everyone, remaining alone. They hit the wall, calling him. He didn't think it was possible, but he tried to use the movement for himself, but it didn't work. The voice announced that there were 10 seconds left. He was still afraid of dying. He wanted to scream and cry. However, he remembered that his father did not cry, but smiled at him. Now the hero understood his father's feelings. He smiled, thinking that it was so, as not to hurt his beloved family and Amilia deeply. He said goodbye to Amilia and asked her to convey this to her parents. The girl said that she would also die and follow him. He called Amilia and said that he really loved her, so he asked her to listen to his request, and she agreed. He asked her to live. This request made her cry. Enid asked Arthur to take care of her sister, and he immediately agreed, saying that he would never forget his bravery. Time started counting from 3. The hero thought what a wet farewell this was. And the last thing that comes to his mind is the phrase from the movie, "I'll be back." He decided that this is how it would all end. It would be cruel to give hope for a return if he was not there. So he mentally asked, at least not to forget him. The voice announced the end of time. The voice announced the beginning of the ascent. The hero could not see anything, it was too bright. The sylph next to him said that she would also go with him. She was curious where she would end up after death. It was exciting. The hero smiled, hearing that the owner of this voice was with him. The realization that he was not the only hero made it a little easier. The Alpha Sky City system was starting up. According to the program, Enid was a resident of a rank F city, a new hope for the citizens. His total mana was 852 to 798, and the check was successful. He was the only inhabitant of the celestial city of Alpha and had the right to inherit. Enid opened his eyes. He turned around, trying to figure out where he was. Looking at his hand, he noticed that he had become transparent. The main character was in the middle of the city. The boy floated in the air, though magic remained unavailable. Thoughts about what kind of heavenly city this was filled his mind. He rose high above the ground, curious and wondering if this was the afterlife. The fragile hope of rebirth was meaningless to him. He began to miss Amilia and everyone else, realizing he would never see them again. He slapped his face hard and forced himself to pull himself together. He needed to find someone else. He walked through the wall, amazed at how easily it happened. His spiritual body knew no barriers. Looking around, he noticed the beauty of the city, tall buildings that were not there in Amilia. Enid wondered about the top of the tower in the center of the city and whether he could reach it by flying along the walls. However, there was not a soul around. He also did not hear anyone's voices. After an hour of silence, a feeling of helplessness came over him. The thought that he might be the only living being here flashed through his mind. He closed his eyes, and tears came to his eyes. He wanted to see someone so much. And suddenly a fairy appeared next to him, joyfully greeting him. She exclaimed that her instincts had been right. Enid froze in surprise, but was pleased to note that he could hear her voice clearly. The fairy told him that he should go to the tower in the middle of the city, under which his body was located. This news shook him. He did not believe how this was possible. She added that the lower floor was full of beautiful dolls, but she couldn't push the star button herself since she wasn't the owner of the place. However, she assured him that he could probably do it. He rubbed his eyes. Enid was confused, not understanding what was happening around him. He realized that he had no choice but to follow her, heading steadily towards the high tower. The boy felt the fairy fly through the walls and tell him that his body was there. He noticed that he had already gotten used to passing through the floor and walls, but despite this, doors and gates remained insurmountable for him. Looking around, he saw many capsules that reminded him of scenes from a science fiction movie. He was suddenly overcome with excitement. He expected to see something more than just a medieval morgue. However, the fairy pointed to the capsules and noted that they looked more like refrigerators. Looking inside one of them, the guy saw his body and thought that this could be some kind of cryogenic sleep. The fairy, getting his attention, pointed to a tablet with instructions. It said that if he was the king of ghosts, he should enter the underworld to get his physical body back. Enid remembered the ancient secret technique of transforming into a ghost and pondered its meaning. Not fully understanding what was written, he resolutely extended his hand and realized that the only way out was to try. Gathering his thoughts, he touched his body. At that moment, everything around him began to tremble. Opening his eyes abruptly, he discovered that he was now in his own body and no longer transparent. He was overcome with curiosity. Was he really back? Suddenly, the fairy's voice informed him that his soul had returned to his physical body. She congratulated Enid on this event. The boy thanked her joyfully, and, although he did not see the owner of this voice, he felt that a deity was guiding him. He couldn't help but ask if she was a deity. The fairy exclaimed with delight that he had spoken to her for the first time. Her presence became more noticeable. Ona happily reported that it was all thanks to his newfound superbody. He felt confident, as if he had looked into the future. At that moment, the fairy's form changed into that of a beautiful girl. She introduced herself as Shiel and admitted that she was a goddess. Enid noticed that the light was too bright and he could not see her face, but he felt that she really looked like a goddess. The girl said that her current form was taking too much energy and would soon disappear. She explained that she had shown Enid her final form, at which point the boy froze, lost in thought about what he had just seen. Now he had to go to the second floor of the basement to launch something unknown. This news surprised the young man, and he could not contain these feelings. Seal, noticing his reaction, assured him that there was an elevator to that floor and, without wasting any time, called him to follow her. Enid remembered that he was now without clothes, and this added to his discomfort. He wanted to quickly find his clothes. The elevator quickly took them to the desired floor, and soon they emerged into a spacious room. Seal happily announced that they were on the second underground floor. Enid wrapped himself in a rag he found nearby and felt relieved. However, when he looked around, something completely unusual caught his attention because there were many girls in capsules standing all over the floor. As he looked around carefully, his eyes widened in surprise. The fairy, noticing his reaction, pointed to the door leading to this mysterious space. Enid slowly opened the door and stepped inside. What he saw shocked him to the depths of his soul. In front of him were rows of capsules with beautiful girls inside. He could not believe his eyes. These were real living creatures, only sleeping, as if frozen in time. Their faces were like two peas in a pod, but the differences in hair color and height gave each of them their own uniqueness and individuality. The guy was embarrassed by how attractive they were. Each of the girls looked absolutely charming and mesmerizing. The face of one of the girls was particularly refined. There was something attractive about her. Seal, noticing his interest, asked him if he liked any of the girls. Suddenly, Enid exclaimed in surprise and embarrassment. One of them really caught his attention more than the others. He felt his heart beat faster. The fairy pointed to a sign next to the capsules and asked him to quickly launch that doll. She told him to look at the wall on the right. The sign read, "Dolls of the Gods of War, Alpha Series, Serial Numbers 1100, Storage." Enid was shocked by this information. The dolls of the Gods of War were used as golems for battles. He could not believe what was happening. Sil added that these dolls could not only be soldiers and protectors, but also take care of everyday affairs in maid costumes. He just had to press a button. The protagonist wondered where she could be. Confusion overtook him again when he read the inscription. Seal, noticing his confusion, flew next to him as if trying to support him in this strange and exciting moment. Enid was amazed by the design of the dolls that stood in the capsules. He remembered how in his past life he had only seen something like this in a manga. It seemed like heaven. Giel, the fairy, was eagerly urging him, insistently urging him to press the button that was inside the doll. The boy was embarrassed. He looked at the girl who had caught his attention. She was incredibly beautiful. Her features were harmonious and her lips were gracefully outlined. Her smooth hair flowed over her shoulders. Enid could not take his eyes off her. Putting his palm under the capsule, he carefully opened it and took the girl out of it. Excitement filled him, because her skin was as soft and warm as a human's, but at the same time, it was surprisingly light. Enid carefully carried her into his arms, trying not to hurt her. He felt his heart beat faster when he held her. The protagonist noticed that her face was flawless. Every detail was perfect, from her thin eyebrows to her long eyelashes that gave her a mysterious look. Her skin was like silk, smooth and soft to the touch. However, at that moment, Enid realized one disturbing detail. Her heart was not beating. This realization made him freeze for a moment. Sil reminded him that he had to press the switch, not just touch the doll, and she began to hurry him. He became even more confused, but he understood her concern. Gathering all his will, he decided to try to activate the doll. Memories of how he had experienced similar situations in his past life came to mind, but now he was worried. Time had passed since his reincarnation, and although it was necessary, he had no desire. His hands were shaking. When Enid noticed that the girl was hot, he stopped in confusion. The feeling was unexpected and disturbing. He knew he couldn't just reach the switch. Sil, his faithful companion and fairy, advised him to be more cunning, and there was confidence in her voice. She had confidence in the young man, which was given to her words. Enid wondered how Sil could say such things. The fairy looked pleased and confident that he was ready to activate. However, confusion was beginning to arise in his heart. Thoughts were racing through his head, and the boy felt that there was nowhere to retreat. He understood that he had to act. Gathering his courage, Enid walked closer to the girl. The main character looked straight at her face. Awkwardness filled the space between them. Sil watched with curiosity, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Suddenly, the beautiful girl suddenly turned on and took a deep breath. Her eyes opened, and she looked at the world around her in surprise, as if waking up from a long sleep. A smile played on her lips, radiating joy at being awakened. She held out her arms, ready to embrace her new master. Sil, immersed in pitch darkness, felt as if she was floating in endless spaces. Around her, the city was moving swiftly, preparing to initialize the Sky City system, the program that granted the right of inheritance. She was surprised that she now had such rights. Without understanding what was happening, she felt happiness and excitement. Suddenly, she was informed that her body, separated from her soul, had been transferred to the Temple of Storage and was being prepared for the awakening of the Lord of Heaven. In the darkness, she saw a guy wearing glasses, but he suddenly disappeared. Seal wondered if he really had a right to inherit. Soon followed the information that the identification of the foreign body was carried out and it was recognized as a doll. Then the initialization of the foreign object with destruction began. The countdown began, and suddenly a beam of light pierced the darkness. Sil screamed in horror as she felt a whole form inside her. She didn't understand what it meant and began to melt. Suddenly she woke up and opened her eyes. For a moment she was gone, but then she was back in this world. Suddenly she heard a voice behind her. The shadow said that the doll had its own personality and that at the moment of its disappearance she could see her dreams. Seal was full of questions. Who is this shadow, and why is she wearing glasses? Where are they? Because there is only white space around. The guy was surprised that she can see him. The shadow explained that her appearance depended on the desire of the person standing in front of her. If she saw him wearing glasses, then that was her desire. Seal looked at the shadow in admiration, which said that she was a god, but this definition was not enough to describe him. The fairy was happy to stand in front of the god, and without thinking called him Super God. The shadow replied with a smile that she could call him whatever she wanted. She felt happy that she could give him such a name. The shadow informed Seal that she was in her dream. The fairy thought about how she was just a doll. The voice explained that simple dolls do not have personalities, so she can see dreams, but will not be able to appear in the material world again. Intrigued, Seal asked why. The voice explained that this dimension between the material world and the heavens was called the Celestial City. She could not have a body here. Once there, she completely disappears. The fairy exclaimed in surprise. The shadow continued to say that before you die, you usually see a dream. The fairy was confused and surprised that her body was destroyed. The shadow with glasses reassured her. There was no need to worry. He could connect her to any empty shell here. The system wouldn't touch her, but she had to wait for the Lord of Heaven to awaken. Magical energy began to flow around the fairy. Shadow asked if she thought he might be evil. Seal confidently replied that he was a cool god. Shadow placed her hands on her chest and informed her that she would have an unusual body and the same abilities. He asked her if she agreed. Satisfied, Seal closed her eyes, knowing that she would have a special body. She decided to continue acting as a guide for the boy, remembering the god with glasses. At that moment, Enid and the fairy heard a joyful exclamation. The girl was happy that her master had awakened her. The fairy asked the protagonist to be glad that he managed to turn on the girl. She reminded him not to be embarrassed. There were still a few more dolls to activate. Enid was embarrassed that he touched the girl without warning. But Seal calmly told him, it's okay. She thought that even though she didn't see anything, the main character is really cool. It seemed that the doll could not hear the fairy. She was curious about her abilities. The girl asked to give her a name. Seal loudly exclaimed that her number should be serial number 77. She called her 77. The boy thought that such a name did not suit her. He thought about what name would suit her better. Suddenly, the name Nana came to his mind. But he couldn't help but ask her if she would like such names. The girl was embarrassed, touching her face, and asked if that meant her name would sound exactly like that. She thanked the guy for such a beautiful name and tenderly called him Sir. The fairy, observing their interaction, noticed that the doll seemed to have fallen in love with him and advised him to act. Enid asked Nanasha if she really was a doll. She confidently answered yes. He noted that she was not at all like a regular doll. Then the girl began to tell about herself. She was a humanoid combat golem of the Alpha series. Now she belonged only to him. Serving the master was her only desire, and it would bring her true pleasure. The guy was embarrassed by such words. Nanashi asked why he chose such a name for her. The young man thought about it and apologized to her, saying that he himself could not answer this question. The girl was a little upset. The fairy intervened, reminding him that this was not right, and that he should think about what he said. This was part of a woman's romance, and he had ruined it. A voice behind Enid asked him to improve. The boy turned to the girl and asked if she wanted to know the reason for the name. He explained that his heart suggested this name. Nanashi was so embarrassed that she blushed. She touched her face and was incredibly happy. The magical creature noted that she was a good advisor. The guy asked Nanashi if they were in the Celestial City now and if she knew how to return to Earth. The girl thought for a moment and said that she needed to wait a bit. She wanted to look for information in her database. The boy was surprised and said that this was expected from a combat doll. She can do everything and even help him find his way home. He looked at her with admiration. But then, Nanashi abruptly informed that there was no such information in her database. She was very upset and apologized to the gentleman for being useless. He calmed her down. Suddenly, the girl remembered that her mother should have more information. She is at the very top, being an artificial magical intelligence and knowing everything about the heavenly city. Seal looked at her with admiration. She concluded that she knew her mother. It was she who had made a hole in her because she simply could not follow the guy with glasses. The protagonist listened to her story with surprise. The girl said that at first she was taken to her mother, but she does not want to go to her again because if she appears there again, she will be killed again. They entered the elevator. Before heading to his mother, the protagonist decided to get some clothes. They walked around the city. The girl noted that there should be many clothing stores on the floor. The fairy's voice told the guy to stop being embarrassed because the girl was very beautiful. The heroes looked around and were surprised that they did not see a single working doll. Nanashi performed a search of the objects and reported that no working dolls were found in the city except for her. The guy asked if there would be any consequences if he took things without permission. The fairy replied that it was enough to nag. There were no more dolls, so he had to take whatever he wanted. Enid picked out a beautiful outfit for himself and began to look manly. He was gorgeous, but he still wanted to find his glasses. Suddenly, Nanashi came out of the dressing room. She asked what she looked like. The girl was very beautiful and sparkling. The fairy noted her beauty, but the guy was embarrassed by this sight. Nanashi twirled around in front of him and asked if he thought the clothes were a little small. The guy was confused and couldn't say a word. His nose started bleeding. He could only modestly say that everything was great, and she looked gorgeous in that outfit. The girl understood his embarrassment and smiled. The guy thought with each passing minute it was becoming more and more difficult for him to restrain his feelings for her. Nanashi, trying on different looks, admired the variety of clothes that were around. At one point, she put on a maid's costume and, with a smile, asked her master which of the outfits he liked the most. The guy, without hesitation, replied that the maid's costume suited her the most. The girl nodded gratefully, happy with his choice. Seal, watching their interaction, noticed how the boy was embarrassed, enjoying the sight of Nanashi in different outfits. He suddenly remembered his magic glasses and asked the girl where he could find them. Nanashi explained that the glasses could be found on the 7th floor, as it was not the only floor with clothes. She added that the selection there was huge and confidently assumed that he would find them. The fairy thought about how much the boy liked the glasses. Their attention was drawn to the many decorations and accessories. Among them were beautiful rings. Enid chose one of the glasses that he liked and was pleasantly surprised by how they looked. He started reading the information about them and thought that the Celestial City was really amazing. Even these glasses seemed better than the ones he wore on Earth. Suddenly, Nanashi turned to him. She wanted to show how she looked in her new glasses. She looked absolutely gorgeous, and a sensual atmosphere arose between them. The guy admiringly admitted that she looked beautiful in those glasses. However, their moment was interrupted by the fairy, reminding them of the need to move on to the upper floor. She was serious and insistently urged them to hurry. Enid asked Nanashi to take them to her mother. The girl happily agreed and said that her mother was on the 999th floor. The guy was amazed by such a high figure and noted that the journey would be long, but the elevator quickly delivered them to the desired floor thanks to the teleport. Enid noted how impressive the technology of the Celestial City was. When they reached the floor, Nanashi told him about the control room where her mother was. The boy was surprised by the huge passage and looked up at the ceiling. He thought that if the goddess had destroyed her mother, then they were going there in vain. Soon, they found themselves in front of a sealed door. Nanashi turned to her master. As a resident of the city, he could open it with a simple touch. The boy understood her hint and extended his hand to the door. However, she informed him that the inhabitants of Frong do not have access to control this door. Enid was confused. The fairy noted that she had this access. She activated her power, aiming it at the door. As a result, the door exploded, and the heroes were shocked by what was happening. Nanashi thought about how her magic glasses were showing too much damage from the blow. It was astonishing. The boy asked her how this was possible. Even the doll from Olakalka couldn't scratch her. The girl explained that energy was needed to fly, and she used up some of her fuel supply. She did not expect such a result, and now she must replenish her strength so she will fall into a short hibernation. The guy was surprised by this. The fairy was ready for battle. If her mother turns out to be evil, she will have to use all her powers and spells. With a wink, she informed them that she was going into hibernation mode and asked them to take care of themselves until the next meeting. Left alone with Nanashi, Enid reflected that they had little choice. The door was open, but to enter would be to become trespassers, and they did not want to do that. Suddenly, from behind the door, a voice of the city was heard calling the townsmen. The guy was surprised because the voice invited them to come in. An unknown voice, addressing an ordinary citizen, invited him to come in. The heroes, looking at each other, froze in surprise, realizing that the level had been registered. Enid thought about his mana. Nanashi, looking at him, quietly said that her mother was calling them. The guy immediately realized that it was her voice. All that was left was to take a step forward. With determination, he crossed the threshold of the room, and at that very moment, everything around him was illuminated by a bright light. Enid had to cover his eyes from the blinding radiance. When he opened them again, a majestic statue of a woman stood before him. The voice continued to sound, addressing the common citizen. The hero looked with admiration at the statue, which was clearly a goddess. The boy wondered where he had seen something like this before. He remembered and realized that it was a huge statue in the royal port, a statue of an unknown goddess towering over the entire world. He thought about how she was just stone, without a drop of magic. It seemed a strange coincidence to him. There were friendly notes in the statue's voice. Enid, embarrassedly asking if she was the mother of this place, received an affirmative answer. She is in complete control of the city and is the mother everyone talks about. The boy apologized for breaking the gate, but the statue smiled softly and told him not to worry about it. The gates were originally not supposed to let him through by law. Only people of rank A or higher could enter, and here he was, a simple citizen, an exception to the rule. Enid thought about this thought. The statue confirmed his suspicions, explaining that he had rights to the inheritance and could dispose of it as he saw fit. At that moment, Enid was amazed that he was the heir. His surprise knew no bounds. Why did all this fall on him so suddenly? He put his hands to his head, trying to comprehend what was happening. Nanashi, noticing his confusion, calmed him down and asked him to remain calm. The statue's voice also gently urged him to calm down. Then she decided to tell about the city. This heavenly city was in another dimension, where only the Celestials lived. The guy thought about the fact that this was really another dimension, and was amazed. Over the course of thousands of years, ancient cities were created here. Enid, lost in thought about ancient civilizations, stood before the statue as if enchanted. He could not help but think of the technologies he had encountered along the way. They were so unusual that they seemed from another world. An image of a magic ball embedded in a ring he had once seen came to mind. It was a true work of art, luxurious and mysterious. The boy thought about the spiritual seal, known on Earth as a spiritual stone. He understood that the power levels of these artifacts were completely different, and the ancient artifacts had a power that was inaccessible to modern people. Many people sought them. But as it turned out, after the creation of this magnificent city, not a single descendant of those who built it survived. Every single one of them perished, and this explained why Enid did not meet anyone. Curious, he turned to the statue and asked about the reasons for this tragedy. The statue, with a soft and wise voice, admitted that it did not know the exact reason. Perhaps the ancients had angered of being superior to the gods. Enid looked down sadly. The statue continued. According to the ancients' rules of election, the first inhabitant to enter the city became the successor and received the entire inheritance, and this inhabitant turned out to be precisely he. This news shocked Enid. He realized that now everything belongs to him, from technology to the underground sisters. But instead of joy, he was overcome by a feeling of anxiety. He was not prepared for such responsibility. It seemed too sudden and too much of a burden. A thrill ran through him as he turned to the statue with a request. He wanted to return to Earth. Nanashi, watching him with admiration and concern, was ready to support his decision. The statue, noticing his determination, confirmed that there was a way to return. Enid could not contain his surprise. He exclaimed with joy. The city mother explained to him that there was a gate for teleportation, but that it would require a huge amount of energy to open it. The boy was glad to have the energy. The statue replied that the minimum strength required to open the gate belonged to A-rank citizens and was 900. He exhaled, realizing that it was not much at all, and confidently stated that he would be able to reach that level within a year. Nanashi, addressing her master, explained that 1 kiloman was equal to approximately 1,000 mana, and therefore 900,000 mana would be required to open the gate. Enid was stunned by this news. The figure seemed colossal to him. He fell to the ground, dejected. Nanashi sat down next to him, ready to support him. The boy apologized to Amilia. Realizing that it might be impossible to get out of the heavenly city, 900,000 mana seemed like an impossible task even in 10 years. Meanwhile, in his hometown, there was a church of the Order of Magi. Amilia, kneeling, prayed to the greatest god Manasthesius, asking for the salvation of her elder brother. 3 years had already passed since Enid's disappearance. They thought about the tragedy and worried about their son. Amilia assured them that her brother was fine and that if she prayed every day, he would definitely hear her. With tears in her eyes, she added that it was not necessary to see him again. The main thing was that he was alive. Her parents smiled, supporting her hope. Amilia said that if she were to see her brother again, she would give herself entirely to God. Tears ran down her cheeks as she begged for Enid to be well and come home. At this time, enjoying the luxurious life in the heavenly city, Enid was surrounded by many beautiful girls. One of them approached him with a request to try a delicious dish. He felt like he was in paradise. An atmosphere of happiness and carelessness reigned around him. However, suddenly he realized he needed to return home. His family was waiting for him on Earth. Nanashi approached Enid and called him by name. She asked him to call her Nana, and the girl happily offered to spend the day with him. The guy agreed, but deep down he knew that he shouldn't delay the decision to return to Earth. He decided to hold off on this important step for a while, enjoying the moment in Nana's company. 3 years have passed since the protagonist came to the Scorching City, where he began to cultivate the new land. This once uninhabited fragment has found its inhabitants again. Many cute girls were happy next to the master. He achieved incredible magical power, exceeding the 1,000,000 mark. The guy was very happy. He had a huge magical power, and he quickly reached his goal. It seemed like just recently he was happy about reaching 900,000, and now it's already 1,000,000. He was courted by many beautiful girls dressed in a variety of outfits. They took care of him, fed him, and surrounded him with attention. Nanashi approached her master with a tray containing a piece of meat. She was dressed as a maid and proudly announced that she had been practicing cooking for a long time. She offered him a taste of the stewed foie gras. Today was his holiday, and all the girls worked harder than usual. The guy was amazed by Nanashi's efforts. She handed him a fork with a piece of meat, offering to feed him. With a smile, she asked him to open his mouth and taste her dish. He took a glass of wine and remarked with delight that this dish was much better than what he had tasted on Earth. It had magic that prevented it from spoiling, and it was just amazing. Suddenly, a girl approached him with a question about white truffles. She had 2 pigtails and glasses. She introduced herself as Battle Doll number 2020. The guy tasted her treat and happily admitted that they were also very tasty. The girl thanked him for the praise. The girls stood and admired their master. They told each other that thousands of magical powers were very impressive. All this became possible thanks to the talent and diligence of the master. The guy, embarrassed by such attention, modestly replied that it was the merit of Nana and other girls. Suddenly one of the girls ran at him, screaming compliments and admiration. She wanted to hug Enid. The guy, amazed by what was happening, froze and asked what was going on. The girls looked at each other and expressed concern, telling Honey that it was very dangerous. They also wondered why the girl looked so strange again. Honey turned to her friends and, looking at them, said that she just wanted to. Enid, watching the scene, noticed that she didn't understand what was going on. Honey was Battle Doll number 82. She bit her tongue and admitted that she couldn't take it anymore. Meanwhile, she announced that Mimi would receive the award from the master today. It was the number 33 combat doll with cute cat ears. Mimi was very shy. They stroked her head and told her not to be embarrassed. Everything would be fine. Mimi exhaled calmly and felt content. The central part of the Scorching City was located in the sky. On the upper floors of the tower were living quarters, where dolls dreamed of attention. In the room, there was a large bed, and here he spent time with the girls. He loved each of them. Mimi couldn't hold back her tears of happiness. She adored her master and was immensely pleased. Enid visited his mother at Nana's request and decided to listen to her advice. He activated all his sisters in the basement. There were about 100 of them, and the activation process was long and difficult. Inside each of the dolls was a spare activation button, hidden in a hard-to-reach place. Nanashi explained that they were created in the image and likeness of humans. Some dolls were kept elsewhere, and 1,000 more maids were waiting for his love. These dolls constantly competed with each other from morning to evening. They tried to be close to him. Many gorgeous girls with beautiful eyes and bright clothes looked at Enid with admiration. The guy thought about the fact that half of them wore glasses, and this was his favorite hobby. Taking care of him made them happy and felt alive. They all claimed it. They begged for his attention, taking care of him carefully. Enid felt he couldn't help himself. The girl's beauty was beyond compare. He sat and took a sip of water from a bottle, enjoying the silence. The boy, lost in his thoughts, took the blood-mark potion. He hoped that it would increase his magical power. An idea came into his head to try a divine magic spell. The hero closed his eyes. He meditated, focusing on his sensations. Enid had heard that there were 7 magical gates in the human body. These gates were not just a myth, they really existed. He sat right in the middle of a spacious hall. The boy thought about how true magical gates served as a path for magical energy to pass through the human body. These were the points that generated pure magical power. He remembered the chakras. They were described in manga. He realized that by opening them, he could greatly increase his magical power. Although he had already achieved his goal, it did not mean much to him. At that moment, a girl approached him and handed him a towel. She thanked him for his hard work. Enid responded with gratitude to Nana. She smiled at him and remarked how much she admired his hard work. The girl thought it was wonderful. Enid was embarrassed by the words and said that he shouldn't be praised so much. He reminded her that all of this was possible thanks to the team. They used the true magic release device. Nana agreed with him, but added that only a few people had ever been able to open all 7 magic points. The maximum was 4. However, Enid already had 6 out of 7. The girl looked at him with admiration and said that she considered him the chosen one. To this, Enid responded with sincere gratitude. He was grateful not only for them activating the release device, but also for their support and help throughout the entire time. If it weren't for them, he would never have reached such heights. The boy, filled with a sense of gratitude, expressed them. In response to his words, her face lit up, and her embarrassment made her even more attractive. She noted with a smile that she was glad to help him. Suddenly, the other girls burst into the room, joyfully shouting and laughing. Enid asked Honey what had happened. She replied that now that he had completed his training, it would be great to play together. Honey invited him to the playroom. Nanashi just watched from the sidelines. In the game room, exciting battles of stone golems were taking place. The girls sat around and watched the battles with interest. They actively supported their master and the other participants. Enid, one of the players, activated his magic against the golems. 20 also entered the fray, using her magical powers to deal a powerful blow to the golem. The fighting became intense. Enid praised 20 for her efforts and noted that he was beginning to understand how things worked. The battles with the golems were incredibly exciting. Honey, full of enthusiasm, said that next time she would like to control her own golem. The guy suggested that they all attack at the same time. The girls happily agreed to his plan. They gathered together and decided to combine their magical powers against the 3 golems. Honey cried out loudly to her master that they had trapped him. Enid was focused and trying to deal with his friend's golems. Suddenly, the golem Enid was victorious, and the rocks flew through the air. Mr. Enid was declared the winner, and the girls were tired from the intense battle. Despite this, they were a little upset that they lost again. Everyone was impressed by the protagonist's skill. He confidently controlled his mixed golem. The guy noted with satisfaction that he was sweating heavily after the intense game. He urgently needed to take a shower. All the girls looked at him in surprise. As soon as they heard this, they approached their master and offered to wash together. The idea of a combined wash inspired the girls. They began to help their master, although he tried to convince them that he could handle it himself. Confusion filled him. The girls didn't leave him alone for a second. They continued to insist on their desire to help. Nanashi was especially diligent in supporting her master. But the other girls also wanted to do their best. They tried for Enid. The main character looked at Nanashi with love. The night was not over yet, and Enid returned to his room. All the girls followed him, wanting to spend more time with him. He lay down on his bed and felt very embarrassed under the attentive gaze of his girlfriends. The guy asked them to be careful. He was very worried. Morning came. Light was shining through the crack between the curtains, and the guy woke up surprised. He didn't want to go back. Life here was rich and eventful. He thought that they had already found a solution to the problem of the magical power needed to open the gate that could bring him home. Suddenly, he jumped up. He needed to get home as quickly as possible. He couldn't leave his family and the people who had supported him all this time. At that moment, he was called from behind. Nanashi approached him with a caring question about whether everything was okay. The guy reassured her, saying that nothing terrible had happened. However, the girl looked sad. She hugged her master tightly, wanting to support him at this moment. Nanashi confidently informed him that they were ready to go with him anywhere and would accompany him in any decision he made. The atmosphere was very welcoming. The boy thought about why he was even thinking about leaving these wonderful girls. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He felt peace and gratitude to Nanashi for her support. Nanashi replied with a beaming smile that she would always be on her master's side. The boy fell onto the bed and felt light in his soul. The girl suggested that he lie down a little longer. He knew that tomorrow he would go to his mother and tell her everything. He thought to himself that everything would be fine, enjoying the warmth of their friendship and support. Enid was lying in a cryopod, surrounded only by water. Honey, with curiosity in her voice, asked Nanashi if they were finishing the restoration process. Nanashi reported that the master had refilled enough energy. He was in a magic recovery capsule filled with precious magic elixir. In this capsule with the elixir, the master could recover in just an hour. Honey, with admiration in her eyes, replied that it was amazing. She was sure that he would have a great time in the capsule. At this time, 20 timidly mentioned that she had heard of a magical illness that could occur after fainting from exhaustion of magic. Nanashi confidently stated that the master was able to reach the number of 1 million thanks to the frequent use of this capsule. Gradually, Enid began to wake up from his sleep. He sat up and saw all the girls thanking him for his work. The boy exhaled slightly, and at that moment, Honey jumped on her master, exclaiming that he was very handsome. 20 could not resist, and exclaimed that her friend was again pestering the master at the most inopportune time. Nanashi, with concern in her voice, asked the protagonist how he was feeling. Enid replied that he was feeling fine and that he had never experienced a magical illness in his life. He told the girls that he had done similar training back on Earth. According to him, training of magical power and its replenishment should take place every 2 days, so as not to lose a lot of magical energy. Thanks to the capsule, his magic power grew. He noticed that using the magic capsule to restore his power allowed him to train less often. This gave him the ability to increase his overall magic power to the maximum. Nanashi thought about how exactly the master lived on Earth. The girls asked him what he did in his past life. The guy thought about it. He answered that he mainly cultivated the land and helped people. Nanashi smiled sweetly. The main character continued to tell the story of how they killed rock birds for meat and farmed. The girls were impressed by his stories. Nanashi expressed a desire to learn more about her master. Enid was again embarrassed by the attention. The girls asked him if he could remember anything else from his past life. He thought of his hometown, where his sister had asked about growing cotton. They had received a letter from the governor urging them to take up the cause. After the invention of the cotton machine in Eurasia, cotton began to be grown in many countries. The brother and sister, sitting at the table, listened to their parents with surprise. They could not believe that in the New World there were territories ideal for this. The southern part of the continent is very hot and humid. This created ideal conditions for cotton to grow. Amilia thought about it. The climate around the village was not favorable. The hero said that there was a plot to the south of their village. He noted that it was warmer there. The mother nodded in agreement. She understood that although it was hot there, the climate was dry and there was little rain. The father suggested starting cotton growing as a new business product from Amilia, noting that in the future, the demand for cotton products would increase significantly. In their country, there were subsidies for this activity, which gave them confidence. However, they knew they needed land and labor. The boy realized that the stakes were too high, because plantation is the practice of mass cultivation of one crop over large areas in tropical and subtropical regions. The young man noted that throughout history, plantation lands had been a major industry. He expressed his desire to start this business in order to boost the economy of Melia. But then Carla intervened. She reminded them that during the colonial period, slaves were used to work on plantations. It was a hard time. She noted that in other countries, people were replaced by demon slaves or brought from the continent of magic. Keynes interrupted her with displeasure, declaring that slavery was bad. His wife, understanding his position, noted that in order to develop their business, they needed cheap and easy-to-hire workers. The boy thought about the complexity of the issue of slavery, and, although he did not support the practice, he reflected on the fact that buying slaves could lead to the collapse of their well-being. Thoughts about the problems tormented him, and he looked for a way out that would satisfy everyone. At this time, Amilia looked at him doubtfully. Suddenly, the young man had an idea. He exclaimed sharply that he had found a solution to this problem. The parents looked at their son attentively, waiting for him to continue. The boy explained that it was not only about the region's economy, but also about relieving workers of suffering. He suggested growing cotton for the sake of a common future, which delighted his parents. S. mother asked him to explain the process. He was pleased that his proposal had been accepted with enthusiasm, but he knew they needed a technical consultant to get off to a successful start. Enid, happy to have his friend's support, was determined to help. Enid stood in front of the statue when the notification came that the charging was complete. Suddenly, the familiar voice of Seal was heard whispering that she thought she had completed the charge in only 3 minutes. She asked how long she'd been asleep and was surprised to learn that it had been a full 30,000 hours. Seal was glad to wake up. Since she had warmed up, she decided it was time to smash the statue into small pieces. The protagonist felt anxious. He had a bad feeling about this. And at that moment, something exploded behind him. The damage was 500,000 units. Nanashi looked out from behind the door with a surprised expression. Enid noticed that the door had been blown to pieces again. At that moment, the fairy called out to the guy with glasses. Although he didn't see her, he was sure that she was a goddess. He started a conversation. The fairy decided to turn off her universal stealth mode. She turned into an ordinary fairy and said that she had come to save the protagonist. Suddenly, she hit him on the head. Enid wondered why Pixie was here and what that stupid comb was on her head. He thought he remembered her exactly. As a child, he put on the magic glasses and saw her, which made him shudder. Fear seized him at the thought of the goddess in whom he still believed. Suddenly, a message came that the threat level was assessed as A. The heroes were scared. The guard summoning system was activated. A huge stone dragon attacked the heroes. The boy asked in confusion what the cursed gargoyle hanging from the ceiling was. The girl told him that it was a devilish gargoyle made of nutcracker named Pazuzulia. She added that he alone could easily destroy 100 dragon lords, the most powerful guardians. Seal used her magic and tore the enemy to pieces with ease. The heroes were amazed at how quickly everything happened. The girl noted that it was a wonderful fireworks display, and she was very happy with her success. Her eyes shone with delight when she realized her strength. Now she decided to show her power and transform. A sly grin appeared on her face. Soon she turned into a wonderful fairy. The statue stood in the middle of the hall in complete silence. The fairy became so huge that she was equal to the statue. The heroes could not help but notice her greatness. Seal confidently said that since the fairy had shown her form as a giant magical girl, it was all over for her mother. The end had come. The statue had announced a new threat level, S rank. The damage had exceeded 1,000,000. Seal stood there with a confident expression and noted that she actually had 2 more transformations left in reserve. She decided to show everyone her true power once again. Enid waited with interest to see what form she would take this time. The fairy transformed again and became a horrible, vile monster. Nanashi was surprised to see that it was a whopping 3,000,000 damage units. Enid felt very disgusted by her new form. The fairy had taken the form of a monster with an unimaginable and nauseating cursed form. The new threat level was SSS rank. Enid felt so bad that his thoughts began to get confused. His head was spinning, and he felt his power level approaching 0. Nanashi ran to him, not knowing what to do. At this time, the fairy said with a smile that she would take away his mind and life. Suddenly, she assumed the superform mode and turned into a beautiful girl. The protagonist froze in bewilderment. It seemed to him that everything that was happening was just a hallucination. Thoughts were confused in his head, and he could not understand what was happening. The fairy confidently declared that she was not going to hide anything from him. She remembered that she had already shown him her final form once, but that was not the end of her capabilities. Enid was left completely confused. The fairy warned him to be careful. The guy with glasses couldn't say a word. He just watched what was happening. Silja proudly noted that this was her very cute and incredibly beautiful true form. She was a perfect machine in God mode. Suddenly, she transformed back into a bright girl with cat ears. At that moment, everything around was filled with blinding light. Enid couldn't see anything. Nanashi, standing next to him, exclaimed that this was the 100 millionth combat compatibility. She was confused and did not understand what was being discussed. Suddenly, the glass on her glasses burst. The guy worriedly asked Nanasha if everything was okay. The statue, observing what was happening, noted that the level of danger could not be assessed. It activated the last protective function of the Alpha City's magical power. The fairy informed them of what they had heard about the voice of the city. This city was one giant life form and a magical machine. She controlled it directly. This creature was called Mama and looked like a large doll, which she pointed to. The boy asked in surprise how the fairy knew all this. She, towering over him, proudly replied that it was all because she was smart. Her smugness was obvious. The girl pouted and thought, if they destroyed that big doll, they would lose control of the entire city. In that case, the city would immediately collapse. However, it didn't matter to her. She just wanted to destroy the statue. At that moment, the guy stopped her abruptly and asked her to wait. He addressed her with sincerity in his voice. His mother had been kind to him for all 3 years. The city had taken care of him and provided him with everything he needed. Enid didn't want to erase the memory, believing that she would understand his feelings. He asked the fairy not to destroy the city. She looked at him and said that she didn't blame him for the wish. The guy shuddered in surprise. The fairy said that this time was really special. His voice was filled with joy, and he exclaimed to the goddess. However, the fairy, with a little sadness, informed him that she was sorry that this had happened to his glasses. He didn't immediately understand what she was talking about. At this time, 50% of the accumulated magic power had already been used for the strike. Measurements showed that the effects of the attack were minimal. The fairy added that she was in pain. Strong magic was directed against her. She screamed angrily at the statue, saying that it was very painful. The sensation was as unpleasant as if a small stone had been thrown at her head. In her anger, she screamed loudly at the statue that she would never forgive it for this. The fairy then concentrated all her power and directed the magic at the statue with a scream, wanting the enemy to get what he deserved. At that moment, a series of explosions occurred. The statue fell to pieces, and there was a roar and tremor all around. Il watched the scene with a smug smile. She reported that she had broken all the parts of the statue's body except for the head. Now this definitely meant that the statue must sincerely regret its actions. However, the fairy knew that it would be impossible to restore it, but she could try to do it with the help of her superpower, Aiko. Suddenly, the head of the statue, lying on the ground, rose sharply. The fairy was surprised. The statue said that due to an emergency, the energy-gathering mode related to the survival of the mountain was activated. Its mouth opened, and Nanashi felt a strong flow of energy that could not be compared to anything. The girl fainted. Seal turned around to see what had happened. The boy did not understand what had happened to her. The fairy noted that the large doll had sucked all the magic out of Nanashi, and now it had stopped working. There was a huge black ball hanging in the air. The boy looked at him and asked what the big black ball was. He held Nanashi in his arms and felt anxious. Seal told him that it was a clot of ancient extra-dimensional time magic. The boy shuddered when he realized that all the dolls in the city were turned off because of the black ball. The girls lay lifeless, and this sight amazed him. Sil, trying to explain the situation, said that her mother had gathered all the possible magical power of the city into this clot. She knew about it thanks to her omniscient skill. Meanwhile, the huge black ball was rapidly approaching her. Seal was confident in her abilities. She was going to repel the attack with her perfect magic reflection. However, when she tried to do so, her hand suddenly sank into the ball. The fairy's face distorted with astonishment. She was in shock. Seal screamed that this spell could not be repelled or reflected. It was a fatal mistake. She panicked, twitched her arms, and tried to get away. Even with the skill of omniscience, she could not have foreseen such a turn of events. Tears appeared in her eyes when she realized that she had overestimated her strength and did not apply her abilities to this magic ball. Enid, watching what was happening, shouted the name of the goddess, but Seal was already disappearing in a black clot. She shouted that she would definitely return. The ball swallowed her up completely, leaving only the floating head of the statue, the dark ball, and the guy holding his girlfriend in his arms. He was confused and didn't understand what had happened. The boy bit his cheek and grinned. He remembered that this was a standard phrase in situations where he was teleported to a sky city. Despite everything that was happening, he felt confident that Sheol would return. To him, she was a true goddess. However, his thoughts were focused on Nanasha right now. If her magic power was taken away, he needed to take care of her. He decided to kiss the girl. There was an ancient forgotten magic trick on Earth. The transfer of magical power through contact of mucous membranes was much more effective than through skin. The guy kissed Nanashi tenderly. Finally, she opened her eyes and cried out her master's name. He felt relieved Nana was okay. That meant the others would be okay too. However, the statue's head interrupted their happy thoughts. It informed them that they needed to listen to it. To eliminate the invasion, she had to use up all her magical power. She had no choice but to shut down all the systems of the Sky City that supported its existence. The boy perked up and asked in fear what this meant. Would they all disappear? The statue reassured the boy. They had about 3 hours while all systems were in hibernation mode to save energy. However, after that, a restart would be impossible. The boy was worried that otherwise he would not be able to use the gate. He looked at her and asked if he would have to say goodbye to her. He apologized regretfully for the way things had turned out. He felt sad at the thought that this was the end for the Heavenly City and his mother. But the statue sharply answered him that she had no intention of parting with Nith. The boy was perplexed. He didn't understand what was happening. The statue suddenly changed. The mother's form turned into a human. A hatch opened from the statue's head, and a sweet girl came out. She watched everything that was happening with a smile on her face. The girl was very attractive, with big, bright eyes. She told the boy that even if he returned to Earth, she would follow him and no refusal would be accepted. This statement filled him with hope and warmth in his heart. A little girl with blue eyes emerged from the goddess statue. She addressed the hero, declaring that if he went to Earth, she would follow him. Refusal was not accepted. The boy noticed that the girl's voice sounded the same as her mother's. He timidly asked who she was. To this, Nanashi replied that this was his mother's real body. Nit shuddered in surprise. Looking at the girl, he realized that this was not at all what he expected. The girl explained that she was a giant demonic cloak and container that acted as a magical armor. Nit looked at her curiously, not understanding what was happening. The girl explained that inside the armor there is a core, divided into 2 parts. One will remain in the Eternal City, the other will go with Nit. She chose the form of a child to save magical power. The boy heard a voice from both creatures and covered his ears, not understanding how this was possible. The girl assured him that she would go with him and said goodbye to the statue, which left Nita in her care. The boy asked if his mother would go, and she confirmed it. She added that he really was like a son to her now. Nanashi watched the whole thing with a questioning look. When the girl pointed at Nanashi and said that it meant Enid liked such maid outfits, he scratched his head and admitted that it was true. At that moment, the girl began her transformation. She used magic to create clothes in a similar style for herself and asked Nita how he liked it. The boy responded with a compliment. Nanashi was delighted and noted that there was a pocket in the front. Enid did not want his mother to waste her magic power. The girl at this time decided that this was a super artifact for changing appearance. She explained that it was connected to the treasury of the Heavenly City. Therefore, if something was needed, she could easily get the necessary artifact. The guy was surprised by this. The girl noted that now they could go to the change port, where the gate was located. She invited them to go up to the roof of the tower. Nita asked her to wait. The girl turned around and asked what happened. The boy replied with indignation on his face that he wanted to return to Earth with all his dolls. He promised that they would all go home together and could not abandon his friends. Nanashi turned to her master. The girl expressed understanding of the situation, but added that there was no time for a conversation. First, they needed to arrive at the block and then discuss everything. The heroes took the elevator to the very top of the tower. They found themselves in the right place, in front of the gates of time and space. These gates were called the Gates to Anywhere. It took about an hour and 10,000 magic power to activate the gate and reach the final destination. Nita realized that he had 1,000,000 units of magic, but the girl apologized, saying that it was not enough to awaken all the dolls. The heroes felt a weight on their hearts when they heard this. Enid, clearly worried, asked if it was possible to use the device to restore mana. The girl nodded, confirming his concerns. The boy adjusted his glasses. There was determination in his eyes as he stated that he knew the technique she taught him. He was confident that he could restore all of his magic power and definitely share it with the others. The girls exchanged surprised glances. The goddess reminded him that even if he restored his magical power, it would still not be enough to awaken all the dolls. The boy, without losing hope, replied that he knew what he would do. He was ready to repeat it as many times as necessary. But then he was warned. The girl said that if he activated the magical rebirth again, it would shorten his life. She turned to Enid. Pointing to Nanasha, she expressed her concern. This cannot be done because they are just things. She asked him if he was going to spend his life for inanimate objects. The guy fell silent. Doubt flashed in his eyes, but he gently hugged Nanashi. His answer sounded confident because he was ready for this. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. He hugged her tightly and said that they were very dear to him. The girl could not contain her emotions and began to cry. Nanashi pronounced the name of her master with tenderness and trepidation. The goddess smiled at this scene. She laughed through tears of joy and said that everything was fine. She understood his feelings and was touched by how deeply he valued his friends. The girl handed him a helmet for controlling the mood and consciousness of magical dolls. She explained that this artifact was capable of calling all the dolls with whom he had a spiritual connection, and if they were nearby, then thanks to the power they would come to his call. The boy, full of hope, nodded gratefully and began to carefully put on his helmet. He concentrated, feeling his friends share his emotions, and was sure that they would answer his call. Soon, one by one, the girls began to awaken, filling the air with joyful cries as they regained consciousness. When the boy opened his eyes, he was surprised to see all his girlfriends gathered around him. They didn't just come at the command of the artifact, they came at the call of the heart. The girl, watching this scene, noted how important this connection was, and her gaze was full of admiration. All of his girlfriends, with whom he had spent 3 long years, were looking at Enid. They remembered every moment, every smile, and every vow to come back together. The girl turned to Nito with an urgent request to open the portal. He, however, sadly replied that not all the dolls were able to come, feeling a weak connection with those who remained behind. At that moment, a voice was heard that encouraged Nito. She said that she was not worried and would still go to him on Earth. With these words, she took out a bottomless bag from her pocket and deftly threw the girls into it. The boy noticed that this was wrong. The doll's mother explained to him that he had to imagine with all his might how he poured water into the vessel. The dolls began to stretch their hands to the portal and enter it one after another. The girl reminded everyone that it was time for them to leave too. The boy agreed and realized that to complete the transition, he needed to drink the golden honey elixir. This elixir would separate his body and soul, increasing all spiritual power. If he didn't drink it, his soul might be torn apart during the transition between dimensions. Nanashi looked at him with concern and promised to watch over his body. The boy felt a surge of fear. He took a deep breath and swallowed the elixir. At that moment, he fell asleep. The girl caught his body. His soul rose and began to observe what was happening around him. He remembered how he found himself in the heavenly city. Every moment there caused him admiration. He moved to the portal and felt a reluctance to say goodbye to this magnificence. As he said goodbye to the heavenly city, he opened his eyes and saw Nanasha holding his body. She asked him if he was okay. The guy adjusted his glasses and answered positively. Looking around, he wondered if he was really back. 3 years away was a long time. The jungle was all around him. The thought that they were on another continent did not leave him. The girl asked him if he wanted to know about the current state of the continent. The boy answered inquisitively. She handed him the glasses and told him to put on the magical artifact, the divine glasses. She explained that these glasses would show a map in real time and that it was her gift for the day of rebirth. The guy thanked Mizu and thought about how he would like to know where they are now. Putting on the divine artifact, he was amazed. A holographic map of the world opened before his eyes. Although some places were different from the map he was used to, he still saw the main continents of the world. Maza explained with slight excitement that the white spot on the map was their current location. The boy felt uneasy, realizing that they were on a new continent that he knew nothing about. Thoughts of returning to the ruins from which he had been sent began to overwhelm him, but he knew it was inappropriate to discuss it. He longed for his home and the family he longed to see. If they continued east, they would soon reach the city of Melia. While he was thinking about his family, he suddenly noticed a red dot on the map. It was strange and disturbing. He noted to himself that something was glowing red. Maza quickly added that this place was designated as the immoral city of Melia. The boy frowned. He did not understand what immoral meant and why this place was given such a strange name. Questions arose in his head about what was going on there. But he knew one thing. He needed to get home as soon as possible. With determination, he pressed that red dot. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he was amazed at how quickly the search function worked. Nanashi shouted to her master, telling him about the approaching monsters. The boy immediately responded that he saw 100 cannibal demons. They looked angry and threatening. He thought, it seemed that their nest was nearby, and they should not engage in battle. All the girls turned to their master and asked if they would allow them to destroy these monsters. The boy turned around and was amazed. He had never fought demons, but he knew that these girls were fighting dolls who could handle the fight very well. Nanashi noted that they were only waiting for his order. The boy allowed them to act, but on the condition that they be careful. The girls nodded and began to prepare for the attack. Maza asked if they could really defeat the enemies. There were only 100 of them, almost as many as the demons. The guy felt a shiver of fear. In a matter of seconds, the fight was over. The guy was amazed. All the girls were standing around him, having defeated the defeated enemies. He didn't expect it to take less than a minute. There wasn't a scratch on them. Maza offered to pour some magic power into the girls as a token of appreciation for their efforts. The guy agreed, although he was afraid of the consequences of refusal. He carefully poured magic into his girlfriends. Honey hugged him with joy and delight. 20 noticed that Honey was too excited since she woke up. Honey replied that she could finally have a normal conversation with her lover. The guy smiled and said that he was glad to see everyone safe and sound. He thanked the girls for what they had done for him. All the girls enthusiastically rushed to their master and declared their love for him in one voice. But only Nanashi remained aside. She reminded everyone that now was not the time for games. Everyone turned to her with curiosity. Nanashi noted a new biomarker in the northwest direction. It did not look like a monster. Annette confirmed her words. Although they were far away, the reaction was obvious. He had clairvoyance and farsightedness. They were two unknown people. The girl exclaimed with determination she would never allow anyone to endanger her beloved. 20 agreed with her. They would not allow anything bad to happen. Nanashi also nodded in agreement. All the girls gathered around their master and confidently declared that they would definitely protect him. They were ready for battle and determined to meet any threat. At that moment, the guy felt the incredible power of their unity. The protagonist, adjusting his glasses, thought about the fact that in the vicinity where he was, there could be other groups giving neutral responses. He noted that small states could have formed among the local population of the new continent. In his mind, there appeared the country of the Amazons, Amazonia, with a population of only 9,748 people, where only women lived. The guy was surprised to learn that this was a whole country of Amazons. He assumed that the two he saw on the tree could be on guard duty. When it came to the Amazons, he imagined lightly dressed warriors. However, he began to wonder if there might not have been other women among the natives who looked like that. The main purpose of his journey was to return to Amilia, but the thought of staying a little longer in Amazonia began to torment him. He decided to take a closer look at this country. The girls who were near him exclaimed that it was very dangerous. They expressed doubt that he would be able to cope with this undertaking, because they did not even know the origin of the Amazons. People would soon have to settle down on this land. He wanted to gather information about the surrounding area, and the girls clapped their hands happily, noting that this was indeed to be expected from him. They began their journey. As they approached the place where the pair of Amazons were, one of the girls said that they were reliably protecting him from possible danger. The guy felt a terrible pressure and asked where exactly the guards were. The girl replied that they were in a tree just 5 meters away. The protagonist decided to come closer and explain that they were not hostile. He carefully stepped on the ground. In response, the girls in the tree pointed their bows and arrows at them. Many arrows flew past him. At that moment, Honey used her attack and knocked out one of the girls. The guy asked in a panic if they had killed her. The girls confirmed that they had only knocked her out as a warning. Having collected his thoughts, the protagonist covered his chest with his hand and thanked his companions for their help. One of the girls carried the defeated Amazon in her arms. She said that if they had intended to shoot him, she would have broken their necks without hesitation. Maza added that if it came to a fight, she would not have been sorry to break her opponent's neck either. The guy noticed 2 girls lying on the ground. He saw them remove their bows and daggers from their belts. Maza approached Nit with a proposal to strip the Amazons and examine them. She explained that since they were wearing so much, they could hide their weapons anywhere. Nit replied that this was low. However, Maza insisted on her own. Even though they were intimidating them, they were still going to shoot and could attack again. Eind understood the need for such measures. He used his functional vision and noted the beauty of the girls' faces. However, he did not find any weapons under their clothes. Maza noticed that women had many places to hide things. But the guy didn't find anything suspicious. The girls decided to take the Amazons in their arms and offered Ein to examine them for weapons. Ein replied that it would not be necessary to go so far. Meanwhile, the Amazons began to come to their senses and look at the guy from under their masks. They were speaking their own language. The protagonist noticed this and told them that it was natural, but they were too cautious. To facilitate communication, he activated the language understanding function. He cast his magic on the girls, surrounding them with a special aura. Despite Enid's best efforts, the Amazons did not respond immediately. He then turned to them with a request. They were not going to cause harm and simply wanted to learn more about these places. The girls were silent, not wanting to reveal their secrets. Nanashi, with a menacing expression on her face, looked at them and declared that she was going to make them talk. The protagonist, waving his hands, hurried to calm her down. He explained that everything was fine. They were heading east, but they didn't know what kind of terrain they were in, which put them in a difficult situation. He mentioned a recent encounter with a large crowd of ogres. The Amazons perked up at this. They shouted about the ogres and asked why the boy didn't have a single scratch. Enid pointed at Nanashi and explained that she and the others had defeated about 100 of the enemy. The girls from the continent bowed down before the entire crowd, took off their masks, and began to cry. They begged for their kingdom to be saved with their power. With tears in their eyes, they told how they had been turned into food for the ogres. The protagonist was horrified by this information. The girls told him that they lived in Amazonia, not far from this place. They introduced themselves. The blonde beauty was called Yun, and the girl with the tail was Minyu. Both were guard soldiers. The boy, introducing himself as Nit, asked if he could learn more about what had happened. The girls told him that this place had once been inhabited by many friendly countries. But then the ogres appeared. They came and settled in droves. In a few years, the ogres had swallowed up so many tribes and kingdoms. Their destruction had even touched Amazonia. All humans had become their food. Hundreds of thousands of girls were trembling with fear. The protagonist noted that he had to do something. If things continued as they were, Amazonia would soon fall. He asked the girls if they knew how many ogres were there. The answer was disappointing, since they didn't know for sure, but they claimed there were more than 10,000 of them. The boy realized the seriousness of the situation. Strong monsters that ordinary warriors could not defeat, over 10,000. This is a threat to any medium-sized state with several thousand soldiers. It would only take them a moment to destroy everything in their path. Maza interrupted his thoughts and confidently stated that if the protagonist released all his magical power and used the spell of chaotic explosion, everything would be fine. In this case, there would be no trace left of anything. Everyone present shuddered. She suggested another way, to use death magic only on ogres. However, the boy understood that his clumsiness could lead to his allies getting hurt too. The guy said that this option did not suit him. Then the girl added that a sorcerer who perfectly mastered the technique of controlling magic could adjust it so as not to affect his allies. But, unfortunately, the main character in this regard turned out to be completely useless. Enid was dejected. He realized the complexity of the situation. For this reason, although with reservations, Nana and the other divine dolls decided to exterminate the ogres in hand-to-hand combat. The protagonist noticed that there were only hundreds of them, and wondered if it would be safer to attack the ogre lairs at once. He understood that such a battle could drag on. At this time, Maza exclaimed that it was inconvenient to press the film one bubble at a time. They had to finish this in one day. Each of the girls had to attack the Ugrian's lair and destroy every single one. The one who kills the most Ugrians will get the chance to spend the night with his master. A fire lit up in the girls' eyes. They became focused and ready for battle. The protagonist was surprised. For some reason, everyone had a special aura. The heroes looked at the girls and noted that since they were wrapped in Brunhilde's auras, it meant that they were filled with enthusiasm. This was a good sign. One of the girls exclaimed that one should kill as many as one's heart desires. The protagonist turned to his mother in bewilderment. This is too absurd. Not every fighting divine doll is equal to another. But he was told to calm down. Each divine doll was equal in strength to 1,000 fighters. The boy was confused by these words. He was reminded to use the function of measuring the resistance's combat power in the divine glasses and take a look at the progress of the battle. He activated this function and his eyes widened in surprise. One dragon is equal in size to several dozen ogres. demonstrating its colossal size and strength. The low-ranking ogres were disappearing rapidly, literally several individuals every second, while the high-ranking ogres were decreasing more slowly, losing only a few representatives every few minutes. However, one battled divine doll clad in Brunhilde's aura is equal to 10 dragons. Thus, before sunset, everyone returned safe and sound. The large-scale operation was a success. The tribe threw a real feast in honor of their savior, generously treating him with exquisite delicacies. The tables were laden with rare fruits, aromatic herbs, and meat dishes, specially selected to express the deepest gratitude to the hero. They offered their guests to try the rarest and most valuable dishes: juicy beef, tender bear meat, exotic crocodile meat, and even pieces of dragon meat, revered among the tribes as the greatest delicacy. He was tormented by his conscience before Nana. Only the girls had endured the entire battle, risking their lives. Now he was being glorified, but the women quickly calmed the hero down, explaining that the holiday was organized in honor of all members of the squad. Nana said that maintaining a human form requires a huge amount of energy. Eating only meat can lead to a nutritional disorder, but she can afford it occasionally. The mysterious girl in the skillfully executed disguise expressed herself very clearly. Nana is absolutely right in her statement, and the hero can quite deservedly join the festive feast and enjoy all the delicacies offered. For with his support, he made an invaluable contribution to the outcome of the battle, becoming a symbol of hope and unity for the entire tribe. It was thanks to him that the tribe was able to preserve lives and freedom, forever linking its existence with the benefaction of this noble hero. This mysterious girl turned out to be the patroness of the prize. Her name was Angria, Queen of Amazonia, Anria, Amazonia. The young man realized that she was able to speak with spirits and was a wonderful shaman. The young girl uttered the suggestion to drink quickly, but her manner of speech seemed to belong to an ancient crone accustomed to instructing young warriors. Her voice evoked associations with images of lowly grandmothers. Without a doubt, just a little time will pass, and this girl will turn into a real beauty, captivating the hearts of many young men with her natural grace, charm, and unique attractiveness. The servant reported to the girl that the preparations were complete, and she called the savior to her. For an important guest arriving in their kingdom, they prepared a warm welcome. The young man repeated what had been said earlier. The tribesmen organized a special celebration for the hero, including an unusual washing ceremony. He would be immersed in a huge bath full of select wine, thus emphasizing their sincere gratitude and respect. Nita smelled the strong scent of fine wine coming from the bath and came closer. The queen addressed him kindly and hospitably, offering to take off his clothes and immerse himself in the fragrant liquid. The guest was closely watched by young warriors of Amazonia, hidden behind the canopy of dense bushes and slender trees. Their curious glances slid after every movement of the hero, who was undergoing an unusual ritual of purification. The queen asked the hero not to worry about the girls. She advised him to continue the procedure, relax, and let the wine reawaken his senses, adding that they were proud to welcome him into their sanctuary. Nit thought it was a novelty for girls to see a man's body. Although, when such beauty stared at him, he felt awkward. He wondered if they were doing a favor for him. The smell of wine was wonderful. It seemed as if the wine was being absorbed right through the skin, penetrating the body in invisible streams. This effect instantly made the young man feel very drunk. Someone called out to him. 5 beautiful girls approached the hero, invitingly extending their hands and friendly offering to join in the general fun and unusual immersion in a bath with wine. The guy was confused, looking at the girls. Nana smiled slyly and asked if he dreamed of seeing so many beauties at once and if he expected entertainment from them. The girls of Amazonia apologized to him for not being able to show themselves naked to strangers, especially men. But the young man began to refuse. Perhaps the thoughts of what was to come had only briefly flashed through his mind, barely having been born. But suddenly, one of the women suddenly pounced on him, causing his heart to beat faster from the suddenness of what was happening. The woman looked at him sternly and insistently demanded that he stop showing interest in ordinary women of human origin, explaining that such connections were inappropriate. The women claimed that the bodies of the fighting dolls possessed a special softness and tenderness that was significantly different from human bodies. These dolls were ready to fulfill any desires, serving their master with utmost obedience. During the celebration, the villagers who were sitting behind the fence watched them closely. The young queen approached Nit and asked if he was enjoying himself well enough. Nit blushed, admitting that he was enjoying himself very much. The young man was pleased to look at the Amazons. but he noticed that there were no men or old people in their kingdom. The queen said that because of the attack of the ogres, they had made a sacrifice, starting with the old people. To save their daughters and granddaughters, the elderly sacrificed themselves. Now there are no people over 30 among them. The former queen also sacrificed herself to save the people and the kingdom. The young man apologized for reminding him of this. Onria feels gratitude to Nit, the great savior, and his companions, who showed determination and fortitude in destroying the ogres. Thanks to this act, the souls of those unfortunates, previously sacrificed to the invaders, finally received justice and long-awaited revenge. It was already late, and Queen Onria wished the young man a good night's rest. He thanked her, but he had a question. Nit asked the queen why the people of her kingdom always wore masks and whether they took them off at night. However, at night the masks were taken off because it was a time of peace and openness to one's family. She asked her savior if he wanted to see her true face, to see her as she was without masks and pretense. Her voice was calm and confident, as if offering something special, available only to a select few. If the hero insists on his desire, the queen is ready to show him her true face, but for this he will have to observe certain rituals and follow strict rules. Before seeing the true essence of the ruling person, Nit politely noted that she did not need to remove the mask, since he had already had the opportunity to see the real queen, free from any disguises and illusions. It turns out that Nit used magic glasses to see the true faces of the kingdom's inhabitants. Thanks to this miraculous object, he was able to see the inner qualities and character of each inhabitant, revealing their essence hidden behind the masks. In the evening, having drunk too much, the guy suddenly saw the true faces of those around him, free from masks and artificiality. People seemed open and vulnerable to him, as if devoid of prejudice. And suddenly, as if sensing a change in the atmosphere, the entire tribe turned their gaze to Nit. The wanderers froze, watching the hero tensely. Some frowned warily, others showed curiosity, peering into his eyes. The air was filled with anticipation and anxiety. Nit froze, trying to process what was happening. He realized that something unexpected had happened, causing anger and discontent among the tribe members. His heart began to beat faster. Thoughts began to spin in his head about what could have caused such a reaction. As the crowd approached the master, mysterious divine dolls appeared, forming a protective circle. Their magical power created an insurmountable barrier, reliably protecting the master from attack. The young man was nervous, wondering why the evening had changed so abruptly. Just recently, there had been a pleasant atmosphere, and now there was suspicion and hostility. He felt fear and regret, passionately wanting to return to the former calm and harmony. The queen called for order to be restored, her voice firm and decisive, quelling any attempt at further conflict. The queen commanded silence and order. The girl next to Nit said that this ability was not simple power, but wind magic, wind scream, which controlled sounds and people's behavior. Queen Onria stopped and addressed the young man, who would explain in detail the ancient laws of Amazonia. As she spoke, a whole tribe lined up behind her, ready to support every word of the ruler. The royal speech sounded weighty and wise, strengthening the authority and unity of the nation. According to the laws of Amazonia, women had to carefully hide their bodies, especially their faces, maintaining modesty and dignity. Violation of this rule was punishable by public condemnation. The women of Amazonia strictly adhered to the custom of not showing their faces to anyone except close relatives. By covering their faces with special clothing and a mask, they maintained privacy and protected their personal honor. If a girl is seen by a strange man, it is considered a serious violation of the laws. Severe punishments are imposed for such a crime. However, if a man is seen by a girl, it is perceived less severely. According to the established rules, a man discovering a woman's face is considered a serious violation and is punished very harshly. However, there are rare exceptions to the general law. The girls of Amazonia are allowed to love a man who has seen their face. Nit was shocked by the unusual law of Amazonia. If a girl accidentally made eye contact with a man who had seen her face, she could either accept him as her lover and enter into a relationship, or refuse, risking severe punishment for him. The decision had a profound effect on the boy's entire life. The two animated dolls told the master that they were ready to protect him and eliminate the threat posed by the women. However, Nit objected, expressing confidence that a bad action would not solve the problem. He asked the dolls to refrain from eliminating, suggesting that they look for alternative ways. The animated dolls of Nita possessed the power of Brunhilde, inspiring fear. Their gazes burned with an icy gleam. The miniature guardians surpassed the Zokan's Amazonia, causing panic and helplessness in everyone around. The young man cautiously asked his interlocutor to explain the meaning of her words about love. He expressed interest in whether she meant physical passion or a deep emotional attachment that included understanding, support, and respect. Observing the life of Amazonia, the savior noticed the absence of men. The country, ruled by women, was in dire need of male participation to maintain stability and fertility. The savior was tasked with creating families with several women to provide the country with future generations. He knew well how all the girls' faces looked like, and therefore it was his duty to give them children so that their dreams could come true. It was not just a wish, but a real blessed mission. The girls looked at him with genuine admiration and slight timidity, as if the embodiment of fate itself appeared before them. Their eyes shone with surprise and trepidation, as if each glance carried the expectation of a miracle. The queen asked him to give the girls true love, and the young man agreed. So he set about fulfilling his promise with a sincere desire to make every girl happy. The girls woke him up and wished him good morning. The girls' voices were as melodious as the ringing of bells, causing him to smile even before he was fully awake. He was puzzled, looking at the girls, and asked why they had gathered there in the morning, asking them to step aside to think. But the girls came closer and refused. One girl loudly asked if he really slept with people at night. Her statement sounded sharp and unexpected. The tension that arose was immediately noticeable. A feeling of anxiety and uncertainty hung in the air. She suggested having fun with them. The young man was shocked that he started with communication with divine dolls and then moved on to direct contact with the girls of the tribe. This was said in a confident and mysterious tone, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and anticipation of the upcoming event. The girls created a beautiful scene around it. Soft lighting highlighted the golden reflections of the tiles, steam flowed over the water, enhancing the magical atmosphere. One of the girls approached the rescuer with an offer to go to the bedroom, where he could rest and feel the comfort that befitted his dignity. Her manner was refined and inviting, creating the impression of an invitation not only to rest, but to something more. The women asked him to love them quickly, expressing their desire to experience his embrace immediately. The tribal girl reported that everything was prepared. The queen stood frozen in place, immersed in deep embarrassment and anxious anticipation. Her face flushed slightly, betraying her inner discomfort. Despite her royal dignity, she could not hide her confusion caused by the unexpectedness of the situation. The queen felt a strong attraction to the savior, but the age difference made the fulfillment of her dream impossible. The savior, realizing the responsibility, felt fear and anxiety. The hero hid in the Amazon jungle, plunging into a wildlife. Surrounded by nature and animals, he enjoyed freedom, allowing himself to forget about everything. This carefree life became habitual for him, symbolizing independence and loyalty to his own beliefs. Of time passed, these days brought new impressions, meetings, and discoveries, leaving memories that warm the heart. Time passed quickly, like a river, carrying away everything new and interesting, while the hero continued to live his life, enjoying every moment. The year passed unnoticed, leaving the hero in deep sadness and remorse. Suffering from missed opportunities, he beat his head on the ground, trying to physically survive the pain of the soul and cleanse himself of the mistakes he had made. Despite being in a remote corner of the jungle, his life was not limited to being in the harem. One day, deep in thought, he heard a familiar voice calling him from afar. She grabbed his neck tightly, pulling him closer to her. A whole year had passed since they met, and now her desire to become a mother was stronger than before. The woman looked at the man with a look full of determination and hope, realizing that the time had come to realize her cherished dream. He replied that she would have to wait a little longer, and he would put off the story of the wonders of the Forest Chronicles until next time. They went back in time, to the beginning of their journey through the mysterious Amazon. The queen, full of strength and grace, addressed her savior. Her confident voice sounded like music in the jungle. Full of determination, they moved forward, towards their destiny. A vast number of wooden golems appeared before them. Their ranks stretched into the distance, like an endless army of forest guardians. Each golem looked massive and imposing, carved from thick tree trunks and decorated with intricate designs. Nick created wooden golems to help him conquer the jungle. After successfully driving out the ogres, Nitu wanted to expand the borders of the great Amazon. The victory over formidable enemies inspired him with a sense of pride and a desire for new achievements. For Nitu, this became a wonderful opportunity to demonstrate his foresight and leadership qualities. The queen, curious, asked the young man how many golems there were. The young man froze, looking at her with wide-open eyes in confusion. His face reflected genuine amazement and slight uncertainty, as if he himself did not expect to hear such an unexpected question. Nit calmly said that exactly 1,000 wooden golems had been created. Anria was literally dumbfounded by what she heard. Her eyes widened, her breathing quickened, and her heart began to beat faster. This is exactly what she expected from her savior. He confidently stated that the creation of wooden golems is a simple process, accessible even to beginners in magic. The calmness and confidence in his words confirmed her trust in him as an experienced master and mentor. Among all the wooden golems, despite their apparent wooden helplessness, they possess much greater strength than an ordinary person. As long as Nit supports them with magical energy, they are able to work. However, the master chose to leave the sentence unfinished. The master began activating the process of creating a new wooden golem. He thought out loud that if problematic trees that were blocking progress were transformed into obedient golems in a similar way, the number of workers would increase. Amazonian tribe watched the process of the golem's activation with admiration. Their eyes were shining with interest and respect for the wisdom and art of Nita. Every detail of what was happening captivated their imagination, convincing them of the power of knowledge and the ability to control the environment. The women of the tribe vied with each other in praising the young hero, claiming that his abilities were amazing and comparable to a god. Their praise sounded sincere and enthusiastic, reflecting deep respect and gratitude for his help and protection. In the end, he decided to stay and live in Amazonia. The young hero actively began to develop the Amazon jungle, using his talents and ability to create wooden golems. Although the locals persistently asked him to leave offspring, he did not want to stay in the Amazon solely for this desire. Therefore, he devoted most of his time to creating useful devices and technologies that would make life easier for the locals. Two young beauties from the local tribe cautiously approached the busy hero. Intrigued by the strange manipulations and tools he was using, they delicately inquired what exactly he was creating. Smiling at their interest, the hero replied that he was creating an unusual hoe with teeth. This statement plunged the beauties into a state of mild shock. There were no dry lands or rice fields in the Amazon, as the local population did not traditionally grow grain crops. The basis of the diet was food obtained by hunting and gathering. The young man explained in detail that the hoe with teeth he had created would be indispensable in preparing land suitable for growing crops on dry lands. The tool would effectively loosen the soil, improving the soil structure. The created hoe with teeth has a unique ability to penetrate deep even into the hardest soil. The use of such a hoe will provide a significant increase in the efficiency of land cultivation. As a result, the harvest will become richer, and the life of the people will be noticeably easier and more comfortable. Despite the obvious advantages of the new hoe, using it on modern soils carries risks. Excessive deep digging can damage the natural balance of the soil, leading to accelerated erosion. Over time, such soil becomes virtually infertile. During the hero's time in Melia, the development of the hoe with teeth had already been successfully completed. However, precisely because of the characteristics of the local soils, prone to rapid erosion and unable to withstand deep plowing, its use was limited. On the other hand, Amazonria had plenty of land, and the soil was highly resistant to erosion. Therefore, using the new draft equipment here, one could boldly challenge nature without fear of significant risks. The creation of a foundation for fields would make agriculture accessible even to those who have no experience in this field. Even girls who have never worked the land before would be able to successfully maintain crops and care for plants. The hero was puzzled by an important question: how to start farming if there are no seeds. Without the necessary planting material, any attempts to grow a crop will be futile. Lost in thought about the lack of seeds, the hero suddenly heard the voice of one of the young women. The girl, noticing his concentration, gently drew attention, expressing concern that Nit was obviously stuck in search of a solution. It turned out that the woman who approached the young man was a mother who kept ancient secrets. Having learned of the hero's difficulties, she gave him precious seeds of magical wheat. The seeds were outwardly no different from ordinary wheat, but the story of their origin was truly amazing. It turns out that this wheat was created in the era of super-ancient civilizations that possessed magical knowledge and technology. Magic wheat is different from regular wheat. In addition to its need for water and air, it requires mana. However, in return, it produces a strong and reliable harvest. The size of the ears and the quality of the grains are so superior to regular wheat that the comparison seems meaningless. In places where the magic power is weak, growing wheat becomes problematic. However, in this area the magic level is high, which guarantees excellent conditions for plant growth and a bountiful harvest. It is here that there is a high concentration of air, water, and a significant content of mana in the soil, which provides favorable conditions for growing crops. Usually, mana is scattered throughout each territory, but it is quite rare to find a region with such a high concentration of mana in such a large area. The youth believed that this jungle was special, but was there a possibility that the concentration of mana in the entire world was gradually increasing? One way or another, they would be developing this area. He asked if there was anything else important, but it seemed she had decided to give him seeds of every possible variety. The girls of the tribe began to plow the land, and the wooden golems actively helped them in this difficult work. With the help of their magic, the tribe perfectly prepared the soil of the field, making it fertile and ready for sowing. And soon the girls called the young man, carrying fresh, fragrant fruits in their hands. These gifts of nature personified the richness of the local flora. The girls carefully presented the young man with fresh coconuts, which filled the space with the aroma of the tropics. The young man thanked the girls heartily, sincerely happy with such a manifestation of care and warmth from his friends. The young man suggested that the girls take a short break, rest from their work, and enjoy the moment, enjoying the taste of fresh fruit and the coolness of the shady trees. The young man asked if the girls found it easy to work in the fields, and received a confident answer that they did not experience any difficulties. After all, now, thanks to the magnanimous Savior, nature gives the tribes a special grace, making the land amazingly fertile and easy to cultivate. They were doing very well even for their first experience. It seemed that peace and harmony now reigned in Amazonia, allowing the land to be cultivated without effort and without the support of wooden golems. The young man was suddenly addressed by the mother herself, looking at him attentively with her wise eyes. The mother conducted a thorough study of the soil cover and made an amazing discovery. Under the dense cover of the majestic jungle were hidden huge reserves of the most valuable natural resource, high-quality coal. In this world, scientific thought has not yet reached the level that allows coal to be used as an energy source. The young man pondered Mother's discovery and came to the conclusion that this resource is unlikely to be useful in the near future. Nit asked if it was traditional to use coal. He thought that in ancient times, magically synthesized mana coal was used. When homunculi like him were created, they used mana oil, obtained by refining mana oil. The lecture from Mother began that, however, in order for the city to be unpolluted, the use of these substances was avoided in every possible way in the celestial city. According to the latest science of magic, the transformation of the feeling called love. The girls wanted to sleep. The mother continued that the divine dolls, thanks to the love of the owner, also received the ability to improve their combat power. Indeed, under the current circumstances, coal is not particularly useful. However, things were quite different. She gave the young man an unusual tool, which was called the tool for creating magically synthesized diamonds. The young man looked at the object in amazement, doubting that a simple glove could work such miracles. The girl nodded softly, confirming his guess. This unusual thing really does allow you to create magnificent synthetic diamonds directly from ordinary coal. The girl said that when the glove squeezes a piece of coal, under the influence of super high temperatures and incredible pressure, a perfect diamond crystal is born. It became clear to the young man that such an effort is only available to real heroes. The most outstanding thing about the magically synthesized diamond creation tool was that it could immediately automatically produce a high-purity diamond after cleaning out foreign impurities. To accomplish this, but for Nita, this was no problem at all. His powers and abilities allowed him to freely dispose of the huge reserves of magical energy necessary for the successful completion of the process. Nit had absolute confidence in his mana reserves, for he knew he could draw on energy almost infinitely. True, Mother had said how much simpler life would be if such freedom of action were available in more than just the area of magic quantity. The girl asked if he could create a golem in the shape of a hand, and the young man confidently answered in the affirmative, explaining that there were suitable rock formations nearby that were ideal for making such a product. The girls of the tribe constantly urged Nit on, forcing him to dig coal and make diamonds tirelessly. With their cheerful energy and witty remarks, they inspired the boy to continue working, although at times their humorous remarks sounded a little bit caustic and provocative. Almost a year passed, and Nit was still working hard, continuing to mine coal and transform it into beautiful diamonds. The girls of the tribe continued to support him, encouraging him with witticisms and encouraging words, creating an atmosphere of fun and excitement around the difficult task. Finally, having completed his work, Nit proudly showed the resulting diamond to the mother. However, she looked at the stone appraisingly and noted that its size was still small. There was nothing to brag about in terms of carats. Most of the stones were also modest in size, barely reaching several tens of carats. Stones weighing over 100 carats were extremely rare. Literally, single specimens could be counted on the fingers of one hand. According to ancient legends, using the ashes of sacred creatures, it is possible to create the most perfect specimen of diamond. Even the supreme elementalist, who possesses the powerful attribute Phoenix, is no match for this stone. The boy considered such stories to be fairy tales. In his opinion, the diamonds he created are also not bad, but unlike modern Earth, where the cost of a synthetic diamond is 1 to several hundred of the price of a natural stone. In this era of this world, the concept of a synthetic diamond is completely absent. People do not even know about the possibility of creating artificial gemstones, believing that every real diamond is the result of long millennia of natural processes. Nit decided that the synthetic diamond he had created would be in no way inferior to its natural counterpart and deserved a comparable price. In his opinion, the cost of such a masterpiece should start from about 100 gold coins and up, given the rarity and beauty of the resulting sample. In 1 year, Nita created 30,000 diamonds worth 3 billion gold coins, equivalent to 300 billion Japanese yen. Such wealth would make him one of the richest men in the world. Despite this, Nita was interested in how many onigiri he could buy with that money. Nit worked diligently to develop the kingdom, improving the infrastructure, economy, and quality of life for his subjects, while at the same time striving to continue the dynasty. A while ago, something strange had caused him a vague feeling of unease and worry. Now, as he was walking outside, he felt a slight wave of tension again. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out to him from behind, instantly attracting his attention and causing slight confusion. One day, the girl spoke boldly to her brother, suggesting that they think together about the future of the dynasty and the creation of descendants. Her determination amazed her brother, causing a mixed feeling of surprise and respect at the same time. The boy greeted the girl named Leah warmly. She looked remarkably similar to his younger sister, which made Nita's heart tremble with tender sadness and pleasant childhood memories. From the first days of Nita's appearance in the kingdom, Leah felt an inexplicable sympathy and warmth towards him. Gradually, this connection grew stronger, developing into a deep affection, full of sincere admiration and friendship. Each time, faced with such persistent hints from Leah, Nit deftly dodged, preferring to avoid discussing personal issues and delicately rejecting any attempts to start a conversation about family and children. A year later, Leah's appearance had changed noticeably, becoming strikingly similar to her sister Nita's. It was no longer possible to talk about a coincidental resemblance. The differences between them were becoming almost indistinguishable, as if fate had deliberately brought them closer together. Nit asked the girl not to call him brother, and then Leah asked in bewilderment why he asked this. Nit patiently taught the girl everything he knew. Thanks to his caring mentoring, Leah developed quickly, feeling the support of an older friend close to her heart and soul. Over time, the relationship became so warm that she perceived the young man as her beloved older brother. Leah once openly confessed to Nitu that she wanted to be the mother of his child, dreaming of creating a common future in a strong family. Her proposal was unexpectedly bold and touching, showing the depth of feelings and trust she had for her mentor and close friend. Leah's proposal touched Nit's soul. He felt joy from being loved and respected. Their mutual love seemed pure and sincere, but realizing the seriousness of the situation, Nit decided to honestly explain that, being related, continuing the relationship was impossible. All the events of the past year spent in Amazonia worried Nita not only with questions of the relationship with Leah. During this period, he faced many trials and difficult decisions related to both government and his personal life. Despite many efforts, none of the women participating in the procreation program have been able to become pregnant to date. This situation has caused concern to the young man. Nit knew very well that if things remained as they were, his prolonged stay in the jungle risked becoming endless. Without heirs and worthy successors, he would become a prisoner forever, losing hope of breaking out and returning home. Nit felt guilty towards Leah, realizing that he had rejected her sincere affection and desire to have a family together. The situation that had developed was extremely painful and difficult, depriving him of peace of mind and comfort. It had been a long time since Nit had left the family home where Amilia lived, and now he desperately wanted to see his family again. Memories of his loved ones warmed his heart, filled him with warmth and anxiety at the same time. Time dragged on slowly, painfully long, making him suffer. Deciding that it was time to bid farewell to Amazonia and move on, Nit began preparing to leave. However, when he informed the queen of his intentions, she was vehemently opposed to his departure. The queen firmly stated that she would allow Naitu to leave Amazonia only after he created a full-fledged family with another woman, providing the country with a secure future and heirs. The year passed quickly, and Nit realized that it was high time to return home, to his native places and familiar life. However, Henri was categorically against his return, considering it necessary to extend his stay in Amazonia. Henri set a condition. If Nit immediately left the country, he would have no chance of starting a family with her. Nit offered a compromise, promised to return in exactly 5 years. However, the queen resolutely refused, insisting on an immediate agreement to stay for a long time. Earlier, Nit had solemnly promised women that he would make every effort to achieve pregnancy. However, the sudden news about the impossibility of quickly fulfilling his promise left those around him completely confused. The girl suddenly rushed forward, wrapped her arms around Nita's neck and, pressing her cheek to his shoulder, quietly whispered, looking imploringly into his eyes so that he would stay a little longer. Now the parties have agreed to set a clear time limit, 3 months. It is during this short period of time that the long-awaited conception should occur, after which Nit will receive freedom and the right to go anywhere. Nit had to apologize to the women for looking at their bodies, emphasizing that he was not in the habit of backing down from his commitments. The young man expressed deep understanding of the situation and his readiness to make every effort to correct the situation. The women of the tribe joyfully welcomed the decision to extend the period for an additional 3 months, hoping to finally achieve the desired result and feel the happiness of motherhood. The queen announced that, in view of the limited 3 months allotted, she was setting an additional condition. The young man, hearing her statement, puzzledly asked for details of the new requirement. He will strive to have a child with hundreds of different women every day, filling his life with a variety of connections, responsibilities, and emotions. This is a difficult test, full of surprises and searches for the one with whom he will give birth to a long-awaited baby and find true family happiness. This is his last chance, and now success is vital. Every moment decides everything, attempts become ideal, girls become possible mothers, tension grows. Life has turned into a struggle, where every detail is important, and only maximum dedication will lead to the cherished heirs. Since then, he lived locked up in a harem, among many women, striving to have offspring and preserve his name, realizing that ahead was the last chance that would determine his fate. He was engaged in procreation. Night and day, he slept with different Amazonian girls, constantly trying to continue the family line. Each relationship became another chance to conceive, bringing him closer to the goal of preserving the dynasty. The girl made it clear that she wanted to see him in her space, inviting him to deepen the relationship and spend time together in a comfortable environment. The girls began to actively invite him to spend time together, taking the initiative and expressing interest in communication. If things continue like this, he will disappear from this world. Super Energy Water is a secret magical potion that restores and increases energy and physical strength. His mother advised him to accept the proposed remedy and continue on his way, showing persistence and patience despite the difficulties and obstacles that would inevitably be encountered ahead. She reminded him that every attempt brings him closer to his goal, and every step strengthens his faith in his own strength. He drank the healing potion and, to his surprise, felt a rapid restoration of strength and energy. However, Mother was an extremely strict mentor, often making high demands and rarely expressing approval. Kaya instantly opened her arms and pressed her tender cheek tightly against her brother's neck, as if trying to express the depth of love and gratitude that had accumulated inside her heart. Her eyes sparkled with happiness. She begged him to choose her, promising the birth of children who would be able to continue the great line and bring her true happiness. He managed to resist temptations again, remaining true to his principles and beliefs. Despite the numerous temptations with which the world around him tried to lead him astray, the hero remained unshakable, maintaining clarity of mind and purity of soul. The doll admitted that it had been an infinitely long time since she had fallen asleep next to her beloved, passionately wanting to once again feel the closeness and warmth of her beloved body, hearing the quiet breathing of a man close to her heart, and plunging into the sweet moments of a shared sleep, filled with deep emotions and tenderness. Where he used to return daily to the shack where the girls lived, enjoying their company, his days are now filled with interactions with other people, and he spends more time outside of his usual surroundings, distancing himself from his old way of life and those who were close to him before. Nothing can be changed. Such is the will of the master. His decision is final and irrevocable. They were experiencing an unbearable feeling of loneliness when suddenly the doll noticed someone's presence. A spark of curiosity and anticipation of meeting the young man, whose steps could now break the silence and bring variety to the monotonous everyday life, lit up her eyes. Their gaze fell on the figure of Nith, slowly emerging from the gloom, exhausted from the long journey and breathing heavily from fatigue. His steps were uncertain, his body swayed slightly from the strain, his hands trembled, his fingers convulsively clenched. Coming closer, he greeted the girls and Honey warmly, smiling widely. The friends immediately offered him to share their free time with them, to rest and relax in pleasant company, distracted from the worries and problems of everyday life. He politely apologized, explaining that he had not yet completed his daily quota of tasks and duties, and therefore had to decline the invitation. However, before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt strong grips of hands, deliberately holding him in place against his will. Now the sacred duty of procreation is entrusted to the girls, and they intend to fulfill their destiny right in the palace bathroom. The goddess urged the master to hurry, emphasizing the importance of starting the ritual as soon as possible. Honey stood at the window, peering tensely through the glass into the twilight courtyard, watching as the figures gradually moved away, taking with them the one to whom her heart belonged. The first girl was indignant, accusing him of unfairness and selfishness, claiming that he was paying attention exclusively to one side, ignoring the needs of the others. The second girl supported her, stating that such behavior caused resentment and disappointment. The girl looked at him intently with slight sadness and resentment in her eyes, remembering the day when he promised to come back and be there. 2 whole months had already passed since the moment when the important promise was given. Exhausted and physically weakened, Nit left the walls of the harem, finding himself face to face with the bright sunlight that he had not enjoyed for a long time. His legs gave way and he fell to the hard surface of the ground. But the worst thing was that the situation remained the same as before, no changes, no hope for improvement. The mother, overcome with indignation and irritation, suddenly raised her hand and hit the young man on the cheek with all her strength, leaving a red mark on his pale skin. There was harshness in her voice and an uncompromising position that he was weak. As a man, he must understand that he must remain steadfast and unbending, fulfilling the important mission set before him and unwaveringly adhering to the promise he made himself. His body refused to obey the commands of consciousness, having reached the extreme limit of its capabilities. The last months had become a real test for him. The use of a potion that was supposed to make life easier, on the contrary, began to bring additional problems. Gradually, he realized the absurdity of the idea itself. He took great pleasure in knowing that girls needed him, sought his attention and participation in their lives. Realizing his own demand, he felt satisfaction and self-confidence, rejoicing in the opportunity to bring joy to loved ones. However, being in the company of beautiful women all the time, without the opportunity to fully rest and recuperate, created serious difficulties. This situation became a problem of pleasure consumption, when benefits turned into a source of discomfort and stress. The savior wanted to leave unnoticed, but the girls called out loudly to him. Feeling an internal conflict, he stopped and returned to listen to them. They asked him why he was going to leave, since he had not yet completed the established daily quota. Several people grabbed him firmly, preventing him from leaving them. Exhausted, he begged to be allowed to pause for a moment to recuperate. But his efforts were in vain. He was dragged back to the harem, where new duties and concerns awaited him, not allowing him to pause. Moreover, he broke his promise to Leah, not living up to her hopes and expectations. Her face flared with the scarlet flame of anger and jealousy, revealing hidden emotions and deep feelings. She was at a loss to understand why her brother now preferred to spend his nights with other women, while she herself had transformed in appearance, becoming more beautiful than when he crossed the threshold of the kingdom. A feeling of envy and bewilderment engulfed her consciousness, preventing her from thinking clearly and acting sensibly. She demonstrated that she had matured not only physically, acquiring mature forms and feminine beauty, but also spiritually, learning to understand human feelings, show compassion and wisdom. She was remarkably similar to his younger sister, and he could not explain to the girl the reason for his refusal to get closer to her. An internal barrier and moral obligation to his family firmly fixed his position, making further development of the relationship impossible. The women gathered around began to actively question him as to why he had not yet fulfilled his promise. not fulfilling his obligation to become the father of a child for her as well. After all, it had been agreed from the beginning that he would undertake to produce offspring with all the girls of the harem. Nana addressed all those present, asking them not to burden the gentleman with unnecessary demands, and not to build illusions about his generosity and virtue. She emphasized that good deeds and attentive attitude do not mean the presence of special obligations or promises. The girl approached Nana and openly asked why she constantly interfered and hindered the development of the relationship, trying to limit freedom of choice and action. Fulfilling the oath given earlier was a mandatory requirement, regardless of Nita's personal preferences and desires. Although he did not want to go through this ritual, the need to fulfill his duty outweighed his personal preferences, turning the process into an unpleasant duty. Nana claimed that the master preferred the doll's body to the bodies of living women, although in fact, this statement was completely untrue and unfair, as the other girl believed. People are constantly evolving, experiencing both positive and negative changes, which is a natural part of human existence and constitutes the true beauty of the individual. These words struck Hina as being the implication that the artificially created bodies of the dolls remained static and unchanging, lacking the dynamic development and internal growth inherent in living beings. The atmosphere became increasingly tense and disturbing. The atmosphere gradually became saturated with tension, as if a thundercloud was gathering over the heroes' heads. The slightest pretext could cause an explosion of conflict, destroying the fragile balance. Nit noticed a change in the girl's behavior, noticing signs of irritation and alienation in their manner. Curiosity prompted him to ask directly what had affected their mood so much. The mother calmly explained to the young man that the differences between them persisted and periodically manifested themselves in the relationship. Upon hearing this revelation, the young man was shocked, realizing how deep the conflicts and contradictions that existed within the harem were. The mother had taken measures in advance, calming each of the fighting dolls, so that conflict had not yet arisen. Outwardly, calm reigned, but in reality, the girls were on the verge of a breakdown, suppressing their discontent. The young man did not suspect the possible consequences of the hidden confrontation. The girls felt anxious and afraid, fearing that the women of Amazonia would take over the heart of their beloved, taking away his love and attention forever. Despite the fact that he sincerely tried to share his love and attention with all his girlfriends, they did not show the expected reaction, and he could not understand the reasons for such an attitude, getting lost in conjectures and thoughts. The girls could no longer maintain a calm demeanor and passively watch events unfold. The tension grew with each passing minute, fueling the fire of rivalry and giving rise to insoluble disputes. The young man did not notice this. All the battle dolls experienced similar feelings of fear, and when faced with these problems, Nit was powerless to influence what was happening. Despite attempts to establish contact and smooth over rough edges, everyone's feelings continued to boil, destroying harmony and trust. If the situation continued to develop in this way, the battle dolls would sooner or later stop tolerating the current state of affairs, accumulating discontent and irritation. Nit himself was also on the verge of complete physical and moral exhaustion, needing rest. To make the difficult mission easier, the heroes joined forces and designed a special device that would help solve the current difficulties. The device is a special medical apparatus designed to introduce the necessary biological material directly into the female body, ensuring the possibility of subsequent successful gestation. The mechanism they created had the incredible ability to produce hundreds of viable embryos at once, effectively solving the problem of rapid population growth. The mother hoped that her son would be able to cope on his own, showing restraint and self-control. However, the use of the device allowed him to fulfill his promises in a timely manner, avoiding further conflicts and complications. The queen was delighted with the discovery of a device that could affect 10,000 women in the Amazon at once, guaranteeing successful conception and a significant increase in the population of the state. It was expected that approximately 10% of women would successfully become pregnant after the procedure, which would ensure a gradual replenishment of the population and the maintenance of demographic balance. The young man experienced extreme stress and amazement when he learned that he would soon become the father of 1,000 children born thanks to the latest device. The scale of responsibility and consequences of such a procedure caused mixed feelings, delight, pride, horror, and anxiety. The boy began to doubt whether he was doing the right thing by agreeing to mass fatherhood and whether he was doing something abnormal from an ethical point of view. At the same time, the queen promised that when she came of age, she would give him a child. Before the planned departure from the Amazon lands, during which time it was necessary to complete all necessary matters and prepare for the upcoming journey home. As a final symbolic gift, the hero presented precious diamonds. The queen highly appreciated the jewelry, considering it the splendor of perfection and the ideal of beauty. The use of the innovative device was successful, ensuring the timely completion of the process within the established timeframe. Thanks to the effectiveness of the technology and the strict implementation of the instructions, the girls were able to achieve the desired results without delay. Leah and another girl decided to organize an entertainment program especially for Nita, inviting him to spend time cheerfully and pleasantly. They wanted to distract the young man from everyday worries and remind him of the joys of communication. However, Hina stood in their way, firmly stating that the existence of a special device allows one to do without personal contact with Nit. Therefore, wasting time on entertainment with him is not at all necessary. The resulting misunderstanding led to increased tension between the girls, causing a growing wave of negativity and dissatisfaction with each other. The atmosphere became tense. The communication acquired an aggressive tone, threatening to spill over into open confrontation. The atmosphere between the girls remained uncomfortable. The young man faced a difficult choice: either maintain neutrality, risking losing the favor of both sides, or enter into a conflict, choosing one side and provoking aggression from the other. Suddenly, the front door creaked and a girl entered the room. Trouble had come to them. A huge group of giants moved in a dense mass, filling the space with their gigantic silhouettes. People stood paralyzed with fear. The air shook from the steps of majestic creatures, making terrifying sounds, reminiscent of ancient legends and myths. One day, powerful giants appeared in the queen's kingdom. The queen was shocked, fearing a threat to her people. The queen asked how many giants had come to her lands. It turned out that their number was close to 1,000, and each was between 5 and 100 meters tall. In addition to the usual giants, who were about 5 meters tall, super large giants also arrived in the kingdom, whose size was even more impressive, causing additional awe and surprise among the inhabitants. The queen could not believe that giants as tall as 50 meters existed. Such a size seemed completely incredible and beyond the bounds of possibility to her. Moreover, it turned out that there were 1,000 of these huge giants, each 50 meters tall. This news shocked the queen, because it seemed almost impossible to imagine such a huge number of such colossal creatures. Seeing the scale of what was happening, the queen exclaimed that any attempt to negotiate with such giants was futile. However, one brave young man tried to convince her, claiming that dialogue and understanding were still possible. The queen declared that giants were the most fearsome opponents, equal in strength to dragons. If giants attacked, her army would be powerless. But Maza assured that together they could win. Nito announced that he had 100 battle dolls, each of which was capable of fighting enemies. This fact gave confidence to the defenders of the kingdom in the upcoming battle. The young man asked the boys if they were ready to support him and join in the defense of the kingdom, using their strength and skills. Nana resolutely stated that she was ready to help Nito and would carry out any order from her master, showing loyalty and willingness to come to the rescue in the fight against threats. Nito sincerely thanked his friends for their support, realizing that despite previous conflicts and differences, they had united for the common goal of protecting their homeland. The mother expressed confidence that the battle dolls were quite capable of defeating the overgiants, especially considering the powerful weapon the boy had developed specifically to enhance the doll's abilities. The Diamond series is a weapon made from synthetic materials in a furnace of pure magic. If it accidentally explodes, a 100-kilometer radius area will become lethal. This special armor greatly enhanced the doll's combat potential, increasing their strength and capabilities in battle with the enemy. However, despite the enhancement, the difference in size and physical strength between normal giants and the colossal titan remained astounding and posed a serious threat. The mother approached the young man and confidently said that he had an important task ahead of him: to create a huge super golem capable of resisting the greatest threats. The strength of the created golem was largely determined by the quality of the materials used, so the choice of raw materials became a key factor in the success of the project. The materials for the golem had to be of exceptional size and strength to effectively withstand the enormous colossal giant. Meanwhile, Maza was thoughtfully pondering something important, as if she was hatching a new, cunning plan. The girls asked Mingyu about the whereabouts of the giants, and she replied that they were in the meadow before the jungle. The girls agreed to meet in a meadow near the jungle to discuss strategy together and put an end to the giants' destructive actions. The queen approached Nit and asked him seriously if he was sure their abilities would be enough to successfully resist the invading giant creatures. With her eyes full of tears, the queen sadly added that the danger threatened not only ordinary residents, but also the heroic sages themselves, whose lives would also be at risk in the upcoming battle with the giant monsters. Nito gently placed his hand on the queen's shoulder, reassuringly saying that he would definitely find a solution to the problem, and solemnly promised to do everything possible to protect her and the people from the impending threat. The queen smiled warmly and sincerely thanked the young man for his bravery, courage, and firm intentions to save the country from disaster. That evening, in a spacious meadow north of the dense jungle, movement began. Huge figures of giants slowly moved forward, threateningly towering over the area. A tense and brutal battle has broken out between the advancing giants and a squad of battle puppets, the outcome of which will determine the fate of an entire kingdom. The fast and agile girl delivered a well-aimed blow that landed a powerful blow right on the giant's head, causing the giant to stagger and slow his advance. The general offensive of the army, consisting of warriors and controlled puppets, turned out to be so powerful that it began to noticeably suppress the resistance of the giants, gradually tipping the scales of the battle in favor of the defenders of the kingdom. The girls bravely entered into battle with the giants, demonstrating courage and skill, desperately defending their kingdom from the giants' invasion. Nito recalled with pleasure the famous phrase, which perfectly reflects the dramatic moment of the battle and the inevitability of the enemy's death, emphasizing the significance of the moment. His mother warned him to remain vigilant, noting that victory seemed too easy, hinting at a possible hidden threat or trick from his enemies. This statement turned out to be true. Ordinary giants turned out to be weaker than the created divine dolls, which were capable of posing serious competition to their opponents. In addition, they were armed with special weapons that significantly increased their combat capabilities and posed an additional threat to the giants. In addition to their normal weapons, the giants used a massive diamond golem created by the Master, whose strength and durability posed a particular danger to the attacking troops. The owner clarified that the golem's name sounds different, Diamond G, mentioning that this word has Japanese origins. The mother approved the clarification, confirming the correctness of the new name. They were worried about the absence of their largest and strongest enemy, the colossal giant, in the battle. But they had a golem with the incredible hardness of a diamond. Such power should have been a decisive advantage for the guys, but for some reason, the giant remained out of the battle. The determined hero declared that he would not allow his team and people to be defeated, and activated special vision, allowing him to see what was happening at a great distance and assess the situation on the battlefield in detail. While Leah and the rest of his comrades took cover in the thick grass, the protagonist worried about the safety of his friends, silently hoping that they would be able to stay healthy and avoid mortal danger during the battle. Ming Yu emphasized that even with all the power of the divine puppets, the threat of the giants remained serious, as the giants represented a fundamentally different level of danger and superiority in strength, casting doubt on the success of the rescue mission. One of the giants suddenly attacked, trying to crush the heroines with his heavy feet, forcing the girls to use all their speed and agility to dodge the deadly blow. Nito shouted loudly at the girls, ordering them to retreat immediately, realizing the real threat to their lives from the advancing giants. The girls froze in place in surprise, seized by panic and confusion, unable to quickly react to the young man's call to flee from the impending danger. The divine dolls created by the young man gave the heroines a precious moment, instantly rushing to protect the girls, literally pulling them out from under the feet of the descending giant. Stunned and shocked by the rapid developments, Leah stood motionless, staring wide-eyed at the doll next to her, barely aware of what had happened or how she had managed to escape. Approaching the girl, Nana carefully took her friend by the shoulders and sympathetically asked if she had recovered from the stress she had experienced and if she felt okay after the incident. The divine dolls said that they would carefully lower the girls down, urging them to stay in a safe place. The warrior girls of the Amazon tribe watched the actions of the heroic dolls with admiration and respect, amazed by their strength, speed, and fighting skill. Nito sighed with relief, gratefully noting that the divine dolls, who had arrived in time, had managed to save the girls, preventing a tragedy and proving their irreplaceable role in the defense of the kingdom. The mother called the young hero to her and informed him that, although the first task had been completed successfully, a new important problem arose ahead that required an immediate solution. She stressed the need for constant readiness and vigilance, reminding them that the future of an entire country depends on their decisions and actions while literally being on the brink of disaster. In the midst of the discussion, it suddenly became clear that the colossal giant's appearance began to rapidly transform, changing its outlines and preparing to take on a new form. The young hero was amazed to see the giant's body covered in a thick layer of dark green armor, turning the monster into a virtually invulnerable and extremely dangerous opponent. This mysterious giant turned out to be the Titan of Earth, a representative of the highest level of the Titan hierarchy, endowed with special powers and protection from Gaia herself, the ancient patroness of the Earth. It was now becoming apparent that the giants had previously delayed their attack, giving the Earth Titan time to complete its transformation and prepare for the final stage of the conflict. Activating the Supreme Spirit form required considerable time and special conditions, allowing the giant to accumulate energy and gain unrivaled power, inaccessible to ordinary giant creatures. The Divine Doll Squad decided it was their turn to enter the fray first, vowing to destroy the giants while they were still standing and able to fight. The young man felt a bad feeling, realizing that the situation was becoming extremely dangerous, and abruptly ordered the entire squad to retreat immediately, feeling the growing threat from the giant's transformation. Suddenly, the giant's body began to emit clouds of hot steam, enveloping the space around and obstructing the view of the participants in the battle. The huge diamond golem took up a position in front of the squad, reliably covering the guys with its body and creating a protective barrier from possible attacks of the enraged giant. Leah, looking at Nito with concern, asked if he was injured, making sure that he was safe and sound. Then the young man inquired about the fate of the rest of the group. Nana spoke out indignantly, stating that Nito should not sacrifice himself by constantly taking hits, and urged him to think about his own safety and preserving his strength for the next tests. The Divine Dolls were well aware that the inhabitants of Amazonoria were ordinary people who needed help and protection from the unprecedented threat posed by the enormous giants. Despite their power and effectiveness, the Divine Dolls remained merely artificial beings created by Nito's hands. Even when damaged or disabled, the Divine Dolls did not experience pain or fear of death, which gave them an advantage over living people in extreme warfare. The young man froze in amazement, peering intently. He sternly interrupted the girl, declaring that he would not allow such words to be heard again, emphasizing that it did not matter to him at all who they were, living people or mechanical assistants. The reason for the conversation was not at all about the nature of the allies' origins. The girls standing shoulder to shoulder with the rest of the resistance were simple but kind-hearted people, ready to sacrifice themselves for the common cause and the defense of their homeland. The warm words of support and recognition from the young man deeply touched Nana, causing a wave of joy and gratitude within her. Nito suggested focusing on supporting the Diamond Golem, while assigning other forces to protect it to prevent possible attacks and ensure the successful completion of the main objective. Having received a clear order, the girls energetically supported the initiative, ready to follow the leader's instructions and make every effort to successfully complete the operation. The mother looked at the young man carefully and calmly asked the important question of whether he was ready for the next stage of the battle, which required maximum concentration and courage. The young man nodded firmly, expressing his readiness and determination to continue the fight. Nito gave the order for the Diamond Golem to move forward, giving the girls a chance to prove their worth and strength by offering them one more try to prove themselves in a critical situation. The Titan stood proudly in the middle of the field, when suddenly a sudden powerful blow fell on its side, causing the giant to flinch and bend slightly. Feeling the first significant blow, the Titan went into a rage, gathering enormous energy and launching a massive counterattack, seeking to crush the opponents and restore the lost balance. The evil Titan launched a swift attack, striking the Diamond Golem with great force, but it remained motionless, enduring the heavy blow like a mountain untouched by winds and storms. While the Diamond Golem's defensive properties made it unusually durable and impact-resistant, the impact from a previous collision left a deep crack on the surface of its chest, indicating a potential vulnerability in the structure. Realizing the weakness in the enemy's armor, the Titan let out a fearsome roar, gathering its strength for another crushing blow that could finally damage the Diamond Golem and put the defenders in a difficult position. Nito categorically refused to allow the Diamond Golem to be defeated, believing that it would be the beginning of the end of the battle. However, Mother sternly noted that one blow would not be enough to cause significant damage to the Titan itself, urging the young man to reconsider his tactics. Despite Mother's warnings, the young man made an independent decision to take responsibility for the defense, declaring that he would ensure the safety of all participants in the battle personally, regardless of the risk and consequences. The diamond golem charged towards the Titan with determination, channeling all of its power and resources into delivering a crushing blow, ready to challenge the giant and test its armor for strength. The diamond golem's powerful blow hit its target, knocking the giant Titan to the ground, causing an earthquake and a rumble from the fall of a multi-meter mass. Mother sincerely praised Nito for the brilliant operation, highly appreciating his management talent and coordination of forces that ensured victory over a dangerous enemy. Peace reigned once again in the vicinity of the jungle, and the queen, holding back tears of happiness and relief, warmly thanked him for saving the kingdom and returning peace to the inhabitants. First, the kingdom was invaded by cannibals, and then came the giants. After both threats were eliminated, the queen was at a loss as to how to properly express her gratitude to the hero. The young man had acted entirely on his own accord, without expecting any reward. Even if we assume that the act was committed for the sake of serving the country, the attitude of those around him towards the young hero remained insufficient and shallow, devoid of due respect and gratitude deserved for such outstanding deeds. Mingyu asked in confusion why the divine dolls had sided with the humans, proving to be such effective and useful helpers in such difficult trials. Nana replied that the girls served their master faithfully and selflessly, caring for him and supporting his interests, because they see how important his efforts are and what a great purpose lies behind every action. These warm and heartfelt words evoked strong emotions in the girls. Many of them shed tears, touchingly and heartily thanking the young heroes for their selfless help and loyalty to the cause. Nit noted with satisfaction that disputes and disagreements were left behind, giving way to unity and friendship, which allowed him to overcome difficulties and achieve an important victory. This reconciliation brought hope and joy to the hearts of the participants, symbolizing the rebirth of trust and harmony. Emotional Leah, unable to resist, threw herself into her sister's arms, rejoicing at the reunification of the family and the restoration of unity. The young man's questioning gaze met the girl's gentle smile, who tenderly hugged her sister, expressing her sincere gratitude for saving her. Leah admitted that she always dreamed of being next to her beloved sister, experiencing closeness and feeling her warmth and attention, especially in moments of difficulty and anxiety. The guy was genuinely happy about the changes in his relationship with the girl, feeling a long-awaited release from pressure and constant talk about children, focusing on common interests and developing friendship. Watching the sincere smiles and joy on the faces of the people around him brought the young man great pleasure and a feeling of deep inner satisfaction, allowing him to feel the meaning and importance of his own achievements. 6 months after the triumphant victory over the giants, when the threat of the complete return of the monsters had disappeared forever, the girls cried bitterly, saying goodbye to their beloved hero who was forced to leave Amazonia. His mission was over, and the young man explained that he had to return home because the land reclamation project was over. The girls had to come to terms with this decision. This period was suitable for a full study and restoration of forest areas. Finally, the construction was finished. The huge magical battleship of the superclass, equipped with the latest technology, appeared in all its splendor. The crucial moment of parting had arrived, and the crew prepared to set off, leaving Amazonia. The queen was completely stunned by the news of the young man's imminent departure, but even more by the size of his ship. The amazed queen saw a ship, a magical battleship exactly 333 meters long and about 45 meters wide, built from a rare orichalcum alloy. More than 5,000 passengers could easily fit inside the ship, making it a real miracle of engineering and magic. The new magical battleship surpassed the Yamato, which was only 269 meters long and just under 40 meters wide. The new battleship was significantly larger, and this is no accident. The authors were inspired by the scale of the famous vessel, embodying the dream of a real seafaring giant. Mother explained that the ship is able to hover in the air thanks to its unique magical energy. In addition to the ability to move, the battleship is equipped with a variety of weapons designed to effectively protect the crew and passengers. Until now, the young man had never heard of the existence of a magical airship of such a scale, and he immediately recognized that the appearance of such an innovative means of transportation testified to the high level of development of technology and science in the state. And that was only part of the wonders. The magical battleship carried a supergun on board, a unique radiation generator that affects space-time dimensions, allowing you to create portals and move through parallel realities. The magic cannon had truly fantastic properties. Its power was enough to destroy a meteorite with one shot, which caused complete admiration of the observers. However, their thoughts were interrupted by a sudden appeal from someone from the surroundings, calling them a savior. The queen, with a feeling of deepest gratitude, thanked the young man heartily for his invaluable help. Thanks to the hero's efforts and sacrificial labor, the country of Amazonia turned into a prosperous land, where every citizen could count on a decent life, comfort, and development. Even after the savior's departure, the legacy of his exploits will continue to support the progress and well-being of the state. As the reigning monarch, the queen has made a solemn promise to do everything in her power to protect the borders of her country and to care for the people, ensuring reliable protection and fair rule, maintaining harmony and peace within the territory of the state. A particularly important achievement was the realization that the children born thanks to his intervention had the right to a full life and a bright future. Seeing the happy faces of the little ones, the young man felt satisfaction and pride in the work he had done. The queen admitted that she herself dreams of having descendants from the noble hero, but she realizes that circumstances require an immediate departure on the return journey, leaving the desire for motherhood for an indefinite future. The time had come to say goodbye. The heart sank with sadness, but both understood that further stay was impossible. A warm parting, sincere wishes of goodness and luck became the last gesture of love and affection before the long journey home. As he said goodbye, the young man wished the people who remained well-being and success, assuring them that what he had done would leave a deep mark on the history and culture of the country, giving birth to new generations of strong and kind hearts. The divine dolls brought their master aromatic coffee from rare Amazonian beans and fresh fruits, recommending that he get a good rest, since an intensive training cycle would soon begin, requiring a fresh mind and vigorous body. The interior of the living space on the magical battleship was spacious and luxurious, combining comfort and functionality, offering passengers comfortable conditions for rest and travel. In just half a day, the ship covered the distance to the city of Amilia, showing the speed of movement. The traveler thought that he would have managed to get even further, but he obeyed the decision of the mentor. The crew did not encounter any obstacles along the way. The air travel had gone smoothly, which seemed odd considering the high population density of the new continents the explorers had settled. However, the increase in magical energy in the forest was surprising. Hina noted that the current landscape looked bleak and uninhabitable, but a few years ago, the area was covered in lush greenery, evidence of nature's recent blossoming. The native inhabitants of Amazonia seemed to be unaware of the environmental changes, perhaps due to their limited habitat. Nit himself became acutely aware of something amiss, suspecting that events had occurred with this new world that were upsetting the natural balance and creating serious threats. The crew reported that they would be arriving at Amilia City in a matter of minutes. The ship would go into absolute stealth mode as it crossed the airspace above the city. Nit tried to push the dark thoughts out of his head, trying to forget about the anxiety that had arisen. After a long journey and adventures, the young man finally crossed the threshold of his native land, feeling joy, and then suddenly fell silent. The first impression of Amilia shocked the young man. It was a picturesque and lively city. Nana shared about the city at night, telling how beautiful and lively Amilia was. Hina admitted that, contrary to expectations, reality surpassed the gentleman's stories, and the city seemed even brighter and more attractive to her than she could have imagined. Amilia had changed dramatically. Street lamps were powered by pure magical energy, illuminating wide avenues. In just 5 years of Nita's absence, the capital had undergone such an evolution that the guy simply could not believe his own eyes. Today, Amilia has lost its former charm, becoming a city of contrasts and inequality. The difference between the rich and poor areas has become obvious and depressing, destroying the illusion of universal prosperity and progress. To her horror, Nana saw the stranger being hit. Despite their desire to intervene, they realized their own helplessness. All members of the group were in complete shock and despair, realizing that they could do nothing to help the victim. A man lay bleeding on a dirty street, his clothes torn and his belongings scattered around. People walked past, ignoring the pain and suffering of others, as if such a scene had become a normal part of city life. No one cared about someone else's tragedy. Nit was deeply shocked by the scene and the indifference of the townspeople, and publicly declared that Melia had long ago lost all morality and humanity. It was painful to watch how the once great city was turning into a symbol of social degradation. The electronic board displayed in large letters the slogan, "Amilia, the city of immorality." The boy's heart sank with anxiety and fear of what had happened to his hometown and loved ones who had left indelible marks on his memory and heart. They got together and set out to explore the changed city, discovering the new realities of modern Melia and relearning the streets and alleys. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. The young man feverishly hurried through the streets, looking into every street and alley, desperately searching for his loved ones and those dear to him, losing track of time and distance, just to see dear faces and make sure that everything was okay with them. Nit froze in place, staring at the electronic board with eyes wide with horror, his brain refusing to accept the new state of the world. His gaze fell upon the chaotic jumble of cheap dives and seedy establishments that occupied most of the city streets. Everything around spoke of the debauchery and crime that had overwhelmed the once beautiful and clean city. Everything around him seemed unfamiliar and alien, as if the walls of the buildings themselves had absorbed the evil and indifference that surrounded the city. Suddenly, a sharp voice was heard in the distance, demanding that the ragged man give him his food. Nit's heart sank painfully at the sight of the rudeness that permeated the society. Such a scenario would have led to a quick agreement among the criminals, but now technology has reached an incredible level. The young man could not believe that humanity could reach such heights of technical progress while simultaneously losing moral guidelines and basic values. Nita's reaction was instantaneous. Having read the formula of an ancient sleep spell in a flash, he prevented the crime and saved the old man from suffering. With one movement of his hand and a few words of a spell, the boy sent a group of criminals into a deep sleep, freeing a peaceful resident from annoying pursuers and restoring peace. After checking the victim's condition, he calmed the man down, learning that he had gotten off with light threats. The victim expressed gratitude for the timely help. Then the young man asked when the continent was discovered. The young man calculated that it was now the 998th year of the new era, whereas he had been born in the year 9. When he was 10 years old, he went to the Celestial City, spending 3 years there, and then spent a year and a half in Amazonia. According to preliminary calculations, based on the age and length of the journey, the young man must have turned either 14 or 15 years old. Meanwhile, the older man, with curiosity and some caution, inquired about what had happened. The young man looked at the mother, asking her a direct question, whether the strange acceleration of time was connected with the peculiarities of the flow of time in the Celestial City. The woman remained silent, not revealing the details of her knowledge and beliefs. The woman remembered that she had forgotten to warn the guy about an important feature of the Celestial City. Time moves differently there, faster than in the ordinary world. Because of this, there was confusion with age and the chronology of events. The mother warned that a shift would now occur and, using the mirror portal, the old man, who witnessed the unusual phenomenon, was stunned and stood in place for a long time, trying to comprehend the miracle he had seen. Reflecting on the catastrophe, the woman recalled the story of the great cataclysm caused by the war of ancient magicians and demons. It was difficult to imagine what impact the magical battles that unfolded on the surface of the planet had. The elders said that ancient magicians used real explosive magic in that war, capable of causing nuclear reactions. It was the use of such artifacts and curses that caused a global catastrophe, which led to a change in the climate and appearance of many regions. In the days of Mother's youth, such techniques were considered forbidden. Hearing the woman's story, the elder was perplexed as to what she was talking about, but agreed that such people really acted unreasonably and selfishly, provoking global cataclysms. The development of alchemy led to a decrease in the value of silver and gold. The Great Depression engulfed the world and escalated into a major war. People became less ethical than before, and as a result of the explosion, the world was engulfed in magical flames. The woman sadly realized that the mass spread of magical abilities led to a sharp decline in the population of the Earth. As a result of powerful explosions, a significant part of humanity perished. Survivors faced new realities where traditional moral norms ceased to apply. Many people, faced with suffering, abandoned humanity and compassion, focusing solely on survival at any cost, often resorting to bad actions and exploitation of others. Walking through the deserted streets, Tin couldn't help but compare the current state of the world to Mad Max. Destruction, anarchy, and constant tension reigned everywhere. Most of the inhabited areas had turned into zones of lawlessness and impunity. The mother looked her son in the eye and asked him what his future plans were. The young man confessed that he wanted to go back to the past when his family was safe and sound. There is an ancient magical instrument that can travel back in time. She warned him that attempting to cross timelines was extremely risky, with a 99.97% failure rate. The success rate of teleportation was a measly 0.03%. Nit thought with pain in his soul that he would never again be able to see his parents and sister, to enjoy the warmth and love of family, having lost them forever in the irreversible flow of time. Having experienced an unbearable sense of loss and realizing the impossibility of influencing fate, the young man could hardly hold back his tears, turned away from the girls, and quietly left, having made the difficult decision to give up trying to return to the past. He dreamed of seeing his beloved family again, mentally returning to the happy moments of his childhood and youth. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling, as if the ground shook under his feet and the space around him cracked and distorted, foreshadowing something unusual and unpredictable. Above their heads, the sky split open, creating a gaping black crack. The crack grew, spreading waves of abnormal energy, creating an atmosphere of tension and anxiety. A little girl, slipping out of a crack in space, cried out cheerfully that she had found the right person. Her sudden appearance was accompanied by the announcement that the 101st time travel had been successful, marking a major breakthrough in the study of temporal physics. The little explorer smiled when she found her lost glasses. The boys froze in stupor, not taking their eyes off the sky. It turned out that the creature that suddenly appeared from the cracks in space was a third-degree wind spirit, endowed with the ability to travel between times and dimensions. The little girl who had the power of movement returned to guide the young man. The small creature turned out to be a small goddess. Her joy was to see us smile, enjoying the moment of meeting. The young man assumed that the meeting with the deity would be grand and unforgettable, but a surprise awaited him. The tiny girl appeared before him in an unusual form, not corresponding to traditional ideas about the appearance of gods. The meeting with the little girl caused Nito genuine joy and warm feelings. Delighted by the reciprocity, the little girl asked with a smile whether the young man could see her features through the glasses, which gave her a funny and slightly comical look. The atmosphere of the conversation will be friendly and conducive to further conversation. The mother's appearance had undergone some changes, which attracted the young man's attention. Approaching her with concern, he asked the woman if everything was all right, showing genuine interest and concern for her well-being. It is worth remembering that the mother spent a long time inside the giant statue until the goddess destroyed it. The consequences of the incident were reflected in the woman's appearance, leaving physical and psychological trauma. Mom took on a comical look and shouted that the bomb was a planet destroyer, laughing. The young man concluded that it had broken. The oppressive presence of the powerful deity caused a complete psychological crisis in the woman. Under the influence of emotional shock, she gradually lost the ability to think rationally, plunging into the depths of her own consciousness and retaining only the pitiful remains of her personality. The surviving woman, maddened by grief and anger, gathered her strength and rushed to attack God, trying to jump from above and catch the deity by surprise. The goddess watched with a grin as the woman rushed into the attack without hesitation or calculation. With a flick of her finger, she confiscated the dangerous thing. The powerful goddess used a special technique, using a black hole, instantly confiscated the thing. Mom was stunned and frightened by what was happening, realizing her own powerlessness in the face of great power. The roar of a powerful explosion rolled through another dimension. The focus remained on the hero's mother, cowering in the corner of the room and quietly whispering something under her breath, as if repeating an internal monologue or prayer. The woman rose from her knees, shouting an order to the battleship's command, gather all available energy from the machine, and transfer it to the main weapon, activating fire from the magic cannon. The woman activated a special device, a teleportation mirror. Ordering an immediate return to the battleship, she hurried the young man, who hastened to obey the order in order to continue the mission and protect the homeland. The character quietly left the scene of the confrontation with the goddess, having managed to move aboard the space battleship. The goddess, busy with her own affairs, did not understand where the glasses had gone. Soon after arriving, the young man was greeted by his beloved and loyal companions, his own fighting machines known as divine dolls. Forgetting everything, the boy's mother rushed forward, not reacting to the cries of her son, who was trying to hold her back. The dolls tried to understand the reasons for the fuss, but could not understand the reason for what was happening, only watching the running figures and listening to the conversation between them. Neith insisted that despite the trauma and past experiences, such drastic measures were unacceptable. He reminded that any mistake could be costly and would lead to undesirable consequences for all parties to the conflict. The mother muttered through her teeth that this time she intended to see things through to the end, putting an end once and for all to the eternal source of problems and suffering. The young man tried to explain to his mother the senselessness of the plan, but his arguments did not reach her consciousness. the woman concentrated on preparing the weapon of destruction. Having loudly notified everyone, the mother ordered to immediately fire at maximum power. Confused and depressed, the boy sank into thought, unable to prevent the fateful events. A mechanical voice sounded overhead, announcing the beginning of the countdown to the launch of the magical weapon. Mentally going over the options, the young man came to the conclusion that the presence of absolute power in the girl goddess guaranteed her protection and safety. This gave him some hope that even if a catastrophe occurred, the little goddess would be able to survive the explosion and survive, preserving peace and quiet in the future. The voice of the mechanism continued to count the seconds, inexorably bringing the end of the drama closer. The mother stood in front of the control panel, anticipating the imminent denouement. Her face lit up with a devilish grin, her eyes blazed with the fire of vengeance. After making the final calculation, the system worked automatically. The cannon released a blinding flash of light, accompanied by a powerful explosion. The space was illuminated by a bright blue glow, which instantly spread in the direction of the intended target. The energy of the released charge exceeded all expectations. Pure magical power formed a dense energy ball, absorbing everything in its path. For an ordinary goddess, this was an excessive load, and only the speed of reactions allowed the girl to escape. The goddess activated the transformation. The space was illuminated with light. This was the final mode of the deity of the universe. The surface layer of the goddess's skin glowed with a golden sheen. The young man was delighted that it was the image of the goddess of that time. She activated the absolute magical reflection. Mom was horrified. A laser, amplified 3 times, was reflected from the goddess's body. Mom didn't understand that it was coming back. As expected from his patroness, the goddess showed miracles of mastery. Taking the energy of the magical impulse, she tripled its power and returned it back, turning the projectile into a destructive weapon. This technique astonished those around her. Fascinated by the incredible skill of the goddess, the young man forgot about the real threat. The energy ball launched by his mother came very close, quickly reducing the distance and terrifying the witnesses of what was happening. The woman realized the seriousness of the situation and ordered all the divine dolls to use their residual energy, forming a strong magical shield capable of repelling the attack. All the accumulated energy of the machines and weapons was directed to form an impassable barrier. Monitor screens everywhere showed the message, "Absolute Magic Barrier activated." The energy charge collided with the barrier, the collision creating a bright blue flash, like fireworks. Nit and Nana froze in horror, realizing the scale of the potential catastrophe. Both struggled with anxiety and inner tension, realizing that the fate of loved ones and the preservation of life depended on their joint efforts. The barrier strained under the pressure, and soon small cracks began to appear in its structure. Experts noticed that the structure would not be able to withstand the load for long, and the projectile was about to break through the blockage, dealing a crushing blow to the structures and the crew. Mother commanded that the magical energy be increased threefold, monitoring the equipment's readings. However, technical problems made it difficult to carry out the order. Nana reported that the magical energy was steadily decreasing, and now there was only 20% left. If the consumption of magical energy is not reduced, the reserves will run out and the ship will collapse. However, reducing the amount of energy used to maintain the magical shield threatens destruction from external influence. Without full protection, the projectile will break through inside. After looking at the instruments and analyzing the data, the young man realized that the chosen strategy was leading to a guaranteed defeat. It was impossible to reduce energy consumption without reducing the effectiveness of the shield, and vice versa. Another solution was needed that could save all participants in the experiment. The young man clenched his fists tightly, his muscles tensed, his breathing quickened. Hissing through his teeth, he declared that he would definitely find a way out of this situation, even if it meant taking a big risk. Nito turned his gaze to his mother, hesitantly asking if there was a way to fix the situation. The woman, seeing her son's indecision, was visibly upset and worried, realizing that the fate of their expedition and crew lay in the hands of the young man. The mother fell to her knees, holding out her hands to her son and pleading. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice trembling with desperation as she asked the young man to share his personal magical energy with the battleship, the only way to prolong the life of the ship and its crew. It took a lot of effort for the woman to collect her thoughts and look away from her son. Straightening up abruptly, she ordered Nana in a stern voice to prepare a special device for transmitting magical energy, which was immediately delivered to her. The mother looked at her son pleadingly and asked him to touch the magic crystal, putting the maximum amount of her magical energy into it. Her look spoke of extreme need and dependence on the result, leaving the young man with little choice. She said that all team members rely on him. The crew of the ship huddled around the young man, tearfully begging him to fulfill his mother's last request. He faced a difficult task, to sacrifice part of his soul to preserve the lives and health of his comrades. Smiling broadly and looking encouragingly at his mother and colleagues, the young man nodded confidently and calmly, agreeing to share his life force with the ship. His consent gave those around him faith and hope that the decision had been made correctly and necessary. As soon as the young man touched the crystal, he felt the life force flowing from his body into the ship's structure. Watching the process, the girls noted that the barrier around the ship began to actively thicken, building up layers of strength and stability. Having confirmed the effectiveness of the procedure, the mother said with hope that if it was possible to achieve a sufficiently thick magic layer, then even a powerful enemy magic projectile would not be able to penetrate the barrier, guaranteeing the safety of the crew and the ship. As expected from his master, the young man showed fortitude and endurance, even in times of crisis, finding a way out of a difficult situation. The transmission of magical energy had reached a critically high level, significantly exceeding the limit of the boy's body's endurance. He did not have unlimited resources. If this continues, the constant stress on the body will lead to rapid fatigue and physical exhaustion. The shield was filled with magical energy. The concentrated energy created the effect of a glowing dome, protecting the ship's hull from external influences. Nana screamed in panic when she saw alarming numbers on the sensors. The magical energy that powered the shield was once again beginning to fall dangerously. The crew went into shock, realizing that the defenses were about to fail, leaving the entire crew defenseless against an external attack. The mother asked the boy if he was okay. The boy leaned against the wall, unsteadily, trying to catch his breath and fight off his fatigue. His cheeks were flushed, his pulse was beating rapidly in his temples, his lips were trembling from the strain. He took a deep breath, trying to get his thoughts in order and decide what to do next. The instrument indicators reported that the magical energy reserve had dropped to 10% and that replenishment was impossible. The commander announced to the crew that the countdown to the complete shutdown of the protection had begun. There was very little time left, and a decision had to be made immediately. Every moment spent on rest or relaxation threatened loss of consciousness and complete shutdown of vital functions. The body was on the verge of exhaustion, and the slightest loss of concentration led to the failure of the mission and the death of everyone on board. The room filled with screams and cries. Women and girls covered their faces with their hands, sobbing convulsively and clinging to each other. The fear of death and the unknown took hold of them, turning the meeting into a nightmare from which it seemed impossible to escape. The young man froze in place, staring motionlessly ahead with glassy eyes. Shock and internal tension paralyzed his will, forcing him to stand in one place, unable to react to external stimuli. Having made an important decision, the young man gathered his last strength and defended the team, deciding to draw out every drop of energy from himself. Muscle tension, a deep breath allowed him to enter a special state, temporarily increasing the body's productivity. Suddenly, all eyes turned to the young man's forehead, where unusual signs appeared, true symbols. The girl screamed in panic, realizing that the master had opened the seventh true gate of demons. The hero's forehead was brightly illuminated by a sign. It was strange to him that although his magic had reached its limit, Enid's body was overflowing with power. Nana looked at the gentleman with admiration. However, she expected that such a talented guy would eventually reach the seventh true magic gate. Mom agreed with her. Dora explained that Enid would absorb the magic around him until it ran out. In this way, he would be able to use the absolute true gate indefinitely. The girl was surprised that the boy was able to open it. Meanwhile, the master held on to the crystal. He had previously thought that 6 was the limit, but now, because of his desire to save everyone, he would do whatever was necessary. The maids were worried, but they supported their master. When he was ready, he gave the order to act. There was an explosion. The ship was intact and continued to hang in the sky. Nana checked the indicators and happily reported that the reflected shot from the magic cannon had disappeared. Everyone was happy. The girls clapped and wanted to congratulate the gentleman, but Honey got ahead of them, throwing herself into Enid's arms. She called the guy the best. Nana agreed with her and added that it was really amazing. She approached the hero and said that only thanks to him they were saved. Mom stood next to her and laughed. She picked at the tears that had come and admitted with a smile that Enid really wasn't surprised. The boy was glad to hear such kind words. He felt relief, but also weakness. The savior almost fell when the girl caught him. He could not understand who was holding him. It was Sylph. She praised the bespectacled man. When Enid looked up at the smiling fairy, she smiled at him and greeted him. Dora was terribly surprised that a goddess suddenly appeared in front of them. She screamed, but because of the overwhelming emotions, she immediately fainted. The battle dolls were worried about their mother. Sylph threw the gentleman over her shoulder and pouted at Dora's sharp reaction. Amidst the lively voices, Enid ran out of magic and passed out. In the end, the boy was satisfied that the matter was resolved. When the boy came to, Sylph excitedly said that she knew Enid would be able to return pure magical energy with absolute magical reflection. The goddess said that when the crack in the magical barrier appeared, she thought it was just a mistake. But then something surprise happened to her. Enid couldn't get a word in. Meanwhile, the fighting dolls were trying to bring their mother back to her senses as she was trying to get back on her feet. The fairy was asking the bespectacled man to trust her. The hero was watching the chaos that was happening in the room. In the end, he said that he believed Sylph. The goddess agreed that she was a good girl. She flew up to the magician and stroked his head, while he mentally came to the conclusion that he had indeed been saved many times. Enid asked her friend where she came from. The fairy revealed that she had used her super teleportation function to negate their ship's transportation suppression barrier. That was how she had gotten in. Sylph turned to her mother and greeted her. The girl was terrified. Enid said that was not what he was asking about. He wanted to know about the situation in the Sky City, about what had happened in his mother's magic ball. Sylph tearfully explained that after that, she was transported to a world 50 billion years in the future, where there was no sign of life at all, so she felt lonely. It was too much for time magic. She suddenly stopped crying and explained with a smile that she, as a goddess, was equipped with space-time transition as standard equipment, so she was able to return back to the hero's era. Nana joined their conversation. She asked excitedly if the goddess's story was true. The girl asked with the assumption that if this was true, then Sylph could return the master back to his time. Enid was immediately interested, and at the same time it was incredible to him that there was a chance to return home. The goddess confirmed that she could bring Enid back home. The boy's eyes lit up. He couldn't believe that he could see his family soon. The fairy touched his nose and said that it was up to him. She boasted that thanks to frequent use of the space-time transition, she had developed the knack for it, so there was no time difference for her. Enid asked impatiently if he could return. The goddess confirmed this, but warned that there was a chance that the passengers might not survive the transfer. The young man was surprised by this. Seeing his reaction, she asked him to calm down. Sylph explained that they could fall into space or end up in another parallel world. He thought that the chances of something going wrong were not that big. The guy was sure that everything would be fine. He was ready to take any risks just to meet his family. Enid clenched his fist and asked his goddess to try the transfer. Sylph agreed to help and asked to come with her. She clicked, activating her space-time transition skill. In an instant, everyone on the ship felt dizzy. The ship itself was torn between time periods until it moved to where they needed to go. When it was over, Enid noticed that he had a strange feeling for a moment. The goddess turned to the boy and told him to look overboard. When he looked out, he saw familiar houses and streets. In front of him was his hometown. It was a sunny day. The inhabitants were walking, working in the fields, laughing. Among them, Enid noticed familiar faces from the ship, Dutton and Luina. They were walking together and talking about something among themselves. Only now did the guy believe that what was happening was real. The hero was so moved that tears ran down his cheeks. He assumed that Dutton and Luina were returning home and noted that they had not changed. The battle dolls were happy for their master. They were standing not far from him when Enid addressed them. He turned to them with a smile and said that he was going to his family. The girls supported their dear master. They all smiled at him, letting him go ahead to his family, whom he missed so much. With the help of flight magic, the hero flew over the city. Enid opened the map and saw that his parents and sister were in the church. He wanted to see them as soon as possible. Suddenly, an old man on the ground noticed him. He immediately recognized him as Mr. Enid and exclaimed. The other residents also turned their attention to the sky. The boy smiled and fluttered at them. He noted to himself that everyone would be surprised since he was considered to have died in the ruins. So the young man had grown up. The hero noticed that the townspeople began to cry bitterly upon seeing him. This worried him, although he himself did not understand the reason for this. Lost in thought, he flew a little over the church. Seeing the sanctuary, he landed carefully on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was here. The boy saw the battered church door and wondered if the building had always been that old. But then he reminded himself that his memories were 5 years old, so he could be wrong. Standing in front of the door, the young man thought with a smile that his relatives would be surprised because, for his family, the son who disappeared just yesterday would appear 5 years older. Now he can see everyone. Enid opened the door and entered the church. His whole family was praying there. He turned to his parents and sister, saying that he was home. Amilia turned sharply to the guy. Tears of happiness were streaming down her face. She smiled happily and greeted her brother. The parents trembled with excitement. They could not believe that their son, alive and well, was standing before them. Enid said that it was really him. Amilia threw herself into her brother's arms. She cried, saying that it was not a dream. It was a great joy for her to meet Enid again. She was happy that he was alive. The guy hugged his sister back and laughed, saying that it all looked a bit dramatic. The girl abruptly admitted that she tried to follow in her brother's footsteps every day. This confused the hero. Amilia said that every day she repeated the instant death spell, trying to calm her heart and retire, but she was never able to complete the spell. As she listened, Enid noticed that she had become more obsessed with it. The girl added that she was unable to complete the ritual because she remembered her older brother's request to continue living, which is what she had been doing until that day. Afterwards, Amilia told that in addition to instant death, there is a spell called Deadly Poison. She also conjured Cloud of Death and called Hellfire. The young man interrupted her, asking her to stop. He wanted to end this conversation. Enid was taken aback by what was happening. He thought about it. Logically, he should have disappeared from the ruins only today, and not even a day had passed yet, but Amilia had clearly become more mature. Her shape was more rounded. The sister looked like a real high school girl. The hero thought that this was supposed to be a touching reunion scene, but because the girl was hugging him, he felt every part of her body. Amilia pressed herself even closer to her brother and said that 1653 days had passed since he disappeared, and she had not forgotten him for a single day. Edith was taken aback. The young man asked her again. The girl confirmed that 4.5 years had passed. She told him exactly how long her brother had been gone, down to the second. The hero was surprised that it had been about 5 years since he had disappeared. He understood why he felt strange when he saw the buildings and the people. The parents said that since the day their boy disappeared, they continued to pray in the church, and finally, they met him again. For them, there was nothing more joyful than to see their child. Enid looked at his father and mother with tears in his eyes and a smile. However, he could not understand why he returned 5 years later and assumed that this was the very one case of the possibility of a magical error. The hero thought. If he returned to the era in which only 1 day of disappearance had passed, something even more complicated could have happened. The guy thought that it could be such a peculiar visor of the goddess. Keynes turned to his son. He asked him to tell him what had happened to him over the past 5 years. His father asked him what had happened to him after he had disappeared from the ruins. Enid didn't know where to begin. Suddenly, he heard Sylpha's voice in his head. She advised him to tell everything as it had happened. The hero began to look for the goddess, but she was not visible. She explained that she, as a super magic god, was given the function of talk, and added that he should tell everything with sincerity because it would be considered a virtue. However, the boy was not sure that his parents would believe such an absurd story, but he still decided to listen to the goddess's advice. The parents looked at their son with tension. The young man eventually told everything that had happened to him. The father said thoughtfully that Enid had also been through a lot of hardships during those 5 years, but the father wasn't sure that using dangerous drugs was a good idea. The boy was outraged and asked where the man got such ideas. The mother assumed that her son had simply hit his head hard, because the creation of ancient magical civilizations, a floating city and time jumps sounded implausible. Enid realized that he was in trouble because no one believed him. Even though he told everything frankly, he was still seriously concerned that what was happening might become an illusion or fantasy. Amilia raised her hand, saying she wanted to clarify something. She asked tensely if Enid hadn't had an affair recently, adding that it was impossible when he had her. He quickly assured her that it was not that important, but the girl did not listen to him. She said that she believed in her brother all this time. That is why she had remained pure until now. In his mind, the young man was amazed that she said such a thing right in front of her parents. Amilia asked Enid if he too was pure. But he couldn't tell her what kind of relationship he had with the dolls. He thought that since the harem in the jungle was an event from the future, it hadn't really happened in the present yet. The young man smiled and confirmed that he had no mistresses or women. He had no close relationships with anyone from this world and time. But his answer, on the contrary, created even more questions for his sister. She asked him about his relationships with non-human women, such as elves, demi-humans, beastmen, and monsters. The guy quickly answered negatively to all of them. After Amilia heard what she wanted, she sat back down on the bench with her parents. The hero exhaled. He decided it was better to avoid shock from his sister. Looking at his family, he can't understand what to do next. Suddenly, the answer came to his mind. The goddess advised him to show them the battleship and the rest, which would serve as proof of his words. He decided that this was the only way to solve his problem. The gentleman contacted his mother and asked if it was possible to land the ship where he said. He also asked to organize a mass transfer. Enid led his family into the wilderness, several dozen kilometers to the west. When the ship arrived, the parents and Amilia were amazed. They could not believe that such a huge magical ship could exist. The guy approached Kara and explained that the magical battleship Earth was made of orichalcum alloy. It was about 333 meters long and could hold more than 500 people. The woman was surprised. She said thoughtfully that it was larger than the world's largest galleon, a magical flying ship, and asked what kind of substance it was, orichalcum alloy. The young man said that this orichalcum has the highest protection in the world, and was created using other metals and magical technologies that were lost, so this metal is considered long-lasting. While the hero was speaking, the bridge from the ship descended to the ground. Girls came out. Enid introduced them to his parents. He explained that they were artificial life forms and a goddess in human form. At that moment, the huge shit moved into the goddess's pouch. Kara was amazed. She asked what it was, because even with the use of compression and weight reduction magic, it would be impossible to do this. Mom explained that her spatial pocket also allows her to store things in different places and dimensions. Seeing Kara interacting with the goddess, Enid noticed that they really got along. At that moment, his father approached him. The man apologized to the boy for not believing his story at first, because his stories were unbelievable. Keynes offered his son to rest at the estate, to which Enid agreed. Honey was unhappy that they were being separated again. The guy apologized and said it had been a long time since he had seen his family, so he could understand. Nana came up and calmed the girl down, reminding her that she shouldn't act so selfishly, and wished the gentleman to spend time with his family. The girl came closer to the boy and asked him not to leave them alone for too long. Edith agreed. Their strange atmosphere was noticed by Amilia. She began to shake with anger. Nana said that she would park the ship 5 kilometers southwest of the city, by the lake. That way they could come in a few minutes if he needed anything. Although Amilia was annoyed by the fact that her brother was talking to other girls, she tried to calm herself down by reminding herself that they were just dolls. Enid noticed her strange behavior and asked what was wrong, but there was no answer. At home, a richly laid table awaited the hero. He was delighted. In front of them stood food that they could afford once a year. There was even an omelet made from the prized cockatrice eggs. The nanny, mother, and sister said that today was a special day because Enid came home safe and sound, so they tried their best and put all their efforts. The hero was embarrassed and thanked everyone. He noticed Misery standing by the wall and asked about her suspiciously. Father said she had not touched the cooking. Kara was unhappy that whenever the girl had the opportunity, she added strange things to her food, so Misery no longer cooked. The guy did not understand what kind of strange things she was talking about. Then the nanny listed them: hair, nails, saliva, and other bodily fluids of Misery herself. Enid asked if this was some kind of harassment, but Luina replied that it was most likely a distorted expression of love. Amilia joined the conversation and said that she understood the girl's feelings. She believed that sometimes you can overdo it, especially when love is unrequited and brings pain. Enid smiled and thought that his sister was very kind to Misery. But suddenly, Amilia said that she could prepare something similar with her hair and body fluids if her brother did not mind. Kara, on the other hand, did not understand and did not want to accept Misery's actions. She said that no matter how much the girl expressed her love, Keynes loved only her, so her attempts were useless. With a vicious expression on her face, the woman added that, in any case, the cursed blue claw would not only activate on Misery, but would also cause her pain far more horrific than torture, and Kara would subject her husband to a punishment worse than death itself. The girl trembled with fear at such threats. She turned away, and Keen said that he had questions for her. Enid sighed, saying that the love from a mother to a father was as hard as ever, while Amilia said that she understood Kara's feelings, because she would do the same to the man she loved who betrayed her. Luina admitted that it would be impossible for her to force her beloved to drink her liquids or to torture him. The hero thought that his nanny was the only woman with common sense. But then she added that she would like to wear Dutton's cute beard. After dinner, Enid was finally able to take a bath at his house for the first time in 5 years. He had a fun time with his family and was happy about it. The hero smiled warmly, realizing that he was at home with his family. Amelia's shadow flashed by the bathtub. She addressed her brother through the door. He was surprised to hear her. He asked what happened. The girl asked if he liked the bath. The guy answered that everything was fine. Because he didn't see her, he didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of clothes. His assumptions were correct. The girl undressed and asked if she could take a bath with him. Enid was surprised by this question and the turn of events. He asked his sister again, to which she repeated that she wanted to take a bath with her brother and hoped so. This stunned the young man. He reminded her that they were already 16 years old. The girl asked him discontentedly if he didn't like swimming with her, which was not true. Enid simply didn't know how to object to him. Amilia, hearing the uncertainty in the young man's voice, said that she was going to take off her underwear and go to him. The hero waited for her silently. After the girl took off her last clothes, she covered herself with a towel and went into the bathroom after asking for forgiveness. Despite her initiative, Amilia was very embarrassed. Enid was surprised by how much her sister had grown up and changed. Her breasts had become bigger, and her legs and arms had become slender, like a model's. Because of the intense gaze, the girl became embarrassed and said that she felt ashamed. Enid apologized and turned away, but Amilia opened her arms and screamed for him to look at her body. The guy tried to ignore her and distract himself by looking for soap. In the end, Amilia sat in the bathtub with her brother. The young man said that it was still rather cramped to wash together. They were aristocrats from the lower class, so their bathroom was not luxurious. The girl quickly agreed with her brother. The hero laughed and said that now they were more like lovers than relatives. Amilia became worried. Her whole body throbbed with dread just from the thought. She thought that it wouldn't hurt to try to establish intense contact with her brother soon after they had been apart. The guy excitedly promised that he would not make her or her mother worry anymore. Amilia looked at him in surprise. The girl admitted with a smile that she was happy now because they were together, and then she asked with hope if they would sleep together after the bath. The young man was a little taken aback by such a question. However, he was not against being with his sister that night, because now, after 5 years of separation, he wanted to make all her wishes come true. Amilia smiled happily and thanked Enid. The hero thought about it and remembered that the girl loved it when he hugged her from behind as a child. He decided to repeat this gesture, like in the old days. Unexpectedly for Amilia, her brother hugged her from behind, pressing her closer to him. She began to breathe quickly, and Enid asked what was wrong. Then he felt her body go limp. He began to bring his sister to her senses in a panic. After the shower, the young man put his sister to bed. Looking at her, Enid realized that he had gone too far in the bath. However, the boy noticed that even in her sleep, Amilia was smiling and looking happy, calling her brother. Eventually, he himself lay down next to her and fell asleep. The next day, Enid learned that the city's rank would soon rise to D level. His father said that the population was steadily increasing and would soon be 500 people. For the hero, this was surprising, because 5 years ago, there were only 200. The mother explained that this is also facilitated by migrants. People from another country who want to settle with them also come every year. Kara's husband was happy about this, as it made Melia an attractive place to move to. Enid felt that her father sometimes gave off an air of reliability as he worked with sincerity towards the town. It was understandable why the townspeople adored Keynes. The young man was sure that the situation had not changed in the 5 years of his absence. His son said that it was not surprising that development was going so well. His parents looked at him questioningly. Enid said that after all, his father was a lord and his mother was a lord's wife. They worked hard together, trying their best. He admitted that they were two people he respected. These words moved the man to tears. He was glad to hear that his own son recognized his work and said that he was happy to be his father. Keynes also reported that, thanks to the vaccine, there were very few smallpox cases in Melia and the surrounding area. Enid was pleased that his and his father's vaccine was gradually spreading. The man said that soap also helped improve hygiene and reduce illness. With this, their economy flourished. The hero was glad that his actions were beneficial to society. Kara added that it was dangerous to rely solely on this to manage the city's finances. The young man thought that it would be better to start producing something cheap and high quality. He understood that Melia's soap economy could soon collapse. The woman reminded them that they should take into account the share of workers in the soap industry, which is increasing every year. The husband did not understand what his wife wanted to say because they had not had any particular problems yet. Kara said, "The problem is the level of food self-sufficiency. The composition of traders and population has become unbalanced, and warming food continues to exceed production." Kane smiled and said they could sell the goods elsewhere, but the couple started asking questions. She asked what would happen if the harvests continued throughout the New World. Prices would certainly rise, and Milia's financial situation would become more strained. Her husband replied that they could then import. The woman sighed, saying that it would bring them high shipping costs. The risk of sinking or loss of cargo was also high. Kane scratched his head awkwardly. This angered his wife. She told him not to laugh and explained that if the price only went up because of a crop failure, then everything would be fine. But if the surplus food ran out, forcing them to rely on imports, then in the worst case, people would simply not survive the famine. The woman was unhappy that her man was not thinking about anything. Looking at his parents, the hero felt nostalgic. However, he agreed that Milia's food problem was quite serious. However, now that he was back, he had to start looking for a solution. The young man said that he would go out and look around the city. The mother asked her son to greet the residents. The father agreed, adding that he needed to meet the new residents, which was very important to Enid. He listened carefully and agreed. A young man went out into the city to take a stroll and greet everyone. He was walking along the streets when a young man suddenly pounced on him in tears. The hero did not understand what was happening. He was a little hurt, so he squinted and tried to understand who was in front of him. He recognized Conan in the young man. He said that it was really him. He hugged Enid tightly, saying that it was a dream to see him again. The boy tried to calm his old friend down when he saw Amilia and Solt with the rest of their acquaintances. The girl said that when everyone heard about his return, they all rushed to the city from the royal port. Enid was surprised that they had covered such a long distance, to which he was told that they had arrived on magic ships. Conan said joyfully that it was only natural that the friend of his heart and the savior of his life had returned home. The hero was pleased to hear such words. Enid noticed Solt and was glad to see him. He brushed him off, saying that he had come because Conan had invited him. Although the young man admitted that the hero had helped him, he could not be completely honest with himself. Kane came up to the boy. He thanked him for coming. It was a joy for the boy to see Enid alive and well. He began to cry, remembering that fateful day when the hero had to sacrifice himself to save them. Kane said that not a day had passed since he was forgotten. The boy told him not to cry when Amilia tried to calm herself down, reminding him that Kane was a boy. Suddenly, Enid felt something soft on his face. It was Alina. She hugged the boy tightly, greeting him. The girl was glad to see the young man unharmed. She said it was all thanks to his family, who continued to pray in the church every day. Amilia could not stand such closeness between her brother and Alina. The saint said that everyone in the city was also praying for the return of the master. The residents ran to Enid. The young man apologized for making them worry. The old man tearfully said that he was able to return to the city safely, so he will continue to do everything possible for Melia. The hero was told that he looked even more magnificent than before. The villagers assumed that the last few years had been harsh for the gentleman. However, Enid thought to himself that, overall, he had lived well. The new residents were also happy to meet the Lord's son. The old townspeople were happy to see him again because they needed him so much. Enid felt warmth from these words. The villagers welcomed him back home. At that moment, the hero realized that he wanted to make these people happy. After some time, he was lying on a bed in a magical ship. He was thinking about the problem of food when a battle doll came to him. She asked what had happened to the master. Ever since he had returned, his life had begun to revolve around moving between his parents' mansion and the magic battleship. The hero promised to come to Nana and the others every day because they didn't want him to leave, and he had just spent some time with Nana. When they were done, the girl thanked the gentleman. In the living room, the combat doll noticed that Enid had quickly set about solving the problems in his hometown. However, that was to be expected from the master. He awkwardly wanted to say that they had not done anything yet when Mom came into the team. She thoughtfully asked if they had a problem with their food self-sufficiency level. The hero said that he had noticed a large number of shops, but he had the impression that the amount of farmland had not changed much in 5 years. Mom noticed that there was some land near one lake and said that it would be great to grow magic wheat and vegetables. Enid reminded her that the time they were in now was different from the time 1,000 years later. Neither the air nor the soil had strong magical powers. Mom assured him not to worry. She pulled a large watering can out of her small pocket and placed it on her head. The girl said that they needed magic rain. The boy did not understand her. The girl exclaimed that this was not ordinary rain, but a very ancient magical instrument for watering. When water is poured into a watering can and a person with magical powers holds the handle, the water inside is transformed into magical water containing the corresponding components. In this way, it will increase the concentration of magical power in the soil. Enid was curious and asked how much energy it would take. Mom smiled and said that they would need about 1,000 units of magic. However, the hero knew that the maximum magic power of people on Earth was 1 unit less than necessary. He mentally wondered if he, with his high magic, could use the magic watering can. Enid said that even if he used the tool alone, it would be difficult for him to cover a large area alone. Mom didn't understand what he was talking about. She said that he didn't have to do it all alone. The creature waved its hand and a large number of watering cans appeared in front of them. She said that if you transform water with this rain, the effect will last for a day. Mom reminded that the hero had visited the heavenly city and he had many servants who would help him. The young man immediately became motivated and confident. He knew that dolls with magic could work indefinitely. His maids were even better than the golems he created. Suddenly, a goddess landed on his shoulder and asked if she could help him with anything. The boy was surprised by her appearance, and his mother was horrified. Sylph wished good morning to the hero with a wink. She also greeted her mother, to which she also greeted the goddess with fear. Enid asked the fairy what had happened to her, since he had not seen her since they had arrived in Melia. The deity replied that she was the incarnation of the original who was now asleep. However, the hero did not know about such a phenomenon. Sylph explained that after repeated space-time transitions, she had little energy left, and only by sleeping for some time in a place with a strong magical atmosphere could she restore it. The guy asked if her hibernation lasted about the same amount of time as it did in the Sky City, 3 years. The copy thought about it and answered that it depended on the case, so the recovery could take decades or even hundreds of years. Seeing the hero's worries, the fairy poked him in the cheek and told him to calm down, because the goddess would continue to be with him, only in the form of an incarnation that would also give him advice. She added that the copy's abilities and combat power were lower than the real body. Enid thought about it. Sylph said that if she were bitten by the Dragon King, she would get a bite mark because her body was weak enough, and if she fell into a red-hot crimson crater, she would get a burn because her body had become more tender. The fairy compared herself to the original. If it were to fall into the direct flow of a solar blast, it would feel only pleasant warmth. However, Enid believed that even the incarnation had an insane vitality. Sylph winked and said that she would first show them which direction to cultivate the land in using divine divination. She closed her eyes and said that access to the collective memory of the world, where all events since the beginning of time were accumulated, had been illegally carried out. The goddess was going to tell the hero what action would lead to a better future. The deity pointed her finger in a certain direction and began her fortune-telling on the best direction for cultivating the land. The wind rose and a whirlwind enveloped her. The doll's skirts rose, as did her mother's. The young man looked at her awkwardly and wanted to ask about underwear. The girl replied that she adhered to the principle of not wearing it. Meanwhile, the fairy continued to work on the prediction. The weather suddenly calmed down, and Sylph pointed with both hands in the direction they needed. It was northwest. Everyone was surprised by this choice. The goddess happily said that everything was correct. Divine prophecy said that they should start from the northwest. She was sure that the harvest would be rich. Enid thought it was a strange method of divination, but if his goddess said so, it might work. Following her advice, they decided to begin working the lands northwest of the lake. But first, they divided into teams. Team A reported that they had caught large wild animals, such as bears and ferocious bulls, that inhabited the area. Team B reported that they had managed to get rid of medium-sized wild animals, such as wolves and coyotes, while Team C had dealt with giant snakes and crocodiles. The combined DE team cleared the area and destroyed 311 goblin clans led by their lord. The following FGH teams captured 59 ancient and 7 super ancient basilisks, and IJ destroyed the boss monster, the super ancient dragon. Mom asked the hero if such a large territory would be enough for them. He answered positively. He saw that the magic dolls had great combat power. They were good at destroying dangerous animals and demonic beasts. The young man thought that if he took the catch to the Hunters Guild, he could receive a reward and many useful materials. In addition, uninhabited lands could be recognized as property for the payment of taxes. The hero said enthusiastically that they should start preparing the land. Mom held him. She said that watering with magic water requires fine-tuning, and the doll servant is the right one for this. They will leave the Linton tasks to the dolls. Enid suggested using regular golems for physical work. The girl said that they could use wild soil to create monsters. She added that they would continue tomorrow, and the boy himself should try this evening. The boy didn't understand what she meant. Mom said that they had decided to reward the team that showed the best results. The girls stood in anticipation before their master, who understood where this was all heading. Enid agreed with this. In the evening, with the help of flight magic, he returned to his place late at night. The guy was very tired, because today was not only the ablution of the territory, but also the awarding of more than 10 battle dolls. It was high time to rest, but when he opened the door to the room, he saw in the darkness a smiling Amilia, who greeted her brother. Enid leaned against the door in surprise, and noticed with surprise that she was still awake. The girl said that it was a sister's duty to wait for her brother. She asked if he wanted to have dinner or take a bath. The young man immediately said that he had already done everything. Amilia looked at her brother carefully and saw a small bruise on his neck. She grabbed the boy's head sharply and asked with madness in her eyes if that kiss mark on his neck was made by those magic dolls. Enid immediately remembered how hard it was with his sister after returning to Earth. She was very angry that her brother was cheating on her and was ready to find his mistresses. The young man agreed that the kiss on his neck. Amilia bowed her head and said that even if he had special hobbies or had been kissing magic dolls for the last 5 years, she didn't care. The hero mentally noted that magic dolls were considered objects. The girl came closer to her brother and hugged him by the hand. With a creepy smile, she said that she would accept all his strange hobbies. The young man thanked her uncertainly. The girl suggested that Enid lie down and sleep next to her. The guy decided to keep quiet about the fact that it was not about kissing at all. The next day, the dolls filled a jug with water from the lake for their owner. The young man began to work. He turned ordinary water from the pond into magical water as they began to spray it with the help of doll servants. The water in the jug began to glow in a special way due to magic. According to the mother, if they repeat this process for several days with thousands of servant dolls, the land can be converted into arable land for growing magical wheat and greens. With the new job, Enid had a new role. One of the dolls came to him. She said that she had little magic power left, so she asked the master to replenish it. The other girls jumped up and said that they also needed a recharge. They asked for his saliva to replenish their magical powers. The hero tried to calm them down. The young man hugged one of the dolls and kissed it. It was a technology of transferring magical energy through contact and introducing liquid into the body. Otherwise, it was called the ceremony of transferring magic. Other technologies were lost on Earth. He knew that no matter how human-like the dolls were, they needed his help. When he finished, another doll came to him for help. Reina was about to kiss the master, but Nana stopped her. She noted that the remaining magic was enough for the girl to work, and reminded her that she could only kiss the master after the magic power dropped below 10%. Reina quickly apologized to the doll and left. Enid noticed that Nana was working as a supervisor today. Glasses showed both the total magic power and the remaining one. Although the fraud was exposed, the boy had a strange feeling. Looking at the battle doll with glasses, he saw a beautiful teacher or secretary in it. They divided the work into specialties, and the cultivation of uncultivated lands continued steadily, while the cultivated lands expanded. Gollum worked alongside the dolls, performing heavy physical tasks. After some time, the hero's parents stood in the field and were amazed at the work done. It was hard for them to believe that in such a short period of time, they were able to create such a vast and well-kept land. This agricultural land was planted with seeds and seedlings that were obtained from the development of the jungle in the distant future. They were sure that next year they would have a big harvest. Kara asked if the magic dolls from the Sky City were also engaged in the development of the territory. Enid said that they needed their help to change the quality of the soil. The young man believed that now they could temporarily forget about the food issue. Father thoughtfully noted that although the lands of the New World were large, most of them were barren lands. Because of this, vegetables did not grow well, especially in the northern regions where people suffered from hunger. The man wanted to do something to help these people. His wife noticed that her husband thought too much about others. He asked if they could afford to help the poor. Enid understood her father's feelings, but they still did not have any surplus food. Keynes continued to try some way and thoughtfully said that if they could find some culture that would grow well in cold regions, it would save the situation. An idea struck the hero. He remembered that such a culture, which was hardy in cold places, existed on Earth. It was very nutritious and had saved people from starvation more than once. However, the young man was not sure that this culture existed in this world. Enid's head ached from thinking about it. He grabbed it and couldn't figure out what to do with this information. Suddenly, a goddess appeared before him. She came again to deliver the prophecy. Sylph warned that only the hero was blind now. He asked what the prophecy said. The deity thought for a second, collecting his thoughts, and then said that what they were looking for was in the southwest, high in the mountains. She added that the sprouts of this crop cannot be eaten because the buds are poisonous. If all goes wrong, she can say goodbye to this world and go to another world. The young man thought about her words. Suddenly he remembered, one of the 4 main agricultural crops, along with wheat, rice, and corn, was the potato. He clenched his fist in determination. Now they had no choice but to go southwest to save the northern regions from starvation with potatoes. In the end, he decided to go looking for potatoes with his sister. She was happy that she and her brother were traveling alone. With the help of flight magic, they flew over forests and mountains. Enid held Amelia's hand, who sighed and said that they hadn't held hands like that for a long time. The hero agreed. The girl was also glad that there were no magic dolls nearby that prevented her from being with her brother. But Enid did not share her joy because he had originally planned to go on the search himself. However, he couldn't refuse in the end. Some time ago, when he told his parents about it, they were standing in the study in the mansion. His mother was not against such a trip, but she had a condition. Kara was serious. She pointed her finger at her son and told him to be sure to come back within a week. His father stood behind her and nodded in agreement. The mother admitted that she couldn't find peace just at the thought of losing her son again. Enid smiled and said that he understood their feelings. Amelia stood behind him. She started crying and said that they had already been separated for 5 years, and she definitely couldn't stand it for another week. The girl asked that she also go with him to look for potatoes. That's how they came to the point where the brother and sister flew together over the world. Before the journey, the young man also had a hard time convincing his mother and the battle dolls to stay. However, he was not sure that a week would be enough to find the saving culture. The new continent was divided into north and south, but the settlers from the continent of Usia lived only in the north, in a limited area in the eastern part. The southern continent, where they were heading, was completely unknown. The goddess called him. She warned him that if they tried to match Amelia's speed, they would have to fly for too long. The young man mentally noted that there were 3 people on their journey, including Sylph, who acted as a guide. Meanwhile, the fairy suggested that they hurry. The goddess said he should speed up 10 times faster. The boy asked her again in surprise. Amilia looked at her brother questioningly. He decided he should speak more quietly. Sylph said they should try. Enid reminded her that her sister's magical powers were not that great. The goddess said that this problem could be solved if the hero took his sister in his arms and flew. Although he was surprised at first, he agreed that it would be more effective. The young man turned to the girl and asked if she would let him hug her. Amilia blushed and looked at him in surprise. The brother explained that if he took her in his arms or she sat on his back, they would fly faster. The girl looked at him languidly and agreed, because it was Enid who suggested it. She asked if he would hug her like a princess. When the guy took Amilia in his arms, the goddess was ready to accelerate. Enid's position did not seem particularly comfortable. Moreover, he understood that his consumption of magic power would be greater, but this should not be a problem for him. The hero noticed that Amilia was enjoying the situation in the meantime. At the same time, the young man created a thick wind barrier. Now there was no need to worry about the impact on the eardrums at high speed. Sylph was already prepared for the acceleration itself tenfold. The hero simultaneously sped up as the goddess flew forward. She offered the boy to catch up with her and sped up 20 times more. Enid compared Sylph's speed to that of a jet plane. Following the goddess, the boy did not know where they were going. They had already flown almost 1,000 kilometers. Suddenly, the Sylph stopped and called out to the hero as he flew past her. The goddess said he was terrible at stomping. The boy asked for forgiveness, and Amilia asked if her brother was okay. The Sylph pointed to the mountains. She felt that there was plenty of harvest there, which is exactly what Enid was looking for. The goddess winked and said that they would have to ask the people of the mountain what the boy was looking for. In the system, Enid checked the information about the area. There was indeed significant biological activity. He guessed that this was a settlement of indigenous people and perhaps they could grow potatoes. The boy noticed that this area was called Amazonia. He did not understand why it existed in this time. The hero remembered that in the future, this place would be very different. Enid noticed that the outfit and masks looked the same as the ones he had seen in the future. Looking closely at the inhabitants, he thought that they might be the ancestors of the girls he had met in the future. Amilia asked if what he was looking for was here. He replied that he was not sure, but he hoped. The brother suggested that his sister go down, to which she agreed. The girl admitted that she would follow him everywhere. They flew closer to the appearance so that the masked Amazons saw them in the sky. They began to point at Enid, who was descending with Amilia in his arms. The hero heard something being shouted at them, but he did not feel any hostility from the guests. He activated the understanding of the language with the help of magic. The girls seemed to be waiting for him to come down from the sky. They were impatient. The Amazons knelt down and bowed. The women called Enid the legendary white man. Amilia asked what was going on, but even the hero did not know the answer to the question. The guests were taken to a large tent. The sister noted that they were greeted very kindly. The young man agreed with this. He still could not understand what was happening. The hero thought. They were unexpectedly greeted very warmly, but there was something hidden behind such hospitality. He wondered what the legendary white man could mean. A girl in a mask came out to them, but even so, Enid saw familiar features in her. The Amazon greeted the guests. She sat down in front of them and introduced herself as Lilian Amazonia, Queen of Amazonia. The other girls sat on either side of her. Enid was amazed. Lilian was a copy of Queen Anria. Even her voice sounded exactly the same. He assumed that she was her direct ancestor. Amilia asked why they were so hospitable to them, even though they were meeting for the first time. The queen replied that it was because they were the legendary white people. Lilian said that they had a legend that told of a messenger from the spirit of creation god who created this world, and their ancestors called him the white man. The day he came down to them, he brought happiness to them all. The queen said that the legendary man had left promises that he would return to their land someday. The goddess appeared over Enid's shoulder and said that this sounded interesting. She said that the hero should call himself the legendary white man. The boy mentally told Sylph that he didn't like to lie because it made him feel bad. He wondered if he was doing the right thing, but the boy knew that everything would go more smoothly if he continued to play the role of the white man. Enid smiled and confirmed that they were the legendary people from their legend. Amilia did not expect him to introduce them like that. The queen asked if they could help him with anything. The boy said that they were looking for plants that could grow in cold regions and depleted soil and hinted at potatoes. Lilian replied that there were plenty of potatoes growing on their lands. There was a pile of potatoes in front of the heroes. Enid didn't expect the search to be so quick and easy. The guy was glad that there was a magic bag next to him where he put all the potatoes. When he closed the bag, he asked Lilian if it was okay for them to give away so much of the vegetable. The queen replied that he shouldn't worry. Then Enid took out the diamonds and asked the Amazons to accept them. He didn't know how else he could thank them for the potatoes. Lilian's eyes lit up. She immediately took the gift in her hands, examining it. The hero felt nostalgic, seeing the familiar reaction. He was glad that he brought diamonds from the future to the present. However, the young man did not understand why neither agriculture nor legends were known in the future. He assumed that the region could somehow influence the further development of this people. The boy caught himself thinking that he was thinking too much, so the heroes got the potatoes safely. The queen kindly allowed them to stay the night. Afterwards, they set off to deliver potatoes to the northern part of the New World. As they flew, Enid hugged his sister, who was happy about it. The goddess noted that in this position one can fly stably. The hero tried to reassure himself that he simply followed the advice of the deity and had no intentions. By evening, they were able to reach the largest city in the cold region. There, they were met by Governor John Hoffman Eric. He examined the potatoes and was upset that they looked so ugly. The man asked if they could really grow it in their cold regions and harvest it in large quantities. Enid confirmed this and said that regardless of the type, the vegetable tasted good. The governor said he wanted to express his gratitude. He would make sure that the governor's records would include the information that Enid had donated a new type of culture. However, to the hero, this did not sound like gratitude. When they came out, the boy thought that these were just the words of a person from another country whom they met for the first time, so it was unrealistic to expect him to believe it right away. Enid suggested that his sister go back home. Suddenly, Amilia stopped and exclaimed with shining eyes that her brother was a good boy. The guy was surprised by such unexpected praise. The girl noted that the young man was working not only to solve the food problem, but also for the sake of people in remote cold regions. Enid sheepishly said that it was some kind of charity project. The hero scratched his head and thought that it would be good for Melia herself if her fame spread. However, at the same time, he would like to reduce the number of people suffering from hunger as much as possible, and these were his sincere feelings. The sister admitted that she was proud of her brother. She hugged the young man tightly and said that she would follow Enid for the rest of her life. The hero sighed. It was hard for him to hold the girl. The mother stood in front of her eldest son and declared that it was time for him to get married. Enid was surprised by this statement. He thought he was too young to get married, but Kara didn't think so. She said that in this country it wasn't strange to get married at 15 because that was the age of majority. The woman bitterly added that it was necessary to take into account the fact that the young man had been missing for 5 years, and she was not surprised that he was lagging behind in this regard. She said that he would soon be 19, and while it was good to focus on the development of the city, he also needed to think seriously about his own future. The young man asked, "What about Amilia?" Kara said that it was for his sister's sake that she wanted him to marry. Enid did not understand her logic. The woman explained that Amilia would not marry anyone until the guy married himself. The mother stood up, sighed, and said that her daughter had even told her that she would only marry her brother. The hero muttered that Amelia's brother complex was causing problems. Enid's exact eyesight, the 17-year-old sister seemed too young, but in this world, that age is considered suitable for marriage. After 20, it will be more difficult for a girl to marry on good terms. He wouldn't want to be the reason for that. Kara quietly suggested that maybe it would be better if Enid and Amilia were together, but the guy didn't hear her and asked again. The woman waved the answer away. When the family gathered to eat, Hana was also present and fed the gentleman with a spoon. She blew on the food and gave it to the boy. The parents were embarrassed to watch such a picture. Kara noted that her grown son could eat on his own without anyone's help. Amilia jumped up, agreeing with her mother. The young man scratched his head in embarrassment. The sister, with tears in her eyes, declared that she was categorically against combat dolls, because she herself could take care of her brother. The girl asked that no more magical dolls be brought to the mansion. Enid reminded her that she'd agreed to a compromise, to bring only one maid, so that life would be more comfortable. After his return, the hero led a double life, moving between the ship and the mansion. The dolls begged to be allowed to serve alongside the master in the mansion, so now they take turns working as maids. However, Enid did not understand why Amilia still had such a negative reaction to the dolls. The sister said that she could help her brother herself. She yelled at Nana, saying that the way she was feeding her was wrong anyway. The doll listened to her attentively and then suggested another way. She put the food in her mouth and kissed the master. Amilia trembled at such impudence. She could not utter a word. The girl remembered the doll as her opponent. Her father agreed that Nana was quite incredible, as she was a highly effective magic doll, and said that he would also like to have such a maid. Kara heard all this and asked threateningly if her husband really wanted to be fed in mouth-to-mouth by such a beautiful and young magic doll. The man immediately began to deny it. In the evening, Enid took a shower with Amilia and Nana. They immediately began arguing about who would rub the gentleman's back. The young man did not understand why his sister was in such despair. He noticed that the usually kind to everyone Amilia changed under Nana, and she became a little cruel, but the doll also had something like a rivalry towards Amilia. Suddenly, the doll pushed the girl, causing her to fall onto the tiles. Enid asked if everything was okay. The sister ordered Nana to leave the bath, but she replied that only the master could give her orders. She turned away and added that even his sister had no authority to order her around. Amilia was furious. The girls started arguing. They clung to each other and argued while the hero enjoyed the view. He said that the bath was dangerous and they had to be careful, so the young man asked them to just wash themselves. Nana and Amilia calmed down immediately. The sister came up to her brother and knelt down in front of them. She took a rag and asked him to let her wipe the front part of his body. The girl nevertheless gave in to the doll and entrusted Enid's back to her. The young man wanted to stop his nimble sister. Initially, he wanted to suggest that they wash each other's backs in turns. Nana pressed herself against him from behind and quietly called out to the master. She asked him to let her wash his back using her body. The guy exclaimed that it was too much, and Amilia screamed. The sister asked what her older brother was doing, to which he replied that it was just washing his body, and added that he always washed like that. The young man asked why she was asking. Amilia soaped herself and said that she would wash him with herself too. Nana said that she was going to wash the gentleman's front part, as always, to which her sister exclaimed that she would do it. The hero asked if they were going to wash themselves. After the bath, Nana climbed into Enid's bed. Amilia was not happy about this. She exclaimed that it was her and her brother's bed, so she had to get off. The doll reminded her that she did not have to obey her. The situation developed in the same way as in the bath. Nana objected to Amilia, saying that the lower tier of the bunk bed was intended exclusively for the master, so there was no need for the girl to sleep with the boy. Amilia, however, declared that they were one, so her older brother's bed was also her bed, which was completely natural. The doll said that only the girl herself could say such nonsense. The sister asked the boy to order Nana to get off the bed. Enid said that they would sleep together anyway. The girls calmed down only when they fell asleep. The hero woke up in the morning and felt something below. It was Nana who was giving him pleasure. She greeted her master. However, there was no reaction from Enid, as he had become accustomed to this morning service. Suddenly, he realized that it happened every day. He exclaimed and reminded that they were in his own home, especially in the room he shared with Amilia. After that, the young man noticed that his sister was not around and asked where she was. The doll said that Lady Amilia had woken up recently and left the room immediately. The guy assumed that she had gone to preen herself, as he knew that his sister spent a lot of time on it. The doll's body began to tremble. She breathed heavily and begged the master to have mercy on her. Nana could no longer bear it, but Enid was not yet sure that he could do this in this room. Nana stood up and showed where exactly she wanted the hero. This action immediately persuaded the guy, and he agreed to help. The young man thought that they should finish quickly before Amilia returned. When Nana reached her peak, she went limp and asked the master for forgiveness. She asked if she could have his favor again, to which Enid agreed. The doll thanked the guy and continued. However, at that moment, Amilia came in. The hero froze. He could not understand why she finished early today. While the brother tried to somehow explain the situation, the doll continued to do what she was doing and did not pay attention at all. Nana enjoyed herself and finally calmed down. She snuggled up to Enid. The brother noticed that his sister began to mutter something. It was like a spell. A dark aura surrounded Amilia. The young man tried to stop her and persuade her to talk. But it was too late. The girl cast a spell of instant death, but Nana parried the blow, which surprised the guy. Amilia sighed and said that she had made a mistake due to a lack of composure and prudence. She smiled creepily and noted that the instant death spell did not work on this magical doll. The girl added that she should have used the destruction spell. The hero hoped that she was joking. The sister was not happy with her brother. She said that it was wrong to do that to a doll. She said that the boy had special inclinations, which was disgusting. So the girl decided that she would correct her relative. However, Enid did not appreciate her enthusiasm. Since then, her attitude towards him has changed. She became too frank with her brother. The girl showed her underwear on herself and asked if he liked it. The brother answered dryly that everything suited her. He didn't care, because they had already bathed together. He finally decided to ask her directly what was wrong with her, as she had been acting strange lately. Amilia explained that it was a correction to get her brother interested in real women. Enid told her that being attracted to a magic doll was as much of a deviation in her logic as being interested in her younger sister as a woman. Amilia immediately began to deny it. She quickly said that it was not strange to be attracted to her sister. The young man began to argue with her. He said that if you think about it, such a relationship is impossible. The girl did not think so. Enid noticed that Amilia, who was sensible, was applying a strange worldview to him. He wondered if he would have to look for a wife for his sister's sake. After some time, the hero and his father met with the deputy mayor, who came to talk about increasing the birth rate. He proposed arranging marriages among bachelors like Enid and Amilia. Keynes understood what was going to be discussed. The man asked the guest what specific ideas he had. The deputy cheerfully said that they had nothing, so he thought it would be good to get help from the Crane family. The hero noted that it was a rather timely appeal. He said that if they were to consider long-term development, they should increase the population themselves without relying on immigration. The deputy mayor immediately agreed. He was impressed by the young man inside, saying that he would be happy if his daughters ever married such a distinguished man as Enid. The father thought about how to develop a policy aimed at encouraging marriage. The guy suggested creating places where young people could meet. Soon, dating spots opened up for young people. People walked and talked in a cozy atmosphere. Even the hero's nanny was there, and people got acquainted with her. The fighting dolls also participated in this event, offering refreshments to the guests. Enid's video was a huge success in this. About a month after consulting with Mr. Sabs, they successfully arranged a meeting place. They managed to have a large-scale group date organized on a citywide level, which was incredible. Despite the fact that the participation fee is 8 silver moments, a decent number of people came. It was amazing that more than 1,000 people, including participants from other countries, gathered in Melia to participate in the city group date. The hero reflected on the fact that if couples were formed and some of them got married, then the level of celibacy would decrease, and this would lead to an increase in the birth rate, which was their original goal. Amilia called her brother. The girl thanked Enid for his work in going around the venue. He asked why she came to him when she was talking to other guys. The sister replied that her brother would always be a priority. The hero mentally noted that the advertising about Amelia's participation had a colossal effect on attracting the public. Enid would like the girl to start moving away from him already. The young man said that Amilia had helped them a lot this time. The girl replied that she would always support her brother. But her real task was to make sure that the guy did not get close to other women. Walking around the festival, Amilia noticed that everyone was enjoying the event. Enid was relieved that the groups that couldn't fit into the barbecue and were spread out to different restaurants were having a great time. A week before the event, Enid was reviewing the plan. The ratio of men to women among the participants was 9-1, which was too unbalanced. Sitting in the office, he sighed. Although some were attracted by the participation of the Vanalia Festival members, such a large difference in numbers could lead to discontent. Mom appeared and told him not to worry. She suggested that the battle dolls in the mansion be passed off as humans and that they be allowed to participate. Enid wasn't sure and asked what would happen if someone noticed. Mom smiled slyly and said that if she kept quiet, no one would know. Suddenly, the goddess appeared and declared that it was terrible to deceive. Mama screamed in horror. She pressed herself against the hero and trembled with her body. Sylph said that if they were going to involve the dolls, they had to be honest with the participants because if the truth was revealed, it would be a question of trust. Enid agreed with this. The goddess suggested emphasizing that these are magical dolls, visible only to people, then everything will definitely be fine. At the event, they were enchanted by the beauty of the dolls, who spoke to them sweetly. The girls were interested in their stories and offered to have a drink together. The other magic dolls were more cold and distant, asking not to be treated so familiarly. The participants were so delighted with them that they were ready to give up human women. Seeing such a reaction, Enid thought that no one was against the dolls. The goddess asked if it was right to follow her advice. The guy agreed. The young man realized that doll servants were really suitable for the service industry. He received that they should make them employees and open cabaret clubs or cafes with maids. Amilia approached him. She carried the meat she had given him on a plate and offered his brother a taste. He thanked her. The girl hugged the young man, and he noticed that she had become more clingy than usual. He looked at his sister with concern. Her brother wanted her to find a boyfriend at the city festival, but if this continued, she would be left without a partner because of him. Enid said that Amilia should communicate more with other people. At that moment, Conan came up to him. He greeted the brother and sister and complimented the girl. The hero thanked his old friend for joining them that day. He asked if the guest liked barbecue. He answered positively. Amilia told him that the vegetables and meat were brought specially from Melia. The girl said that men with a good appetite are very masculine and attractive, and added that she likes to see them eat during the city event. Conan remembered this and began to eat the food from the tables. Meanwhile, Amilia pushed her brother towards the dance floor. Enid had never seen anyone enjoy this. Amilia snuggled up to her brother and asked them to dance. The guy said that she had plenty of young men who would like to dance with her, but the girl only wanted to dance with him. Enid didn't see the point. They didn't notice Rita approaching them. She asked Enid to dance. They were surprised by her appearance. Rita was Sue's younger sister. About half a year ago, Sue returned to her village to get married, and Rita came to take her place. The girl said that today, she felt like winning Enid. The guy asked what she meant. Rita said that she had recently turned 14, which meant that she could get married. Rita, without losing a minute, immediately proposed marriage to Enid. Amilia interrupted her. She, covering her brother with her body, screamed that she refused to accept it. The girl asked why the hero's sister was refusing her. Amilia said that she had expressed her brother's feelings as a sister. However, Enid said that he did not want to refuse Rita. This shocked the relative. Rita was very happy to hear this. She jumped for joy. The guy asked why the girl wanted to marry him. Rita said that she thought he was a wonderful, brave, and kind person. She always remembered how he helped her during her first days in the city. With a blush on her cheeks, the girl added that she thought he was quite handsome. Enid was really pleased to receive such direct and pleasant compliments. He thanked her. Rita said that at first glance he wouldn't say that she was a stick for pretty faces. The girl confessed that everyone said that what she thought was cute was actually creepy, so the tribe considered her strange. After her words, the young man could not sincerely rejoice. Rita asked him to dance, to which the boy happily agreed. Amilia quickly grabbed her brother and asked him to wait for her. Because of the sharp grip, Enid will not be able to stand on her feet. He fell on something soft. Looking up, he saw a familiar girl, Elena. The saint greeted him. Amilia screamed and was involuntarily that her brother never falls on her chest. Enid did not understand such manifestations of jealousy in her sister. Elena said that their meeting is the will of the goddess. She took the hero by the hands and asked him to dance with her. Rita and Amilia protested. Rita said that she was the one who was about to dance with Enid. Amilia pointedly said that pressing bodies together like that was considered indecent. The saint couldn't get a word in edgewise. The girls turned to the guy. Rita hurried him to choose a dance partner. Amilia folded her hands and said that she believed in her older brother. They all looked at him expectantly. The girls crowded around Enid, who didn't know how to get out of this situation. He suggested that they all dance in turn. As a result, the hero was able to pay attention to each of them. Rita smiled widely during the dance. She was having fun with Enid, who tried to keep up with her in the dance. Elena pressed herself too close to him, which embarrassed the young man. Amilia looked at the young man with a loving gaze during the dance. She said that she was happy to dance with her older brother. However, Enid was annoyed by such an obsession. He was upset that she ultimately failed to get rid of her complex. The hero also noticed that Nana and the other dolls' looks had recently seemed frightening to him. He understood where this strange tension came from. The deputy spoke into the microphone and announced the last event of the event. Confession time. He encouraged guests to express their feelings directly to their partner or via letter. The man hoped that his daughters, who had become problem assets, would quickly find a partner. Enid believed that the more couples formed, the easier it would be to attract participants to future events. The first confessions began to sound. The young man was picking on the combat doll in love and offered her to become his lover. The girl apologized and refused. Nana also had several boys and girls confess to her. They all wanted to become her servants. The magical creature refused them all. The rejected ones left sadly. Enid noticed that there were too many people who found fault with the dolls. It was a rather sad situation. The guy was thinking about what could be done to make couples form. Rita came up to him. She repeated her offer again. This time she said that the young man was obliged to marry her. Amilia heard and tensed up. Elena immediately ran up to the hero and said that if he took Rita as his wife, he would have to renounce his faith. She explained that Enid belonged to a magical order that worshipped magical powers, while Rita worshipped spirits that were considered evil, so their marriage would not be recognized by the church. The girl said seriously that perfume was very important to her, so she would never give it up. Rita added that even if their church does not recognize them, they will rise under the blessing of the spirit priest. Elena protested. She said that this cannot be done. The saint said that such a marriage would be wrong. Enid thought about it too. As the future ruler of the city, this marriage would be a serious problem. At worst, it could lead to a discussion with the archbishop of their country. Elena said that wrong love must be stopped. She came closer to the hero and offered him to marry her. The girl said that by her example she would lead him along the right path. Enid, he knew which one to choose. Even though Rita was nice, marriage to her would be difficult. But on the other hand, he had the feeling that Elena was proposing out of a sense of duty. The guy was puzzled. After all, he just wants to marry someone who really loves him. His gaze fell on Amilia, who was looking at her brother with hope. Enid began to convince himself that her feelings were more likely family than romantic. The hero knew that he would have to make a choice so that Amilia could finally move on. Suddenly, a goddess appeared before him and reproached him for not seeing his sister's true feelings. Enid didn't understand what she meant. Sylph told her that she had foreseen something, and it concerned Amilia. She said that if he answered the offer of one of the two, then something very bad would happen to the younger sister. The goddess warned that if the young man accepted the continuation of one of the girls, his sister would be in great trouble. Enid did not understand what she meant by Great White. Sylph told him that she had predicted with divine revelation and saw that Amilia would fall ill in the future. The news shocked the hero. The fairy explained that the girl's heart would be broken. She would spend the rest of her life alone, locked in her room, and before she died, she would call for her brother. The boy clutched his head. It was a truly terrible future. The goddess, as if nothing had happened, advised him to refuse the proposals. Enid thought that he had not been inclined to marry in the first place. Moreover, he could not marry now when he learned that it would make Amilia unhappy because she was very dear to him. After thinking for a while and collecting his thoughts, the young man approached his sister. He called her, and the girl looked at him expectantly. The hero put his hands on her shoulders and asked if she would be against his marriage to another woman. Amilia immediately answered that she would be categorically against it. After her answer, he immediately turned to Alina and Rita. The young man bowed and apologized. The girls did not understand why he was doing this. The guy explained that since his sister was against it, he would not date anyone now, so he would not be able to get married. This pleasantly surprised Amilia. Meanwhile, Enid exhaled. He had been able to refuse without causing harm to anyone, although it had consequences for himself, but for now, the situation was resolved. His sister tugged at his clothes. He turned around and looked at her questioningly. The girl asked if that was all he wanted to say. Enid didn't understand why she was looking at him expectantly. At that moment, the goddess appeared before him, calling the hero an insensitive person. She explained that what Amilia had prayed for was not for him to refuse her proposal of marriage, but for Enid to confess his love to her as a man. The boy did not understand anything. He objected, reminding them that they were brother and sister, but the goddess interrupted him. She explained that despite everything, the girl was very much in love with him as a man. Although Enid understood everything, he tried not to notice it, as he was afraid of such a situation, since this is something that should not happen between relatives. Suddenly, Amilia confessed her love to him and wanted to continue talking, but the guy abruptly covered her mouth with his hand. He understood that socially and religiously, marriage between brother and sister is unacceptable. However, no one knew, not even Amilia herself, that they were not related by blood, so he wanted his sister to say something more because she might be misunderstood by the townspeople.